Chapter 92. Early the next morning, Han Shoa had already heard a ruckus from outside the window before he'd even woken up. The topic of the stolen undergarments was quickly discovered under the influence of people with ulterior motives, and spread to every corner of the necromancy major in the blink of an eye. Jean and Fanny had been extremely busy in the morning, and it was precisely because of this matter that the students were quickly gathered in the training field. The faces of the female students were filled with anger and fear, the male students were also filled with surprise, and some even had looks of schadenfreude on their faces. Han Shoa was also gathered in the training field, and as he listened to the chatter of a group of people, his gaze continuously roamed over Fitch's face. Fitch's expression was normal, but his eyes flickered incessantly as he swept his gaze over Han Shoa's direction from time to time. The repercussions of this matter are exceedingly bad. Nothing major has ever happened to our necromancy major, but now that something like this has suddenly occurred, we must thoroughly investigate this matter. Jean also had a face full of indignation as he loudly expressed his opinion. "Lisa, you guys are too careless. How could you let the thief succeed so easily, and not even notice anything?" Fanny furrowed her brow as she chastised Lisa. "This is the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, we hadn't thought that the thief would be so arrogant. Nothing has ever happened to our necromancy major in such a long time, and the clothes we changed out of weren't anything valuable. Who would have thought that there would be such a perverted sex fiend?" Lisa had a wry expression on her face as she spoke with grievance. Amy, Athena, Bella, and the other girls all had indignant expressions on their faces as they chattered incessantly, yelling that if they found the thief, they would be severely punished. This matter has already caused a very bad influence in our necromancy major. The school authorities have already taken over the investigation. I don't know who would be so shameless and bold as to do something so outrageous. Fanny was a bit vexed, but she was even more enraged as she spoke angrily. There was no end to the discussion within the training grounds. The anger of the female student whose underwear had been stolen could not be quelled. Han Shoa coldly observed everything, silently waiting for the next development. "Who do you think did it?" Lisa unknowingly came to Han Shoa's side and asked Han Shoa. Shrugging his shoulders, Han Shoa smiled and said, "How would I know? But the person who did this should be very familiar with our place, otherwise they wouldn't have succeeded so easily. Although you guys are a little weak, if it was an ordinary person who wasn't familiar with this place doing this, I think you guys should have noticed it. Heh heh, now none of you have discovered it. I admire this person's methods. You're still making sarcastic remarks at a time like this? My underwear was also stolen. This person really is a shameless pervert. If I find out who did it, I definitely won't let him off." Lisa clenched her fists and said hatefully. "That'll have to wait until you catch him." Han Shoa chatted carelessly with Lisa, but his gaze constantly roamed over Fitch's face. A middle-aged swordsman walked in amidst the clamor within the training grounds. He was Vida, who was in charge of all the miscellaneous matters within the school. Han Shoa had met him once before. This person had always been known for his severity. If there were students who fought without permission, or if any abnormal situations occurred, he was the one to deal with them. "I'm clear of the gist of what has happened. I've been observing the female dormitory just now. Humph, I've already guessed who did this." Vida's eyes immediately swept over the area where Han Shoa and the others were when he walked in, speaking indifferently. "Uncle Vida, who did this? Hurry up and tell us." Amy stood next to Vida and urged him in a sweet voice. Vida's expression was stiff as he looked in Han Shoa's direction. He should know best who did this. I hope he'll confess to his mistakes. As long as he confesses, I can promise at least that I won't hand him over to the Empire of Justice for investigation. But if he refuses to admit his guilt, then don't blame me for being discourteous. Mr. Weeder, what is the meaning of this? Why are you yelling at our students? Do you think that this was done by them? This is too preposterous. Fanny said with displeasure when she saw Vita's cold expression and his gaze roaming over the faces of the male students. Master Fanny, this isn't absurd at all. It must be done by one of your good students. I've been observing in the female dormitory just now and discovered a pair of extremely faint footprints leading from the window sill of the female dormitory to the male dormitory, avoiding the undergrowth. Heh, I've dealt with this kind of thing many times. Don't think you can hide it from me. I think Master Fanny should understand what this means. Vita laughed heartily, believing himself to be infallible, and made his judgment of this matter. It looked like Fitch was quite attentive and had even left footprints to point Vita in the right direction. However, this Vita didn't seem to be all that brilliant. This made Han Shuo feel a bit of contempt and looked down on this person. As soon as these words came out, it immediately set off a huge uproar. The boys immediately raised their voices and said that they did not do it, while the group of girls, led by Bella, looked at them angrily. The way they looked at every boy was very unfriendly, as if everyone was suspected of doing such a thing. Lisa, don't look at me like that. I feel very uncomfortable. Lisa also had an odd expression on her face as she swept her gaze over Han Shuo's face. Although Han Shuo hadn't done anything, he still felt goosebumps rise all over his body when she stared at him like this. It was as if he really had become a shameless, perverted sex fiend. Heh, I'm just scaring you. I believe that you definitely wouldn't do something like this. Lisa saw that Han Shuo's scalp was a bit numb and laughed daintily at Han Shuo. At this moment, Vita was already a bit impatient and said with a cold face, I think that one of you can admit to your crimes at this time. As long as you're willing to take the initiative to admit your wrongs, we'll resolve this matter privately within the academy. However, if you're holding on to your wishful thinking and don't repent, then don't blame me for being discourteous. As the thief, Fitch had already properly placed the items in Han Shuo's room. He was quite pleased with himself and naturally wanted Vita to continue investigating. The other students hadn't done anything and naturally wouldn't be afraid of anything. Everyone's expressions were more serious than the last and they had a clear conscience. Fitch even said with a strong sense of righteousness, we should strictly investigate this matter. This kind of thing cannot be condoned. Bach and the others agreed repeatedly, expressing their attitude that the thief would be severely punished. It was as if the more resolute their attitudes were, the more they could prove their innocence. Brian, why didn't you say anything? Amy couldn't help but ask in confusion when she saw Han Shuo standing there with a slight smile on his lips and not saying a word, forming a stark contrast with the other students who were filled with righteous indignation. He can't be feeling guilty, right? Heh, it's strange. He hasn't been in the necromancy major these days and nothing has happened at all. He seemed to have just moved into the dormitory yesterday and this kind of thing happened immediately. This seems quite coincidental. Bella, who had some old grudges with Han Shuo, suddenly exclaimed softly as if she had discovered a new continent. Her exclamation and her words did make a bit of sense. Everyone's gazes all landed on Han Shuo, all of them full of suspicion. There were even some people who wore expressions of disgust, as if Han Shuo was that perverted pervert. There's no use expressing one's attitude. I think Mr. Vita will be able to investigate who did it. I'm very much looking forward to it. Han Shuo shrugged his shoulders and said faintly. Seeing that no one was admitting to it, Vita snorted coldly and said, all right, since this is the case, don't blame me for being rude. Not much time has passed since this incident occurred. I think that the thief will only hide the items on his body or in his room after obtaining them. Fanny, Master Jean, let's search their bodies first. After we've searched their bodies, we'll search their dormitories. I don't think they'll hide the items. Under Vita's request, the group of male students all stripped down to their shorts. Vita and Jean were responsible for searching their bodies. When Han Shuo had also taken off his clothes, Vita revealed an astonished expression. He stared at Han Shuo's naked body with sparkling eyes and suddenly said, are you really a mage? When Vita's words were spoken, everyone couldn't help but pay attention to Han Shuo. They saw that Han Shuo's naked body was well-proportioned and strong, full of masculine tension and strength. It looked like his physique was even stronger and more perfect than the average warrior's. There was a clear difference between this and some of the skinny or fat students. No wonder Vita was so surprised. When did your body become so good? I remember that you used to be thin and small. Lisa's eyes shone as she stared closely at Han Shuo's naked body, exclaiming in high spirits. When the other female students saw Han Shuo's attractive male body and compared it to the room full of fat and ribs, they immediately felt that Han Shuo's outstanding body could be called perfect. They were also quite astonished. The bashful Amy blushed slightly and said something to Athena in a low voice, causing Athena to also blush shyly. She looked at Han Shuo's body with an odd gaze. Fanny's face was also a bit red, as if she didn't dare look directly at Han Shuo's body. She first turned her head away and then took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to sneak a few fierce glances at Han Shuo's body. I was also malnourished before and didn't develop. Now that I've eaten well, of course I've developed like you. Han Shuo stared ambiguously at Lisa's chest and said meaningfully. You're so annoying. Lisa panicked when she saw Han Shuo stare at her chest and rebuked Han Shuo bashfully. After this little interlude, Vita searched through everyone's clothes and didn't find anything. Vita said, it looks like they've been hidden in the dorms. Let's start investigating the dorms now. Brian seems to have a space ring. Bella suddenly spoke up just as everyone was about to leave. Vita, who'd been about to leave, stopped when Bella's words left his mouth. He looked in surprise at the space ring on Han Shuo's hand and exclaimed, so that's a space ring. I almost missed it. However, space rings aren't easy to search. This will be a bit difficult. How about this, give me your space ring first and I'll find the dean. As a space grand magus, the dean will have a way to open your space ring. I hope you'll cooperate with me. First looking coldly at Bella in the distance, Han Shuo said directly to her, you ugly woman, you're really very annoying. Bella's face was full of anger at first, but then she saw the coldness in Han Shuo's eyes and remembered Han Shuo's crazy behavior in the dark forest. She involuntarily took a step back in fear and opened her mouth, but didn't dare say another word. At this moment, Han Shuo's heart sank and he suddenly felt quite conflicted. There were some things in his space ring that couldn't see the light of day. If the dean discovered them, Han Shuo would be in great trouble. What, is there something shameful in your space ring? Vita looked at Han Shuo and asked when he saw that Han Shuo was hesitating and unwilling to cooperate. I believe that he wouldn't do such a thing. I think we should first investigate the dorms and then discuss the matter of his space ring. Fanny thought for a bit when she saw Han Shuo's troubled expression and suddenly spoke up to persuade him. Vita looked at Fanny in surprise and then nodded woodenly, then you keep an eye on him during this time. Don't let him leave your sight or do anything. You'll bear the responsibility if anything goes wrong. Let's go take a look at the dorms. Jean suggested to smooth things over. The group then left and walked to the male dorms. All of the students stayed below and watched over by Fanny. Jean and Vita entered the dorms and the sound of things being turned over could be heard. Fitch looked at Han Shuo and Fanny standing together with a face full of satisfaction. He thought of the punishment Han Shuo was about to face and felt an unprecedented comfort in his heart. Thank you, Master Fanny. Han Shuo expressed his sincere thanks as he looked at Fanny beside him. Rolling her eyes at Han Shuo, Fanny said in a low, admonishing voice, what shameful things are there in your space ring? Even the dean wouldn't take them away if he saw them. What are you afraid of? The weapons and some medicine I got last time in the town of Droll. I picked up some of the good stuff and kept some. If the dean looked through my space ring, he'd definitely discover this batch of stolen goods. Our department has divided these things up privately and distributed the gold coins. If the dean saw that our entire department was in trouble, don't you think there's something wrong with Bella's head? Han Shoa said. Fanny suddenly fell into a daze when she heard these words. Her face was full of worry as she furrowed her brow in thought. Suddenly, Jean and Vida walked out from inside and walked towards Fitch as he smiled proudly. Vida said coldly, "Did you think I wouldn't discover it if you hung it under the bed with a hook?" All gazes of disdain and disgust instantly landed on Fitch's proud face. While Fitch was still stunned, he was drowned out by the sharp, angry curses of the female students. Chapter 93. Fitch was completely ruined this time. Fitch, who'd been shouting, "This is a conspiracy, I'm innocent," was mercilessly taken away under everyone's curses and contemptuous gazes. Vida said to Fanny before he left, "This filthy scum will never appear in the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force again." Discussions of Fitch's despicableness continued long after Fitch had been taken away. Some of the female students' anger hadn't subsided and they continued to chatter and curse Fitch. No one sympathized with him. Fanny was a bit taken aback. She hadn't expected Fitch to be this kind of person and even felt a bit suspicious of the truth of the matter. However, the truth was right in front of her and Fanny had nothing to say. She could only shake her head and sigh. Now that the thief had been caught, Han Shoa naturally didn't need to worry about the space ring anymore. He laughed coldly to himself as he watched Fitch fall into his own trap. He'd brought this upon himself and couldn't be blamed for Han Shoa's ruthlessness. If Han Shoa hadn't discovered this matter beforehand, it was likely that he would be the one facing the ridicule and criticism of the crowd right now. This matter caused the students to discuss it for the entire day. Han Shoa didn't participate and didn't go to class in the morning. Instead, he went to the training fields alone and practiced summoning zombie warriors. Since he was already on the right track, all he needed was time. Han Shoa finally succeeded in summoning a zombie warrior after a morning of repetitive practice. This also meant that Han Shoa had gained another powerful spell. Controlling zombies was much harder than skeletal warriors. If the bulky and cumbersome zombies wanted to fully display their outstanding attack power, the key was the skill and proficiency of the controller. Han Shoa stayed in the training fields for 3 days in a row, practicing even more proficiently in controlling zombie warriors. A zombie that Han Shoa had summoned held a heavy metal club in its hand amidst the various obstacles in the training fields. Under the control of Han Shoa's mental strength, the zombie's body twisted and evaded some of the obstacles. The metal club in its hand fiercely smashed onto the target under Han Shoa's orders. Han Shoa had been carefully monitoring the old witch of the Dark Major, Camilla, through the original demons. The old witch Camilla had entered the headmaster's office once in the past 2 days, but there were strong magical pulses within the headmaster's office. Han Shoa was certain that there was a magical barrier within the headmaster's office. As a space grand magus, the principal's magical power was extraordinary. Han Shoa didn't dare risk letting the original demons in to eavesdrop. Therefore, Han Shoa had no way of knowing the conversation between Camilla and the principal. He also didn't know if Camilla had already gone to that secret library. However, judging by the time Camilla had entered the headmaster's office, Han Shoa believed that she hadn't entered yet. This was because Camilla had only walked out a few minutes after entering. "You really are in the training field. I knew you would be here." In the morning, while the others were still in class, Han Shoa was practicing controlling zombie warriors alone in the training field. Suddenly, Fanny walked in and said, "What are you doing here? Didn't you have class in the afternoon?" Han Shoa didn't stop practicing even after Fanny walked in. He spoke a few words and continued to control the zombie warrior to nimbly circle around an obstacle. "I came to find you." You've grasped it quite quickly. Heh, with your rapid improvement, I think you'll be able to enter the next stage before long. Fanny smiled and praised Han Shoa when she saw that he could already control zombies with great proficiency. She then paused and furrowed her brows, saying in confusion, "Brian, although your potential is quite good, the speed at which your mental strength is condensed shouldn't have increased so quickly. Mental strength meditation doesn't have much to do with potential, especially when you've just started training. Mental strength will only slowly increase with the accumulation of years and months. How is it that you've already possessed the mental strength of a novice mage in just a few short months? This is incredible. Just how did you do it? It was natural for Fanny to have such doubts. A large part of the reason why Han Shua's mental strength had improved so quickly was because of the effects of the Eye of Darkness. Han Shua had also inexplicably and rapidly improved amidst the head-splitting pain. Now that his magical yuan had entered the molded spirit realm, the potential in his brain had been unlocked. When Han Shua meditated, the speed at which he gathered his mental strength increased once again. It was impossible for his mental strength not to be fast when training with this kind of superimposed training. Shrugging, Han Shua said, "How would I know? My body is quite strange to begin with. Not only is it much stronger than the average mage, but the speed at which mental strength meditates is also quite fast. Can it be that you have the legendary body of divine favor?" Fanny was first startled, and then her face abruptly grew wild with joy as she spoke with a bit of excitement. When she said this, Han Shua was also startled and asked blankly, "What is a body of divine favor?" In this world, there are an extremely small number of people who are born with bodies that are different from others. It's hard to find 1 in 10,000 of these people. Their bodies are a bit different from ordinary people. Some people are naturally suited to training fighting aura, and some are naturally suited to training as mages. If these people can find a suitable field, then their accomplishments are often quite outstanding. Because these people's bodies are different from ordinary people, legend has it that they've received the favor of the gods. Some of the most outstanding figures on the continent now have this type of body of divine favor. Can it be that you're also in this situation? An indescribable light of excitement flashed through Fanny's eyes as she stared at Han Shua and exclaimed in surprise. Perhaps. Han Shua knew that the abnormalities of his body were completely due to the training of magical yuan and shouldn't have anything to do with the body of divine favor. However, Han Shua naturally couldn't find any reasonable explanation. Being labeled as having a body of divine favor was a plausible excuse. After Fanny's excitement had subsided, her expression suddenly became grave as she said seriously, "If this matter is true, you absolutely cannot tell anyone before you become strong enough. This body of divine favor may bring you unimaginable glory and wealth, but it may also cause you to be killed by those with ill intentions before you've even matured." Han Shua understood very well what Fanny was saying. If it was as she said, then such a person would be an invaluable asset to every country. This kind of person would be like a treasure and become the target of competition between countries. There was also the possibility that they would be destroyed at all costs. Therefore, people with this kind of body were actually quite dangerous. Nodding his head to indicate that he understood, Han Shua avoided this topic and asked Fanny, "You said you came to find me just now, what's the matter?" "I mentioned to you last time that there's a test to ascertain the true strength of the students and to record their current levels. Our Babylon Academy of Magic and Force has the right to determine the levels from Magic Apprentice to Adept Mage. This level will be recorded in the files of the Magic Association and will follow you for life. It's also a symbol of your strength and status. Once you've passed the level of Adept Mage, you'll be considered to have graduated from our Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. If you want to receive recognition after your strength has increased, you'll have to pass the Magic Association's specialized test. For mages, a proven level is proof of your future development because it's quite useful." Fanny explained with a smile when she saw Han Shua ask. "So that's how it is. When will the test begin?" "Tomorrow morning. If the students feel that their strength has increased, then they'll take the initiative to participate in the test. You've never taken the test before, so I think it shouldn't be difficult for you to pass the Novice Mage test. I've already signed you up and you'll be taking the test in the Dark Mage's training fields tomorrow morning. I'll also be there, don't forget." Fanny reminded Han Shuo. No problem. By the way, Brian. Last time you told me about the corpse resurrection and canopy of necromancy. No matter how you got them, don't ever tell anyone, and don't ever use them in front of anyone. Before your strength is strong enough, this kind of magic will very likely bring you great trouble. Do you understand? Fanny was about to leave when she suddenly warned Han Shuo solemnly. Han Shuo understood without Fanny's reminder. He nodded and said, "Don't worry, Master Fanny, I haven't told anyone apart from you. I know you treat me very well, that's why I told you without holding anything back. Others can forget about obtaining any of my trust. Whoever treats you well will talk nonsense." Fanny's face blushed and she looked a bit happy. She rolled her eyes at Han Shuo and walked outside with a smile. Of course it's our beautiful, kind, and perfect Master Fanny. Han Shuo said flirtatiously as he watched Fanny's departing figure and chuckled. However, Fanny didn't pay any more attention to Han Shuo and only said lowly when she disappeared in front of the door, "The kid is becoming more and more impudent." Han Shuo didn't continue practicing zombie manipulation after Fanny left. He thought for a bit and left the training grounds. He patrolled the surroundings with the original demons and returned to the cemetery of death through the hidden corner of the tomb. Since he'd promised Lawrence that he'd help him obtain a piece of black iron ore, Han Shuo wouldn't go back on his word even for the sake of 5,000 gold coins. He brought the little skull to the mine and busied himself for an afternoon. Han Shuo had only managed to dig out a small piece of black iron ore. It looked like it would be enough to satisfy Lawrence's needs. The amount of black iron ore within the mine wasn't limitless. With the recent days of mining, Han Shuo discovered that he had to go deeper and deeper into the mine, and that he would need to dig for a long period of time in order to obtain some black iron ore. Black iron ore was an exceedingly rare metal, and it looked like the amount was indeed quite small. He'd already reached the bottom not too long after digging. Han Shuo suddenly thought of something on his way back to the cemetery of death after practicing his magical yuan for a while under the surging waterfall. There was also a type of zombie in the memories that Chu Kanglan had left behind. Han Shuo had indeed heard of the existence of zombies in his original world. After carefully recalling Chu Kanglan's memories, Han Shuo suddenly felt a bit excited. According to Chu Kanglan's memories, zombies were only a type of low-level existence. They were usually formed from people who died in places with dense yin qi and absorbed some of the yin qi between heaven and earth. There was also a special group of low-level zombies. They just so happened to be buried in places with dense yin qi, and if that place happened to be one of the 5 extreme places, there was a small chance that they'd become an extremely powerful zombie after absorbing yin qi and the strange materials of the 5 extreme places over a long period of time. According to the attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, the 5 extreme places were: place of extreme metal, place of extreme wood, place of extreme water, place of extreme fire, and place of extreme earth. After absorbing enough yin qi and the power of the 5 elements, the zombies that had a small chance of forming were: the metal elite zombie, the wood elite zombie, the water elite zombie, the fire elite zombie, and the earth elite zombie. After these 5 types of zombies took form, their bodies were much stronger than ordinary zombies. The most miraculous thing was that these zombies that had absorbed enough yin qi and the power of the 5 elements could use the power of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth respectively. If these 5 types of zombies were to gather together and form the great formation of pentaelemental undead, its power would be even more frightening. However, these zombies were very rare to begin with. Add to that the fact that they were never under anyone's control and viewed each other with enmity, and were pursued by cultivators, it was very difficult for all 5 elemental zombies to gather together. In Chu Kanglan's memories, there were all sorts of detailed descriptions of the formation of these 5 elemental zombies. Chu Kanglan even had a secret method to accelerate the birth of these zombies. It seemed that he had once researched this topic. After obtaining all of this, Han Shuo suddenly felt as if he'd obtained a priceless treasure. He instantly had the idea of refining these 5 elemental zombies. With the restriction of necromancy magic, these zombies would unconditionally obey Han Shuo after taking form. He had long since discovered that the location of the Cemetery of Death where Han Shuo resided was a place of extreme earth. He could slowly search for the other 4 extreme places. Now, he only lacked a few materials that Chu Kanglin's secret method to accelerate the formation of these zombies, and then he could refine the Earth Elite Zombie. As soon as this idea appeared, Han Shuo immediately made up his mind to see if he could refine these 5 types of zombies to form the Great Formation of Pentaelemental Undead. Chapter 94. The next day, within the Dark Major's training fields. The Dark Major was one of the majors of the Academy of Magic. The facilities within the training fields were more complete than those of the Necromancy Major, and the area was also more spacious. When Han Shuo arrived at the Dark Major's training fields, he discovered that a few people had already gathered inside. There were students preparing to take their exams, and others who had nothing better to do but come to watch the liveliness. There was constant noise within. As the teacher of the Necromancy Major, Fanny sat with some of the teachers of the Dark Major and was busily registering the information of the students taking their exams. The old witch of the Dark Major, Camilla, was still teaching in the Dark Major's classroom under the supervision of Han Shuo's original demons and hadn't appeared here. Han Shuo looked around when he entered and discovered that Amy and Athena were the only 2 familiar faces in the Necromancy Major. He walked over to the 2 girls. You're also here to take your exams?" Amy saw Han Shuo walk over from afar and waved a hand in greeting to Han Shuo. Nodding, Han Shuo said, "Yes, I've never been tested before. What aspects do I need to pay attention to?" "There's nothing to pay attention to in these kinds of tests. It's just a test of mental strength and then release a few spells for them to see." "Oh, right. Our Necromancy Major also needs to practice controlling summoned creatures. There's nothing complicated about it. It's just that advancing to Adept Mage is a bit more complicated. Apart from these basic tests, you also need to understand all kinds of techniques, including some comprehension of magical knowledge, and finally actually complete a mission. You'll officially graduate after passing all of this." Athena flicked a glance at Han Shuo and opened her mouth to explain in detail to Han Shuo. Standing on the outskirts with the 2 girls, Han Shuo observed for a bit. He discovered that some of the Dark Major students were demonstrating magic according to the rules, and then a few teachers would ask them about their current level of understanding of magic. In the end, the teachers would evaluate their grades based on their performance. "Brian, you're preparing to determine the level of a magic apprentice?" Athena opened her mouth to ask when she saw that Han Shuo hadn't responded and was only silently observing the performance of the students in the training field. "No, I'm here to see if I can advance into a novice mage." Han Shuo looked at Fanny, who was sitting upright on a high platform, and casually replied. "What? Are you joking? If I remember correctly, you were still an errand boy in the Necromancy Major a few months ago. Are you going to advance to a beginner mage so quickly? How is this possible?" Athena raised her voice and stared at Han Shuo in shock. "No way!" Amy exclaimed in astonishment. With a faint smile, Han Shuo nodded affirmatively and explained, "I'm just trying, I might not pass." Even though Han Shuo had said so, Amy and Athena still couldn't believe that Han Shuo was actually here to advance to become a novice mage. The 2 girls chattered non-stop until it was Amy's turn. "Go Amy, I think you'll be able to successfully advance to a novice mage this time." When Athena heard Amy's name called, she couldn't help but encourage Amy. Han Shuo also gave her a word of goodwill. Amy walked out afterwards and first tested her mental strength in front of everyone. She then released the Agony of the Soul, Bone Spear, and zombie summoning spells that a novice necromancy mage should be able to grasp, and manipulated the zombies to attack a few targets in the training field. Finally, Fanny and a few Dark Major teachers asked her a few questions about magic comprehension. After waiting for a while, Fanny said, "Congratulations Amy, you're a novice mage from today on. Your information in the Magic Association will all be changed today." Athena also walked out of the test amidst Amy's excitement. Athena went through the same steps of the test one by one. She didn't know if it was because she was nervous during this process, but the bone spear spell suddenly exploded in the middle. Athena also made some mistakes when faced with some questions about magic in the end. As expected, Athena was told that she couldn't pass this time's test and returned to Amy's side with a face full of dejection. Fanny had already called out Han Shua's name before Han Shua could say a few words of comfort. Han Shua caused a small uproar as he walked calmly into the testing field. The surrounding dark major students were all very surprised to see that Han Shua, who was originally an errand slave, had actually appeared in the Great Hall. They all started whispering to each other, the majority of them holding a mocking attitude as they observed this matter. "Heh, don't be nervous. Just follow the previous steps and go through them. I believe that with your strength, you should be able to successfully advance to a novice mage." Fanny comforted from above and had Han Shua walk through the procedures. First was the test of mental strength. Han Shua gathered his mental strength as he faced a testing stone made of special magical materials. A dark major teacher then held the testing stone to test Han Shua's mental strength. His mental strength gathered very quickly due to the potential of his brain being unearthed. Previously, when some of the other students experienced the Divine Testing Stone's spiritual power test, the Divine Testing Stone would gradually brighten until it reached a certain brightness before stopping. But Han Shua's situation was a bit different. In the 2 breaths of time that Han Shua gathered his mental strength, the Dark Testing Stone didn't go through a gradual process at all. It immediately brightened, and then stopped at a fixed brightness. What's going on? A few dark major teachers in the stands revealed astonished expressions, as if they hadn't expected the testing stone to have such a strange reaction. Mental strength has reached the level of a journeyman mage, unbelievable. The teacher holding the testing stone was even more astonished as he looked at the numbers displayed on the testing stone and suddenly cried out in surprise. Han Shua's mental strength dissipated and his heart clenched when he saw everyone's astonishment. Han Shua had been worried that his mental strength wouldn't be enough, which was why he'd used his full strength. In addition, Han Shua hadn't known that the speed at which he could gather his mental strength would be so fast. After hearing Fanny's words yesterday, Han Shua, who had originally planned on keeping a low profile, could only smile ruefully and say, "Perhaps there's a problem with the testing stone. Why don't you try another one?" "Don't speak nonsense, how could there be a problem with the testing stone?" The dark major teacher holding the testing stone glared at Han Shua and said with certainty. His brain has been affected by the agony of the soul magic of the necromancy major before, and he had a period of delirium afterwards. This may have caused his brain to be a bit strange, but I don't think anyone should pay too much attention to it. On the stage, Fanny first glared fiercely at Han Shua, seeming to blame Han Shua for showing off, and then smiled faintly as she explained to everyone. I seem to have heard of this matter as well. Who would have thought that the agony of the soul magic of the necromancy major could produce such a miraculous effect? Quite interesting. The teacher holding the testing stone said with a strange frown. Teacher Alex, if you're interested, I can also help you cast it once. Heh, but I can't guarantee that you won't go crazy. Fanny laughed lightly as she teased. Forget it, I don't have the guts. Alright, this test is over, you can proceed to the next segment. Teacher Alex of the Dark Major didn't say anything else and nodded at Han Shua. Athena would only make a mistake if she was nervous. However, Han Shua had also experienced some trials and tribulations, and his willpower was even more extraordinary. He naturally wouldn't show any signs of stage fright. Han Shua deployed the 3 spells that novice mages should have grasped with great proficiency, without the slightest bit of rusty awkwardness. When the zombie appeared afterwards, Han Shua's control was clearly a notch better than Amy's. The zombies' movements didn't even seem clumsy in the eyes of the audience, and actually gave off a feeling of nimbleness. Han Shuo had an even easier time dealing with the last questions on magical knowledge. The main questioner was Fanny. Fanny knew the extent of Han Shuo's mastery of magical knowledge and didn't ask much at all. She casually asked a few questions that Han Shuo had asked her 2 days ago and let Han Shuo pass easily. Without any mishaps, Han Shuo smoothly obtained the qualifications of a novice mage. Fanny smiled and said, "Congratulations Brian, your information will be registered with the Magic Association from today onwards. You're a true novice mage in the future. Heh, although there are many novice mages, you'll be able to find a good path in the future. But I think that with your potential, it won't be just that." With Fanny's blessing, Han Shuo confidently left the training grounds and headed straight for the night school. He planned on using the black iron ore to trade with Lawrence for gold coins. Chu Kanglin's method of urging the 5 elemental zombies to take form required a combination of some special materials. Han Shuo had heard of some of these materials and knew that they were expensive even in this world. This made Han Shuo understand that if he wanted to refine the Earth Elite zombie, he would definitely need a large investment of gold coins. Gold coins had also become a problem that Han Shuo had no choice but to consider. However, when Han Shuo was halfway there, the original demons noticed that Duke, who had been staying in the Wind Major all this time, suddenly left by himself at noon. He was also heading in the direction of the night school. Han Shuo had originally planned on immediately finding Lawrence, but temporarily set aside this thought and used the original demons to observe Duke's movements. Duke then arrived here alone and met up with Eric, who had disappeared for a few days. Apart from Duke and Eric, there was another person with them. It was the Earth Knight Clark that he'd met in the dark forest. This greatly surprised Han Shuo. Chapter 95. Last time in the dark forest, Clark had displayed obvious affection for Fanny, but had been forced away by Han Shuo in the end. Han Shuo hadn't thought that he'd be able to see him again in the academy a few months later. Duke and Clark were talking in a room within the Night Academy. The senior swordsman stood guard in front of the door, seeming to be deathly afraid that others would disturb the two. Duke had personally set up a wind barrier around the room. When Han Shuo's original demons approached, they could only see the senior swordsman Eric standing guard outside. Because they could feel weak magical pulses, the original demons didn't dare enter without permission and were unable to detect what the two were talking about. Duke and Camilla had met in the Dark Major classroom last time. They'd chosen to meet in the middle of the night, thinking that no one would discover them and so hadn't made any unnecessary moves. But it was daytime now, and they were within the Night Academy. It was no wonder that Duke would be so cautious. After a while, Duke and Clark walked out of the house. Duke once again followed his original path and left the Night Academy alone. The original demons followed behind Duke and Clark respectively. They discovered that Duke had once again returned to the Wind Academy, while Clark was in the training grounds of the Night Academy practicing martial arts. This was the time when the night students were practicing their techniques. Han Shuo didn't continue to stay in place to observe and went directly to one of the training fields to find Lawrence according to the location that Lawrence had mentioned. Apart from a variety of weapons in this training field, there were also a few fierce-looking warhorses covered in heavy armor. The greatest difference between knights and swordsmen was that knights relied heavily on their warhorses in battle. Horsemanship was an important lesson that knights had to master and be proficient in. Knights could make use of the momentum and speed of their warhorses to exhibit even greater strength. Lawrence was clad in bright silver armor and wielded a long spear in his hand. He was flying through the training fields, his warhorse passing over some towering obstacles under his crotch. The long spear in his hand was like a bolt of lightning as it blossomed with the brilliant colors of fighting aura in the air. "Hi, Lawrence." Han Shuo suddenly greeted him with a smile after observing him for a while. With a neigh, Lawrence's warhorse turned around and charged fiercely towards Han Shuo with his spear in hand. Amidst the clattering of the warhorse's hooves, Lawrence's spear pierced towards Han Shua's chest. Although the attack was incomparably fierce, Han Shua remained unmoved. Only when Lawrence arrived in front of Han Shua did he suddenly take out the demon's lair edge and infuse it with surging demonic energy, thrusting it towards the spear. Crack! The tip of the spear was pierced into two under the impact of the demon's lair edge. It was fortunate that Lawrence had let go of the spear in time. Otherwise, after the demon's lair edge tore through the spear, his hand holding the spear would have been cut as well. However, the combined force of the charge and the warhorse was still a bit too much for Han Shua to handle. The impact that seemed to be able to topple mountains and overturn the seas caused Han Shua's arm, which was holding the demon's lair edge, to tremble uncontrollably. Reining in his horse, Lawrence jumped down and took off the heavy armor on his body. He excitedly came in front of Han Shua and focused his eyes on the demon's lair edge in Han Shua's hand. He exclaimed in surprise, "What kind of strange weapon is this? It's actually so sharp." "Heh, it's a mixture of black iron ore and black gold ore, as well as a few other rare metals. Forged by a dwarf himself, it'd be strange if it wasn't sharp enough." Han Shua explained to Lawrence after putting away the demon's lair edge. Grabbing a towel and wiping the sweat on his forehead, Lawrence said, "So that's how it is. It looks like this weapon of yours is definitely not ordinary. Oh right, you've come to find me this time because you've already found the black iron ore." Heh. Nodding, Han Shua took out the piece of black iron ore that he'd excavated last night from his space ring with a smile. "That's right, this piece of black iron ore should be enough to satisfy your needs. Let's do the transaction." "No problem, give me your crystal card and I'll transfer 5,000 gold coins to you." Lawrence looked joyfully at the black iron ore in Han Shua's hand and said impatiently. When Han Shua and Lawrence completed the transaction, Han Shua discovered that there was another 5,000 gold coins in his crystal card. He couldn't help but smile. Just as the two were in a good mood, Earth Rider Clark walked in from outside the training fields. Clark had just walked in and was about to open his mouth to speak when he suddenly saw Han Shua. His expression immediately changed as he exclaimed lightly, "It's you." Turning his head to see that Clark had actually walked in, Han Shua was also slightly startled. He smiled and nodded at Clark, saying, "Hello Clark, long time no see. Why did you suddenly leave without saying goodbye last time in the dark forest?" "Humph, I was framed by a despicable person last time, that's why I couldn't leave." After so long, Clark must have understood the truth of what had happened last time. Now that he saw Han Shua, he immediately insinuated insinuations and cursed Han Shua. Pausing, Clark looked at Han Shua and said, "Is Master Fanny doing well? I was just about to go greet Master Fanny and express my apologies." "Master Fanny is doing very well, you don't need to worry about her." Han Shua immediately responded with a cold face when he heard that Clark still couldn't forget Fanny. Hey, what's the matter with you two? Senior Clark, haven't you already graduated? What are you doing here? And how do you know Brian?" Lawrence hurriedly yelled when he saw that the two's words were filled with the smell of gunpowder. "I've returned to the academy this time to investigate the disappearance of my younger brother Claude. My younger brother Claude seemed to have come into contact with Brian in the town of Droll. If I discover that he has something to do with my younger brother's disappearance, I'll make him pay." Clark's face darkened as he spoke to Lawrence and Han Shua. Startled, Han Shua also looked at Clark with some surprise. He hadn't thought that Clark would be Claude's older brother. This meant that this person was also the eldest son of the Griffin Legion's commander. Although Han Shua had killed Claude last time in the town of Droll, Claude had indeed seen Han Shua in the tavern. If Clark was truly determined to investigate, then this matter would truly be a bit tricky. "What does this have to do with me? I'm not familiar with Claude, not to mention that his martial arts skills are so superb. What could possibly happen to him?" Han Shua's face was calm as he spoke as if nothing had happened. After thinking for a bit, Han Shuo said to Lawrence, "All right, I don't have anything else to do. Let's end things here for today." Han Shuo didn't wait for Lawrence to say anything after he'd finished speaking and immediately left the training field. He then quickly left the academy and hurried out of the academy. The three original demons that had been in charge of surveillance had no choice but to be recalled back into Han Shuo's body due to the distance. Han Shuo felt that this matter was a bit fishy after learning of Clark's identity. As the eldest son of the commander of the Empire's Griffin Legion, Clark was actually staying so sneakily inside with an envoy from the Kasi Empire. Although he didn't know what the two had discussed, Han Shuo felt that it was better to report this matter to the upper echelons of the Dark Mantle as soon as possible and let them fret over it. There was an enormous manor in the northern part of the city. It was only 300 meters away from the collapsed room that Phoebe had stayed in last time. Han Shuo didn't detect anything out of the ordinary from the outside when he arrived with the Dark Mantle iron medallion that symbolized his identity. He knocked on the iron door, and only after a long while did a skinny youth open the door. He first looked Han Shuo up and down, then asked in an unfriendly tone, "Who are you looking for?" Han Shuo didn't say much and only took out the iron medallion and handed it to the youth. The youth took the iron medallion and glanced at it, then moved to the side to let Han Shuo pass. The youth handed the iron medallion back to Han Shuo after Han Shuo entered. His expression also relaxed as he said faintly, "You've just joined, right? I've never seen you before. Your iron medallion is also given to a newcomer. Who's in charge of you?" As he followed the youth inside, Han Shuo discovered that there weren't any special boundaries or mechanisms within the entire manor. This actually surprised Han Shuo quite a bit. As he looked around even more carefully, he casually replied, "I just joined a few days ago. An old man named Candide is directly in charge of me." What? Are you sure? Lord Candide is directly in charge of you just joined? The youth was obviously shocked and asked Han Shuo softly. Nodding, Han Shuo asked in confusion, "That's right. Is there a problem?" There's no problem. However, Lord Candide is one of the three heavyweights of our Dark Mantle. Within the entire empire, Lord Candide can directly mobilize the military forces of every city. He can also directly kill ordinary nobles and officers without consulting His Majesty. You're just a newcomer, why would you directly listen to Lord Candide's orders? Shrugging his shoulders, Han Shuo said, "How would I know? In any case, he was the one who brought me in. I came here this time to look for him. Oh right, I've observed for a bit and discovered that this secret stronghold doesn't seem to have any defenses. What's going on?" You're a newcomer all right. Come with me, I'll show you around." The skinny man had the tone of an old man as he led Han Shuo inside with a smile. Chapter 96. After shuttling through the manor for a while, Han Shuo learned that the skinny man's name was Chester and he was a bandit. Han Shuo also learned a bit about the Dark Mantle from Chester. Members of the Dark Mantle were divided into 3 levels according to their contributions to the organization. Dark Star, Dark Moon, and Dark Sunday stars filled the night sky, symbolizing that Dark Star members were spread throughout every corner of the empire. Dark Moon members were 1 level higher, but they still couldn't see the light and could only live in dark corners. However, the higher-ranking members of the Dark Sun could appear dazzlingly in the eyes of the public during the day like the sun. The 3 levels of Sun, Moon, and Dark Star were further divided into 5 levels according to their contributions to the empire. For example, Han Shuo was now a Dark Star envoy. There was a miniature star behind his iron medallion, representing that Han Shuo was a Dark Star envoy, the lowest level of a Dark Star envoy. As one's contributions to the empire increased, this iron medallion would slowly accumulate to 2, 3, 4, and 5 stars. After breaking through to 5 stars, one would be promoted to a Dark Moon envoy. Then, according to the advancement method of a Dark Star envoy, they would advance from Dark Moon envoy to Dark Moon envoy, and so on until the higher-ranking Dark Sun envoys were subdivided in this manner. As long as one could advance to a higher level, not only would their monthly salary increase, but they would also be able to enjoy more privileges of the Dark Mantle. At the highest level, Candide, they would directly take orders from His Majesty the King. They were practically second only to one and above tens of thousands. Glory, splendor, wealth, and rank were all at their fingertips. "We're here, this is the place." After traversing a long distance, Chester finally brought Han Shuo to a stop in front of a house in the center. Han Shuo had released 3 original demons to patrol along the way and discovered that there was no one else in the manor apart from himself and Chester. There weren't even any defensive measures set up in the entire spacious manor. This made Han Shuo quite puzzled. This room didn't seem spacious and Han Shuo didn't find anything special after looking around. He asked Chester with a surprised expression, "What's different about this?" "Heh, of course it's different. Actually, as you can see, the entire manor doesn't have any defensive measures at all. This manor is just a cover. The real Dark Mantle is obviously not here," Chester explained with a smile. Then, he somehow flipped the ground, and a crack suddenly appeared on the flat ground, revealing a bright passage. "So, there is another mechanism. Where does this lead to?" Han Shuo could not help but ask when he saw the passageway appear before him. "Let's go, I'll bring you to the real Dark Mantle base," Chester said with a smile, then jumped down the bright passage and called Han Shuo to come down with him. When Han Shuo also landed, he felt that the ground he was standing on was very soft. He was surrounded by solid walls, and powerful magical fluctuations suddenly came from the passage. Along with a soft sound, the solid wall around them split open to reveal a large door. A very bright passage appeared in front of the two. It was like a maze. Some of the passages in front of them were entangled with each other, and there were already strong magical waves coming from the surrounding walls. There were also many unknown crossbows that seemed to be ready to be fired, their sharp edges pointing at every corner of the passage. "Why do I feel like this is a cave?" Han Shuo looked around and couldn't help but ask. Chester walked out from inside and motioned for Han Shuo to follow him. He explained, "Your feeling is correct. This is Mtgordas behind the Imperial Palace. Unauthorized persons are strictly prohibited from entering this towering mountain. Our Dark Mantle base is within the belly of the mountain. This is where the true security is tight, and there are even Imperial legions stationed around. Our Dark Mantle, as His Majesty's Hand of Darkness, gathers all kinds of talents of the Empire here, and also stores many of the Empire's confidential documents. There have been no accidents for many years, and the security here is not inferior to the Imperial Palace." Han Shuo could feel that the security here was tight, and some of the magical fluctuations in the surroundings obviously contained a strong sense of danger. In such a place, Han Shuo didn't dare release the lowest level of the little demon, original demon. Therefore, he could only rely on his sensitive 5 senses to sense the various dangers hidden in the surroundings. He followed behind Chester and passed through a few passageways. He also encountered a few other Dark Mantle people along the way. Han Shuo could feel the breathing and heartbeats of some stone chambers along the way, and knew that there were people inside. "Lord Candide, as one of the 3 heavyweights of our Dark Mantle, I don't have the qualifications to personally bring you to see him. However, I will help you pass on a message. I think that if Lord Candide really brought you in, I think he will receive you." Chester looked at Han Shuo with a bit of envy, as if Han Shuo was extremely lucky to be directly under Candide's charge. "I've heard you mention the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle a few times. Apart from Candide, who are the other 2? Han Shuo asked Han Shuo as they walked. "There's also Lord Ames and Lord Cecilia. Lord Cecilia is in charge of various affairs of the Dark Mantle outside of the Empire. It's said that she's also a charming woman. It's a pity that a small character like me can't see her." Lord Ames and Lord Candide are both in the Empire, but Lord Ames is mainly in charge of monitoring and investigating the various nobles and high-ranking officials of the Empire. He's a man who lives completely in the public eye in our dark mantle. As long as we find out that these high-ranking officials have done anything detrimental to the Empire, we can directly arrest them and report to His Majesty the King. Some low-ranking noble officers can even be directly executed without alerting His Majesty. Therefore, for some of the nobles of the Empire, Lord Ames is their nightmare. Candide is in charge of some other affairs within the Empire, including the execution of all kinds of enemy spies, obtaining some benefits for the Empire, and eradicating all hidden dangers to the Empire. Chester introduced the three heavyweights of the Dark Mantle in detail to Han Shuo as they walked. As Chester continued to describe, the two stopped in front of an iron door. After arriving here, Chester signaled for Han Shuo to stop. Then, Chester spoke through a small hole in the iron door. There's a dark star called Brian who requests an audience with Lord Candide. He says that he's directly under Lord Candide's charge. Wait a moment, I'll ask Lord Candide. A cold, emotionless voice came from the small hole inside. After about 2 minutes, the iron door suddenly opened. There were magical fluctuations on a round table in the middle. The voice continued, Brian, come in and stand on the round table. Chester, wait outside the door. When Brian comes out in a moment, bring him out the way he came. All right. Chester responded and then explained in a low voice, when we first came here, we used a short-distance transportation matrix. There are a few similar ones in the belly of the mountain. He'll take you to the place you should go. Nodding, Han Shuo expressed his understanding and got up to walk to the round table with the wondrous magical pattern. A short-distance transportation matrix wasn't difficult to set up. As long as one was an adept mage or above space mage and had sufficient magical materials, they could set it up. But a long-distance transportation matrix, especially one like the one Han Shuo used to travel to the Cemetery of Death in the dark forest that spanned 1,000 miles, wasn't something that an ordinary mage could set up. Not only did it require the cultivation of an archmage or above, but it also required an enormous amount of magical materials. Without the support of a great power, it was impossible to realize a transportation matrix that spanned 1,000 miles. Once again sighing with emotion at the wonders of the Cemetery of Death, Han Shuo stood directly on the magical round table. Then, under the effects of the magic matrix, Han Shuo appeared in a spacious stone room. This stone room was decorated very brightly and comfortably, appearing even more luxurious than the Buzzed Merchant Guild. Exquisite magical drawings were carved on the surrounding walls and several paintings of the countryside were hung on the walls. The chandelier above sparkled with a gentle and beautiful light, brightly illuminating the entire stone room. Candide was sitting on a table in front of the stone room, holding a book in his hand and frowning as he flipped through it. When Han Shuo looked around and then looked at Han Shuo, Candide finally put down the book in his hand and looked at Han Shuo with a sinister face. He opened his mouth and asked darkly, "What is it? Have you discovered anything?" Nodding, Han Shuo roughly explained to Candide what he'd discovered in the last couple of days. This included the meeting between Duke and Camilla, the conversation regarding the Eye of Darkness, and finally the meeting between Clark, the son of the chief of the Griffin Legion, and Duke. Han Shuo also told Candide everything. As Han Shuo spoke, Candide's already sinister and ugly face became even more sinister. After Han Shuo had finished speaking, Candide remained silent, his eyebrows tightly furrowed as if he was thinking about something. After a while, just as Han Shuo was getting a bit impatient, Candide revealed a smile and said to Han Shuo, "Brian, you've done very well, so well that I'm surprised. It looks like you were born for this line of work. With your strength, you were actually able to obtain such valuable information in such a short amount of time. It's truly unexpected. Duke is a wind archmage, even Camilla is an adept dark mage, and Clark is an earth rider. I can only describe you as a miraculous performance to be able to obtain so much information without them noticing. You flatter me. Han Shuo said modestly. You don't need to be humble, you've handled this matter perfectly. Although I'm very curious as to how you did it, since you're one of my people now, I won't interfere and ask you. Kiki, you don't need to worry about the rest, I'll send people to take care of this. Candide looked at Han Shuo as if he were looking at a monster and praised him. Han Shuo breathed a sigh of relief. He'd been most worried that Candide would doubt his story. After all, with his strength, it should have been impossible for him to obtain so much information without being noticed by these people. What gratified Han Shuo was that Candide didn't doubt the veracity of this matter at all. He didn't even ask how Han Shuo had obtained this information. This made Han Shuo feel quite surprised as well. You don't need to be surprised. For our dark mantle, we only care about the final result of a mission. We don't ask about the process in between. Every member has their own way of doing things. After we assign a mission, it doesn't matter what methods a member uses as long as the result is achieved. Therefore, you don't need to worry about anything. We won't affect your life when there's no mission. You can enjoy everything you have. Candide seemed to see through Han Shuo's thoughts and very patiently explained to Han Shuo. Alright, then there shouldn't be anything for me to do now, right? Han Shuo was very much in favor of the Dark Mantle's principled way of doing things and responded with a smile. Give me the metal plate that symbolizes your identity. I'll record this very important information in your metal plate and the files of the organization. I have the obligation to add 2 stars for you. Some members don't even receive a single star for reporting 10 pieces of information, but the contribution of your information is enough to add 2 stars. Candide looked at Han Shuo with a smile. Candide then took Han Shuo's metal plate and moved it a bit. When the metal plate fell back into Han Shuo's hands, there were actually 2 small stars behind it. This also symbolized that Han Shuo had directly jumped 2 ranks and entered the ranks of the 3 Dark Star Envoys. If there's nothing else, then I'll be leaving first. Han Shuo was also a bit happy to see that one mission had allowed him to become a 3 Dark Star like Chester and said with a smile. Nodding, Candide said, Alright, you can leave now. However, you must report to the organization once every month. During this time, if you have any information that is beneficial or harmful to the Empire, you can directly report to us. The accuracy of the information will be calculated and your contributions will be recorded in the organization's files. Many Dark Star Envoys are scattered throughout the Empire and advance through this method. Even if there's no information, you still have to report to the organization. On one hand, the organization will know your situation, and on the other hand, the organization will see if there are any suitable missions for you. Of course, you still have the right to choose some missions, and you also have the right to refuse others. Candide said. Without saying anything else, Han Shuo nodded to express his understanding and planned to leave. However, when he reached the door, Candide suddenly called out as if he had something he couldn't say, Wait a moment, Brian. Pausing, Han Shuo turned around to look at Candide and asked in confusion, Is there something else, Mr. Candide? You have to properly handle your relationship with Lawrence. This may have a great impact on you in the future. Lawrence's identity is much more complicated than you think. I can only tell you this much. You should pay attention to it. Candide seemed to be in a very difficult position and stopped after saying this. I heard that he's the son of the finance minister. Is this what you want to tell me? Han Shuo had heard a few things about Lawrence from Lisa, so he asked Candide. Candide first nodded and then shook his head. Under Han Shuo's puzzled gaze, Candide opened his mouth again and said, Many people know that Lawrence is the son of the finance minister of the Empire. However, apart from this, Lawrence also has another identity. This identity has too many implications, and you don't have the right to know this at your current level. It's not good for me to say too much either. I just want to remind you to be careful so that you don't fall into a maelstrom that you shouldn't be drawn into. Candide waved his hand to indicate for Han Shuo to leave after saying these words. Han Shuo's heart was filled with doubt, but he didn't ask much now that he knew a few of the Dark Mantle's rules. He nodded to indicate that he would be careful and left Candide's room. How was it? Did you gain anything? Chester looked at Han Shuo with great interest as they walked back the way they came. It's nothing much, just that Candide added 2 stars to it. I'm now the same as you, a 3rd star envoy, heh. Seeing that Chester was so interested, Han Shuo didn't feel that there was anything to hide and smiled at Chester. Chester was incomparably surprised and envious when he heard these words. After the pleasant surprise, Chester shook his head and sighed, saying, "You have Lord Candide's protection. This kind of advancement speed is indeed terrifying. I've been in the Dark Mantle for 3 years and reported over 20 pieces of information before becoming a 3rd star envoy. You've only been in the organization for less than a week and you've already become a 3rd star envoy. Sigh, comparisons really are odious. The treatment of having someone at the top is indeed different." Han Shuo shrugged his shoulders and didn't say much in response to Chester's exclamation. Although Han Shuo had obtained the information through his own strength, there really was no way to explain this kind of thing, so he might as well not say much. "If there's a mission that requires 2 people to complete next time, can you take me with you? Just think of it as giving me a hand." Chester first sighed, then scratched his head in embarrassment as he asked Han Shuo, finding it a bit difficult to speak. "Sure." Han Shuo agreed readily. "Thank you very much, I'll remember you and do my best to cooperate with you." Chester was overjoyed and his attitude towards Han Shuo became even more enthusiastic. He continuously told Han Shuo about the Dark Mantle situation along the way and sent Han Shuo back to the quiet manor in the northern district. Chapter 97. On the day he returned to the academy, Han Shuo discovered that Camilla had suddenly left the academy in a hurry that night. Han Shuo didn't see Camilla again for the next 2 days. After making some inquiries, Han Shuo heard that something had happened to Camilla's family, and that she likely wouldn't be returning to the academy for a while. This was only news on the surface. From what Han Shuo saw, he likely wouldn't be able to see her again in the future. Since she was a spy from an enemy nation, according to the Dark Mantle's style, they certainly wouldn't leave her safely in the Empire. Duke and Eric held a secret discussion as soon as Camilla disappeared. They didn't dare to continue staying in the academy, and used the end of the exchange as an excuse to immediately leave the academy and return to the Kasi Empire. Clark, who had originally planned to pay a visit to the necromancy major to greet Fanny, also left the academy at almost the same time. As a member of the Dark Mantle, although Han Shuo didn't know exactly what had happened, he was certain that the Dark Mantle had taken control of everything. Otherwise, it would be impossible for all 3 of them to have such strange reactions and disappear in such a short amount of time. Han Shuo spent the next few days in a very relaxed and contented manner. He continuously researched magical knowledge, and would immediately ask Fanny about anything he didn't understand. He was always able to obtain the correct answer from Fanny. However, because he had trained his magical yuan to the molded spirit stage, Han Shuo would often unconsciously blurt out some presumptuous words that were buried in his heart in the process of interacting with Fanny. Every time this happened, Fanny would rebuke Han Shuo, but Han Shuo would always think of other ways to remedy the situation once he realized it. If he couldn't remedy it, he would just continue to play dumb and fool her. One day, when Han Shuo woke up in the morning, he suddenly discovered that the weather had turned cold. Han Shuo thought for a bit and felt that Phoebe should have already prepared the dwarves' winter rations. Therefore, he left the academy and headed to the Buzzed Merchant Guild, casually purchasing some materials for refining the Earth Elite Zombie from Phoebe. After arriving at the Buzzed Merchant Guild, Han Shuo discovered that the guards had been changed again. This time, when Han Shuo reported his name, the guards immediately let Han Shuo in with great respect. Not long after, a radiant Fabian sprinted over from afar. He called out cheerfully from afar, "Hey, Brian, long time no see. How have you been?" "Oh, it's great that you're alright, Fabian. I thought that you'd already." Fabian's appearance surprised Han Shuo as well. Han Shuo had originally thought that Fabian had already been killed by the earthquake spell when the shadow ghost expert had come over last time. "I hid under the bed when the house collapsed last time. Candace came and found me afterwards and saved me from the collapsed house. That's how I managed to escape this calamity." Fabian had a look of joy on his face that he'd narrowly escaped disaster as he explained happily to Han Shuo. Nodding, Han Shuo looked over Fabian and said, "You look very well now, it looks like your good luck has arrived." "Huh, of course not. But ever since Grover died, the shadow ghost hasn't appeared again. Now that Miss Phoebe has officially taken over the guild, my days with her have been much better." Although Fabian said that he hadn't, the joyous expression on his face spoke volumes of the joy and pride in his heart. Most of the scenery within the Buzzed Merchant Guild hadn't changed, but the guards within had all been changed. As he walked inside, Han Shuo suddenly stopped midway and looked at the fake mountain to his left. Han Shuo remembered that the last time he and Phoebe had been here, they'd had no choice but to enter the crack in the fake mountain to avoid Ella's pursuit. When he looked at this place again today, he discovered that it had obviously been redecorated. There were suddenly many more pots of flowers in the surroundings, and a rocking chair and table had been placed next to the crack in the fake mountain. It seemed to be used to admire the beautiful scenery around it. Why has this place changed? I don't remember it being like this before." Han Shuo looked around in surprise and then turned his head to ask Fabian. Heh, you're very attentive. This place has been redecorated according to Miss Phoebe's wishes. Miss Phoebe doesn't allow anyone else to enter this place, and she'll come here alone to bask in the sun, sip tea, and admire the flowers when she's free. However, I don't think that the scenery here is the most beautiful place in the Buzzed Merchant Guild, but for some reason, Miss Phoebe just likes to come here." Fabian had a face full of confusion as he opened his mouth to explain to Han Shuo. Looking at the crack that the two of them had spent together last time, Han Shuo's heart swayed as he recalled the ambiguous circumstances of the two of them. He thought to himself that Phoebe couldn't be remembering their awkward encounter last time, could she? When his thoughts traveled here, Han Shuo shook his head incredulously and repeatedly thought that it wasn't quite possible. Phoebe was an extremely proud and arrogant person, and her looks were stunning. Add to that the fact that she now held great power within the Buzzed Merchant Guild, she shouldn't be concerned with a mere student of the Babylon Academy of Magic. Fabian had already brought Han Shuo to the main hall as these thoughts ran through his mind. Fabian then called for the maids to bring tea and refreshments, and then went to invite Phoebe to come see Han Shuo. After a while, Phoebe walked into the hall wearing a clean and simple white training robe with faint traces of sweat on her forehead. She seemed to be a bit thirsty as she picked up an empty cup in front of Han Shuo and filled it with tea. Her beautiful eyes focused on Han Shuo after a few sips. "You're here for the grain." Nodding, Han Shuo smiled, "Of course. If it wasn't for the grain, why would I come to the Buzzed Merchant Guild?" Pursing her lips prettily, Phoebe rolled her eyes at Han Shuo and said unhappily, "Can't you come see a friend like me?" Laughing involuntarily, Han Shuo said amusedly, "We haven't seen each other for only a few days, not to mention that you've just taken over the Merchant Guild. You must be very busy. Even if I wanted to come see you, I'm afraid you wouldn't have the time." "Humph, if you haven't thought about it then you haven't. Don't make excuses." Phoebe's elegant and slender neck lifted, seeming to be a bit angry at Han Shuo. She then thought for a moment and said, "The grain you need is the size of 2 rooms. Your space ring should be of the lowest quality, and there must be other things in your space ring as well. It shouldn't be able to hold so many things." "That's not a problem, I can come over a few times to move it." Heh, don't worry, I won't find it troublesome." Han Shuo had long since prepared to move it many times and smiled faintly at Phoebe. Pausing, Han Shuo took out a piece of paper filled with all kinds of materials and handed it to Phoebe, saying, "I need to buy some other materials, can you see if you can help me buy them?" Looking at Han Shuo with a bit of astonishment, seemingly unable to understand why Han Shuo had been buying special items recently, Phoebe took the piece of paper Han Shuo handed over and murmured, "Ice soil, hot soil, wet soil, blood soil, and something snow, something leaves, something fruit. What are you writing about? I don't understand a lot of it." Knowing that Phoebe might be puzzled, Han Shuo smiled and explained, "Ice soil is the soil of extremely cold places. Hot soil is the soil of extremely hot places. It's usually found in places with lava. Wet soil is the soil that's damp all year round and doesn't see the sun. Blood soil is the soil that's dyed red by the blood of soldiers who died in battle after two armies had fought. There's also the ice snow where the ice soil is produced, the lava in the hot soil, the strange black grass that grows in the wet soil, and some tumor-like fruits that grow in the blood soil." Under Han Shuo's explanation, Phoebe's expression became more and more puzzled. After Han Shuo described some of the things, Phoebe was able to recognize the names of these things. Although the names were different from the ones recorded by Chu Kanglin, they should be the same things based on their shapes and special characteristics. There were also some items that even Phoebe hadn't heard of before. However, under Han Shuo's detailed description, Phoebe said that she'd have to ask someone else to know. By the time Han Shuo finished listing the 13 materials he needed to accelerate the growth of the Earth Elite Zombie, Phoebe's head was already spinning from Han Shuo's string of assorted materials. If this person wasn't Han Shuo, Phoebe likely wouldn't have been able to endure it long ago. In the end, Phoebe said a bit angrily, "What are you planning to do with all these random things? If you're not willing to tell me, then I won't help you." Han Shuo looked helplessly at Phoebe and saw that Phoebe was huffing and puffing with anger. He chanted a magic incantation and the little skull holding the bone dagger appeared in front of Han Shuo. Under Han Shuo's command, the little skull's body nimbly shuttled through the hall until the bone dagger left his hand and flew straight at Phoebe. Phoebe was startled and her longsword blossomed with fighting aura, clashing with the little skull's bone dagger. When the bone dagger spun back into little skull's hand, Han Shuo opened his mouth to say, "Do you think this little skull is a bit different from the one summoned by ordinary necromancers?" "It's not different, it's simply inconceivable. I've seen the skeletal warriors summoned by necromancers before, but this little skull of yours is like heaven and earth compared to them. I even feel that this skeletal warrior of yours only has the appearance of a skeleton, but it's as if there's a demon hidden within his body. Even I feel a bit scared." Phoebe's expression was grave as she looked at the little skull holding the bone dagger with lingering fear. He used to be an ordinary skeletal warrior, even weaker than the average skeleton warrior, and would only help me throw out garbage bags. But you know that he's different now. After my secret refinement, although he's still a skeletal warrior, he's slowly growing. You've already experienced his power just now. I can only tell you that the materials I need are to refine a zombie as magical as him." Han Shuo stared at Phoebe with sparkling eyes as he slowly opened his mouth to speak. No one else in this world could master the method of magical refinement other than him. Han Shuo wasn't afraid of Phoebe knowing, not to mention that Phoebe had already seen the magic of the little skull. In addition, Han Shuo truly trusted Phoebe, so he simply mentioned it. "Incredible, this is truly incredible. This method of yours will surely revolutionize the magic of necromancers. How did you do it, Brian? You're too amazing." Phoebe's gaze when she looked at Han Shuo even held a trace of adoration as she exclaimed softly in excitement. Shrugging his shoulders, Han Shuo said, "How I did it is my exclusive secret method. Phoebe, we're friends, so I can tell you these things. But you should know that if others know of this, it may bring me some trouble. So I hope you can keep this secret from me. You've never told anyone else apart from me." Phoebe was startled at first, and then suddenly looked at Han Shuo with a strange gaze. Nodding, Han Shuo said with certainty, absolutely not. A faint blush suddenly appeared on her beautiful cheeks as Phoebe happily promised Han Shoa, "All right, even if someone threatens me with their life, I won't tell anyone our secret, don't worry." "Thank you, Phoebe, I will remember your kindness. I hope you can help me purchase these special items. I know that only large merchant groups like yours can travel across cities and travel to various parts of the empire to obtain these items." Han Shoa was a bit moved as he spoke sincerely to Phoebe. "No problem, I'll do my best. I think these items will require quite a bit of gold, so you need to prepare enough coins." "Heh, I won't do it for free." Phoebe winked at Han Shoa with a bit of a mischievous smile and teased Han Shoa. In the beginning, Han Shoa had felt that Phoebe had a cold and arrogant personality, and that it was difficult to get along with others. However, as time progressed and the two experienced some things together, he discovered that the cold and arrogant face Phoebe displayed to outsiders. Once she truly opened her heart to someone, she would become quite easy to talk to and wouldn't display any lofty attitude. This made Han Shoa truly acknowledge Phoebe in his heart, and no longer treated Phoebe as a simple business partner. After spending another hour, Han Shoa explained in detail to Phoebe how the special materials were formed and where they came from, and waited until Phoebe had written them all down with a pen. Han Shoa and Phoebe filled a space ring with the Buzzed Merchant Guild's warehouse with the food he needed, then bid farewell to Phoebe and returned to the Cemetery of Death. Chapter 98. After returning to the Cemetery of Death, Han Shoa didn't linger for long and headed back to the dwarves' village. Han Shoa finally arrived at the dwarves' village when the sky was about to turn dark. Bennett and the dwarves were still quite cordial. As soon as Han Shoa arrived, some of the dwarves took out the few delicacies available for Han Shoa to taste. Fruit wine brewed using secret methods had long since filled the cup in front of Han Shoa. "You haven't been here for quite a few days, Han Shoa. How have you been?" Bennett looked at Han Shoa and said. "Thank you for your concern. I've been very well. I've come this time to bring you the food I promised you." Han Shoa took out bags of food from his space ring as he spoke. There was some wheat, milk, bread, and even some marinated meat. "Oh, my miraculous friend, our entire village will be grateful for your kindness." Bennett saw that so much food had suddenly appeared on the ground as Han Shoa's space ring flashed continuously. This made Bennett, who'd already felt that his days hadn't been too good recently, become inexplicably excited, and he immediately cried out lightly. Not far away, some dwarven women and children also put down their work and suddenly gathered here, cheering and hugging each other to celebrate with tears in their eyes. Seeing that the dwarves were so excited by the food, Han Shoa knew that their days hadn't been too good. Every winter was probably a form of torture for them. But because of Han Shoa's appearance this time, the dwarves didn't need to worry about their livelihood anymore. Chief Calvin was walking over from the forge with some other young, brawny dwarves. He was a bit surprised to see the excited cheers on this side, and only expressed his gratitude to Han Shoa in a very solemn manner when he saw the food piled up on the ground. "Elder, this is only the first batch of food. My space ring can only store so much at a time. I think as long as I make a few more trips, I should be able to bring all the food you need." "Don't worry, Elder, I will send the next batch of food as soon as possible. I think you won't have to worry about food this winter," Han Shoa replied humbly and explained to Calvin with a smile. At this moment, a noise came from outside the village. Then, the dwarves who were standing guard outside the village came over with a few elves. These elves were wearing clothes decorated with exquisite patterns, and they wore headbands woven from flowers and branches. They either held bows and arrows or magic staffs in their hands. Both men and women were equally handsome and beautiful. "Dear dwarven friends, we have brought beautiful gems, enough to exchange for the weapons you have forged. We will use those weapons to help you drive away the greedy ogres. Are you willing to sell those weapons to us?" The first young elf spoke politely. He had a green bow on his back, and there was a faint magic fluctuation coming from the bow. It seemed to be a magic weapon, which made Han Shuo very curious. "I'm sorry, Bennett. I think I've made myself clear enough. We will never give you the weapons we have forged. We are not interested no matter how much you pay us." Calvin shook his head and rejected the young elf Bennett bluntly. Bennett was quite vexed when he said this and said anxiously, "Why? I know that there are only 100 or so dwarves in your village, but you have forged more than 100 weapons recently. You can't use them at all. Weapons mixed with black iron ore can be forged by you dwarves. If we elves add magic to them, they will become even more powerful magical weapons. Why can't you use them and aren't willing to trade them to us? Is it because our price isn't high enough? Because we have forged these weapons for our best friend, Han. We have also brought some fruit wine for him. So I'm very sorry, Bennett. I don't think we can trade these weapons to you just because of the gems." Calvin expressed his apologies resolutely to Bennett and then turned his head to call out to Bennett, "Bennett, take them with you and bring us the weapons we have forged. Let Han take them all today." "Understood, village chief." Bennett responded heartily and then led a few young dwarves towards the forge in high spirits. None of the dwarves paid any attention to the elves' temptations of the gems. "May I ask, is he the Han you speak of? Humans are the most despicable and evil race in the dark forest. You're unwilling to cooperate with the emissary of nature and instead choose to trust a human. Elder Calvin, you can't do this." Bennett immediately complained with boundless grievance when he saw Calvin point at Han Shuo and have Bennett and the others give all the weapons they had forged to Han Shuo. "Han is different from other humans. We trust him and we help each other. So I'm very sorry, Bennett. I don't think we can trade these weapons to you." Calvin was unmoved by Bennett's complaints and said stubbornly. When he'd left the dwarf village last time, Han Shuo hadn't thought of using rations to trade for the dwarves' weapons. It was just that the dwarves had insisted on this in order to accept Han Shuo's rations. Who would have thought that some elves would set their sights on this batch of dwarven weapons mixed with black iron ore after a short while? However, what surprised Han Shuo was that these dwarves seemed to have repeatedly refused Bennett's pleas for a trade and had firmly kept the weapons for him. "Elder, you can actually make your own decisions regarding these weapons. I'm giving you these rations not because I want your weapons." Han Shuo thought for a moment and then explained sincerely to Calvin. Nodding, Calvin smiled faintly, "You don't need to explain, Han. We know your good intentions, but we can't accept your things for no reason. The teachings of our dwarves tell us that no matter what it is, we need to work hard to exchange for it. If we accept your things directly, it will go against our ancestral teachings and bring a bad atmosphere to the village. So I think you should understand what I mean." Bennett had brought some dwarves with him and carried over a dozen weapons while Han Shuo and Calvin were talking. There were swords, spears, heavy hammers, double-edged axes, and all sorts of other weapons. These weapons were all brand new and shining. The heavy hammers and double-edged axes gave off a feeling of sturdiness and weight, while the blades of some swords and spears appeared cold and sharp. The eyes of Bennett and the others all shone with excitement when they saw these weapons appear. However, Han Shuo sighed with apparent resignation amidst their excitement and opened his mouth, "Since the elder has said so, then I can only reluctantly accept them." Under the greedy gazes of Bennett and the other elves, the dozen or so weapons mixed with black iron ore and forged by famed dwarven smiths landed one by one into Han Shuo's space ring. "Human friend, I wonder if you can trade these dwarven forged weapons with us. We've been preparing for a great battle recently and are preparing to strike a blow at the arrogance of the forest troll. If we have these weapons and the magic of our elven elders imbue them with us, they'll become magical weapons of astonishing power. The strength of some of our experts will greatly increase then. We're willing to trade gems with you, what do you think?" A flash of disappointment flashed through Bennett's eyes when he saw Han Shuo put away the weapons one by one. He thought for a moment and suddenly felt that it would be easier to trade with Han Shuo. He immediately spoke excitedly to Han Shuo. Humans are a despicable and evil race. How would you noble elves be willing to trade with such a despicable and evil race? Han Shuo smiled oddly as he looked at Bennett, using the same words he'd just said to block him. In order to make the even more greedy and shameless forest troll pay the price, we noble elves are willing to make some concessions and allow you, a human, to trade with us. What surprised Han Shuo was that Bennett didn't seem to hear the strong sarcasm in Han Shuo's words at all. Instead, he self-righteously displayed his magnanimity. "I'm sorry, I have no interest in making any trade with you noble elves." Han Shuo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He finally recognized the arrogance of the elves and couldn't help but shake his head in refusal. Han Shuo suddenly heard the sound of all kinds of branches snapping in the distance as soon as he'd finished speaking. It seemed that many people were approaching. Without waiting for Bennett to speak, Han Shuo furrowed his brow and asked, "Did you bring another group of elves this time?" "No, just us." "What's going on?" Bennett asked in surprise. His thoughts moved and the 3 original demons suddenly scuttled out, disappearing outside the village in 3 different directions. After a while, Han Shuo saw a dense swarm of 500 to 600 forest troll making their way in this direction with the aid of the original demon's vision. The forest troll leader that Han Shuo had met before was now fawningly narrating something to another forest troll with an even more valiant build. It seemed that this forest troll's status was even more distinguished. This made Han Shuo understand that there was likely going to be great trouble this time. Chapter 99. Look at the power of my magical arrows. Bennett looked disdainfully at Han Shuo and suddenly drew back the bow in his hand. Faint magical pulses emanated from the bow in his hand, and the arrow suddenly burst into flames in midair after it had been shot. It landed in the middle of the forest troll and exploded with intense sparks. 10 or so forest troll were hit by the sparks and set ablaze. 3 of them didn't have time to extinguish the flames and were directly swallowed up by the spreading tongues of fire. At this moment, the 2 dwarves responsible for keeping watch outside finally walked in with faces full of panic. They started yelling loudly before they even reached the village chief, "Not good, not good. Many forest troll are already heading our way, they're everywhere in the thicket." Bennett immediately left in a hurry under Calvin's orders and kept yelling from some of the small houses in the back, telling all the villagers to pick up their rations and weapons and temporarily ignore everything else. After paying the price of a few more forest troll warriors' lives, the concealment at the entrance of the village was finally cleaned up by the forest troll. The forest troll raised their weapons and charged over with large strides. However, because the range of the crossbow bolts was longer, the forest troll's judgment obviously wasn't accurate enough. The long spears fell in rows in front of the group of people and didn't cause any harm to Han Shuo and the others. While Han Shuo and the dwarves were on guard, a loud shout from the forest troll traveled in from nearby. The forest troll immediately cheered and yelled loudly as they rapidly approached. Through the observations of the original demons, Han Shuo knew that one of the forest troll had already discovered the intersection that the dwarves were concealing. Following Han Shuo's orders, the dwarves, who had the determination to die, retreated from the entrance of the village one by one. The crossbows in their hands continued to fire continuously. In the dense pack of forest trolls' advance, these crossbow bolts didn't have to determine the direction, and they would all hit their targets. The few forest troll that had just entered the area and hadn't had time to push aside the bushes in time were sent flying by the huge impact of the crossbow bolts. One of the forest troll that Han Shuo shot was shot through the chest by the crossbow bolt and nailed into a tree that was as thick as 2 people's waists. Han Shuo was shocked. He didn't expect the arrow to be so powerful. He couldn't help but look at Bennett in surprise. Bennett also showed timidity at this moment and nodded in agreement with Han Shuo's words. "Yes, I think we should retreat first and wait until I return to the tribe to notify our people. When our people arrive, we'll make these damned scoundrels pay a painful price." Bennett stuck out her tongue and made a face at the female elf's rebuke, then said to Han Shuo confidently, "Did you see just now? The magic arrows that have been enchanted by our elders are so powerful when shot with a magic bow. The weapons forged by the dwarves, if modified by us, can immediately become amazingly powerful magic weapons. This can bring great trouble to the forest troll. You should trade those weapons with us. Han Shua's body was strong and resilient, so it was quite easy for him to pick up these heavy crossbows. Although the dwarves weren't tall, they were equally strong. These crossbows also appeared quite effortless when they landed in their hands. The forest troll are also the natural enemies of us elves. I'll show them my power this time. Bennett didn't show any signs of fear, but rather spoke with some enthusiasm. Necromancy is the most loathsome of magic. You, a human, are actually an evil necromancer. Bennett seemed to be a bit disgusted when he saw the skeletal warriors and zombie warriors appear and complained. There were only 50 to 60 people in the dwarven village who could participate in the battle. Even with the addition of Han Shua and the elves, their strength couldn't compare to the forest troll at all. This made Han Shua understand that the danger this time would be very difficult to overcome. 500 to 600 forest troll are on their way here. It looks like your village has already been exposed. Han Shua sighed lowly and slowly spoke the truth. Chief Calvin, I know your village is in the valley. Do you have any other way to leave the valley? No matter how suitable this valley is for you to live in, I think we should withdraw from here as soon as possible. 500 to 600 forest troll is very difficult for us to deal with. Han Shua advised. However, contrary to Han Shua's expectations, the little skull with the bone dagger had just appeared at the entrance of the village and hadn't had time to throw out the bone dagger. The forest troll at the very front all revealed excited expressions. They put down the weapons in their hands and raised their hands high in worship towards the little skull, calling out continuously, Dadera, Dadera, Dadera. The dozen or so dwarves around them seemed a bit dejected after hearing what Han Shua and Bennett had said. They all put down their weapons and one of them said, the chief said that we should listen to Han. If Han tells us to retreat, we'll retreat. The first batch of forest troll that had come were a lot more cautious this time after paying the price of a few gruesome deaths. They first approached with forest troll warriors, and then the priests added magic to their bodies. These forest troll bodies had become more agile and strong, and they immediately began to excitedly uproot the weeds at the entrance. Elder Calvin, has this village already been discovered by the forest troll? Han Shua's face was grave as he turned to look at Calvin and asked solemnly. Bennett, you shouldn't have wasted such precious magic arrows for these damned forest troll. You know how precious these magic arrows are. A female elf on the side was a bit angry when she saw Bennett show off and scolded Bennett. Han Shua was flabbergasted and froze on the spot. He didn't know why the forest troll were so devoutly worshipping the little skull. Calvin's brow furrowed tightly and he appeared quite worried. He thought for a while and then spoke to Bennett, go gather all the villagers and have them pack their things and leave from the valley behind. We'll stay behind and see if we can bring some punishment to these villains. Based on the coverage of the original demon's vision, Han Shua discovered that there were 500 to 600 ogres this time. The forest troll warriors, hunters, and priests were all advancing in an orderly fashion, and their coordination was extremely reasonable. This meant that this wave of forest troll must have come from a large faction. 500 to 600 forest troll paired with enough troll hunters and priests was a force that couldn't be ignored. We should take the time to set up a few simple traps. We'll definitely be discovered at the entrance to the village, but this place isn't very spacious. We can make use of this opportunity to create some trouble for them. Han Shua said calmly when the dark creatures appeared. What do we do, what do we do? Bennett waved the metal hammer in his hand and looked at the dwarven women and children not far behind him. He spoke with an expression of extreme worry and helplessness. Kill! Han Shua roared lowly and didn't wait for the forest troll to enter the village entrance. The crossbow in his hand had already shot out, and some of the dwarves on the side also fired their crossbow bolts and whistled out. Bennett, who had been a bit hesitant before, no longer had any doubts about Han Shua's words at this moment. The group of elves led by Bennett didn't show any signs of panic as they pulled out their weapons and wiped them. Bennett held a bow in his hand, looking like he was ready to fight at any moment. Han Shua smiled faintly when he heard Bennett's words, "Since that's the case, then retreat or we'll be in big trouble. There are too many forest troll, I think we should retreat." Han Shua looked at the forest troll that filled the village entrance and understood that the difference between the two sides was too great. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. If things continued like this, the shrubbery and tree leaves covering the village entrance wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Han Shua's expression didn't show any signs of panic after arriving here. He chanted an incantation and a few skeletal warriors appeared in front of him, including 2 strong zombie warriors. Dwarves weren't a race that was cowardly and fearful of danger, but they had no choice but to be responsible for the women and children in their village. When danger arrived, the first thing they thought of was how to protect their children and women. Some of the traps set up at the village entrance began to show their destructive power at this moment. The forest troll at the very front all fell into deep holes with sharp wooden branches stuck in them, crying out in pain. The entrance to the village was finally about to be breached with the continuous casualties of the forest troll. "Han, why are you suddenly asking this question? There have been a few forest troll around here a few days ago, but even we don't know if they've discovered something." Calvin started and then opened his mouth to answer. Seeing that the dwarves had already retreated and that the elves were tactfully standing in the back, Han Shua thought for a moment and summoned Little Skull. He wanted Little Skull to use the 7-bone spurs on his back to bring about one last wave of blood and cause some trouble for the forest troll. Several skeletal warriors and zombies immediately began to dig traps under Han Shua's orders. The zombie warriors were strong, and were responsible for moving some stones from afar to block the road. There were already some traps set up by the dwarves here, and Han Shua only added a few more measures. The dwarves all moved to help Han Shua set up the traps. At this moment, the crossbow bolts in the hands of Han Shua and the dwarves continuously shot through the underbrush. However, when Han Shua and the others' crossbow bolts appeared, the rows of long spears of the troll hunters arced through the air and fell towards where Han Shua and the group of dwarves were hiding. At this moment, Bennett had already briefed the dwarves behind him on what to pay attention to. Han Shua's original demons spied on the forest troll and discovered that they were actually heading towards the village entrance. He couldn't help but look back at the dwarves around him and say to them, "I think we should first block off the narrow road into the village at this time, and then buy time for the children and women to leave." Bennett still didn't quite believe Han Shua's words, but the group of dwarves led by Calvin were quite frantic when they heard that 500 or 600 forest troll were on their way here, and were at a loss for what to do. Han Shua was completely unmoved by Bennett's complaints and only cared about setting up the traps. When Han Shua sensed that it was about time, he took out a few crossbows from his space ring and distributed them to the dwarves next to him. He also had the dwarves retreat and separate themselves in the lush underbrush. By now, Han Shua could basically be certain that these forest troll had come for the dwarves this time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have all appeared here so coincidentally. Under the yells of the particularly valiant forest troll, more than 500 forest troll rummaged through the nearby underbrush, searching for the entrance to the dwarven village. Indeed, the new forest troll leader gave the order in the forest troll language, and 100 or so forest trolls brandished their weapons as they charged over in a grandiose fashion. The troll warriors took the lead, followed by the troll hunters and priests. They carefully and slowly attempted to push aside the surrounding undergrowth that was concealing them first. It looked like even now, this elf still hadn't forgotten his responsibility, and was still trying to move Han Shua with his childish and laughable words. Unfortunately, apart from glancing at him in the beginning, Han Shua didn't look at him again. He only calmly gave orders to some of the dwarves around him. The dwarves were experts at forging weapons, but complicated crossbows didn't require superb forging skills. Instead, they required precise design concepts and ideas. The crossbow had a long range and great power, and was an outstanding invention of the humans in recent years. The downside was that it was too heavy, and the firing frequency wasn't fast enough. After each arrow was fired, it had to wait for a short period of time to reload. How could it be as fast as a bow and arrow? As soon as these words were spoken, Han Shua nodded at Calvin and walked in the direction of the village entrance. Bennett hesitated for a moment, then signaled to a few elves and followed behind Han Shua, hurrying in the direction of the village entrance. Chapter 100. Dadera, Dadera. Along with the forest troll's shouts, some of the forest troll further away also kowtowed devoutly and shouted loudly. What's going on? Not only Han Shua, but the dwarves and elves around them were also surprised by the sudden change. One of the dwarves suddenly asked in surprise. At this moment, Bennett seemed to have suddenly remembered something, and suddenly exclaimed, "That skeletal warrior with wings seems to be similar to the demon that the forest troll worshipped. That demon is naturally evil and likes to plunder everything. I heard from the elders in the tribe that the demon that the forest troll worshipped is called Dadera." Not far away, an old forest troll priest who seemed to be on his deathbed at any moment crawled quickly toward Little Skull on his knees. What surprised Han Shua was that he was crawling quite fast, and in a short while, he was in front of Little Skull. This old forest troll priest spoke to Little Skull in the forest troll language. Little Skull stood there blankly with the bone knife in his hand, scratching his smooth skull with his empty left hand, as if he didn't know what was going on. He turned around and looked at Han Shua with empty eyes, as if waiting for Han Shua to give him an order. Hearing Bennett's words, Han Shua roughly understood that something strange had happened. These forest troll must have regarded Little Skull as the demon that they worshipped. The old priest's communication seemed to be about to take Little Skull somewhere. All the forest troll behind him were kneeling on the ground and motionless. No one mentioned anything about invading the dwarven village again. "Han, what's going on? What should we do?" A dwarf looked at Han Shua and asked blankly. Han Shua was thinking furiously when he heard the dwarf's question. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shua wasn't sure what would happen next. He said to them, "I'll think of a way to delay these forest troll. You guys leave this valley immediately and find a safe place with Chief Bennett and the others. I think I'll be able to find you guys again. Then will you be in danger?" The dwarf was a bit worried about Han Shua and asked a bit unwillingly. "Don't worry, I have a way. Bennett, I think you guys should leave as well. This skeletal warrior of mine is a bit odd, but I don't think he's the demon that the forest troll worships. I can't predict how the situation will develop in the future. It's safer if you leave with them." Han Shua looked at the dwarves and the elves and slowly persuaded them. "Let's go. It's very dangerous here. I think we should notify the elders first." Bennett thought for a moment and nodded before retreating with the other elves. Under Han Shua's urging, the dwarves were also a bit reluctant and slowly retreated into the valley. An original demon that had been observing the forest troll all along suddenly split off and left with the dwarves. This allowed Han Shua to clearly see where the dwarves were about to retreat to. After a while, there was no one else apart from Han Shua and Little Skull at the entrance to the village. Han Shua's original demon kept an eye on the movements of the dwarves and found that they were crossing an icy river and leaving through a crevice in the slanting valley. "Does anyone know how to speak the common tongue of the continent?" Han Shua walked out from behind and asked in the human tongue after arriving beside Little Skull. The old priest who had been kneeling in front of Little Skull and speaking in the language of the forest troll suddenly looked up at Han Shua and said in the human tongue, "You're with the great goddess Dadera. Why are you a cunning human? Are you sure that he's your Dadera?" Han Shua didn't know whether to laugh or cry and shook his head as he asked oddly. The face of this old forest troll priest was a wretched green, and the skin all over his body was as dry as old tree bark that had weathered many years of wind and rain. He revealed an expression of extreme disdain at this moment and said, "Of course I wouldn't be wrong. This must be the clone of the great goddess Dad-era in the mortal world. As the old priest spoke, he took out an ancient scroll from a leather pouch with great care. The ancient scroll slowly unfurled as his withered and yellow hands flipped it. Apart from a few forest troll characters that were difficult to distinguish like tadpoles, there was a drawing of an enormous skeleton with wings on its back. The skeleton was the color of pure white jade, and the wings on its back were bare and without feathers. It was indeed 80 to 90% similar to the bone spurs on the back of Little Skull's head. Under the feet of this large white skeleton was a bare mountain peak. The mountain peak was piled with all sorts of gold, silver, and jewels, including some that seemed to be very precious. However, one of the white skeleton's eyes was empty, and the other was covered by a black eye patch. It looked like the one-eyed costume of a pirate that was used to pillage and pillage. This is the appearance of our great goddess Dad-era, we won't be wrong. He's the clone of the great goddess Dad-era in the mortal world. He will guide us to plunder even more gold, silver, and jewels, countless jewels, and endless rations. The great goddess Dad-era will guide our tribe and rob the cunning human nation. The old forest troll priest's tone was inexplicably excited as he shouted loudly. Apart from the fact that Little Skull was a little smaller and not pure white, its appearance was very similar to that of Dad-era in the scroll. It was no wonder that these greedy forest troll thought that Little Skull was the clone of the plundering demon Dad-era in the mortal world. Although Han Shoa was surprised by this unimaginable situation, Han Shoa thought about it carefully. Suddenly, an idea came to him. With a smirk on his face, he gave an order to Little Skull. Little Skull, who had been standing there blankly with the machete in his hand, suddenly waved the machete in his hand, and made a gesture with his empty left hand, signaling for everyone to stand up. Oh! Dad-era has heard our call. The old forest troll priest immediately danced with excitement. He waved his skinny, chicken claw-like hands, and said something in a solemn and deep forest troll voice. The forest troll, who had been kneeling and worshipping everyone, cheered loudly. They stood up from the ground, untied the pockets on their bodies, and shook them vigorously. Little Skull waited until all the forest troll had stood up, then pointed at Han Shoa with his empty left hand according to Han Shoa's order. Then, under the puzzled gaze of the forest troll, he pointed at himself with his empty left hand. He wants me to communicate with you as his emissary. Han Shoa straightened his back and said arrogantly to the old priest. As soon as Han Shoa finished speaking and gave his order, Little Skull nodded in a timely manner, as if confirming Han Shoa's words. Why did you let this cunning human be your emissary? The old forest troll priest obviously couldn't accept this fact, and immediately asked in confusion. As soon as the old forest troll priest finished speaking, Little Skull extended his machete and placed it against the old priest's neck. Little Skull stood on his heels, trying his best to make himself look taller. He stared at the old priest with his two empty eye sockets, and the sound of his teeth crunching came from his mouth. The old forest troll priest was so frightened that his body immediately went limp. He kowtowed again with a crash, raising both hands high up in the air as he cried out, I won't dare question your decisions anymore, please don't take away everything we have. Some of the forest troll in the vicinity watched as the most virtuous old priest in the tribe was blatantly threatened by Little Skull, but none of them dared to move. They only stood there with lowered heads and spoke in the language of the forest troll. Get up, get up. Your Madam Dad-era has forgiven you. I think you can acknowledge me as your emissary now. Han Shoa snickered internally, but his face was serious as he spoke to the old priest. Hanging his head, the old priest had an expression of unwillingness on his face as he nodded, Please, Madam Dad-era and the emissary, come to our tribe. We have some things that we need to present to Madam Dad-era. Didn't you come this time to plunder the dwarves? Han Shoa started slightly and asked. No, I immediately arranged for my tribesmen to search for your traces after I heard your appearance last time. Those annoying dwarves are only a village of 100 people, it's not worth it for us to mobilize so many of our elites. We've heard that your lordship has appeared nearby, so we've mobilized so many of our tribesmen this time just to escort your lordship back to the sacred grounds. The old forest troll priest shook his head and explained to Han Shuo. Sacred grounds? What sacred grounds? Han Shuo asked in surprise. Our tribe has specially built a palace for your lordship, and there are ancient items passed down from generation to generation inside. It said that they originally belonged to Madame Dadera, and will offer them all to your lordship this time. The old priest looked at Han Shuo with some disgust, but he didn't dare go against Little Skull's orders and explained impatiently. Very good, very good. Let's depart now. Han Shuo was overjoyed when he heard these words and immediately gave a long laugh, urging the forest troll to hurry up and depart. The old priest didn't say much and waved his hand. The fiercest forest troll leader in the distance walked humbly towards the old priest. The leader immediately gave the order after a series of mumbling instructions. The 500 to 600 forest troll didn't continue to concern themselves with the matters of the dwarves and marched into the depths of the dark forest in a grandiose manner. An ornate palanquin made of black jade was embedded with some bright gems and covered in soft feathers. For tall and strong forest troll warriors carried the little skull within as they walked into the depths of the dark forest. It looked like these forest troll had long since been prepared. The little skull lay comfortably in the palanquin and looked around. As an emissary, Han Shuo couldn't enjoy this kind of treatment and could only travel on foot like the others. They encountered a lot of magic beasts along the way, but normal magic beasts didn't dare to get close to 500 or 600 forest trolls. Even some of the third or second tier magic beasts chose to give up on hunting in the face of such a large group of people. Instead, they stayed far away from this group of villainous scoundrels. On the outskirts of the dark forest, the innately greedy forest troll were notorious and feared by outsiders. Whether it was the rare races living on the outskirts of the dark forest or the adventurers and merchants who'd come into the dark forest, they would all be plundered if they were encountered by these forest troll. Apart from some of the more powerful beings in the depths of the dark forest, these notorious scoundrels on the outskirts of the dark forest were indeed hated and feared by everyone. As the archenemies of the forest troll, the elves had fought against the forest troll many times and had never been able to obtain absolute victory. No one could stop their natural inclination to plunder. As they gradually approached the depths of the dark forest, even the forest troll, who'd been so arrogant just a moment ago, began to be a bit cautious as they slowly moved deeper into the dark forest, as if deathly afraid of making a big commotion. Why are you all so timid the deeper we go? Han Shuo detected the oddity of the forest troll and couldn't help but ask the old priest next to him. The old priest looked left and right and explained, "We've already entered the middle layer of the dark forest. There are many higher-level magical creatures here, as well as some special races. The humans that appear here aren't to be trifled with either. We don't want to provoke them, otherwise there'll be trouble." A wave of rumbling sounds traveled from not too far away as a frighteningly tall white stone giant, 6 to 7 meters tall, carried a large tree on its shoulders and walked further and further into the forest. A low hum sounded in the sky as an enormous black shadow passed by. When the shadow landed on the ground, it reflected 2 long, slender necks. That thing that looks like it's covered in lime is the mountain giant. It has a gentle personality and doesn't like fighting, but it'll be a disaster if you provoke it. The one that flew by just now is the lowest level twin-headed dragon. They can't actually be considered dragons, they're only a level 2 magical creature, but they can spit out poison and aren't easy to deal with. The old priest explained on Han Shuo's behalf when he saw the surprise on Han Shuo's face. Nodding, Han Shuo said with deep emotion, "I finally understand now why you only dare to be arrogant in the outskirts of the dark forest." Chapter 101. Following behind the old forest troll priest, the group carefully made their way into the depths of the dark forest. After about half a day, the forest troll passed through a broken mountain rock and finally stopped beside a river. There was a river behind it, and it was surrounded by some simple wooden houses. There were also some simple traps set up, and there were tall, strange trees standing tall. After arriving here, one of the original demons that had been keeping an eye on the dwarves had no choice but to withdraw because they were too far away. Instead, it circled the area and started patrolling. With the help of the three original demons' wide field of vision, Han Shuo discovered that the area was extremely large. After a rough calculation, there were about a few hundred houses. It looked like this should be the forest troll's old lair. Many green-skinned forest troll, whether children or women, all held weapons in their hands as they were trained by a strong troll warrior. From the elf's description just now, Han Shuo understood that these forest trolls' nature was to pillage. They didn't have the thought of self-sufficiency in their lives at all. Whether it was food, drink, or use, they took it for granted that they should be robbed. Believing in the demon of pillaging, Dadera, they also treated children and women as training targets, just so that they would have more strength when they pillaged. When the old priest arrived, he loudly called out something in the troll language. All the forest troll in the tribe, whether children, elderly, or women, tore off the pockets on their bodies and shook them in excitement, yelling, "Dadera, Dadera." After a while of this, the old priest finally continued to communicate with Han Shuo in the human language. "Let's go, I'll take the great goddess Dadera and the emissary to the sacred grounds." Hurry up. Great goddess Dadera can't wait any longer. Han Shuo nodded with a dark expression. The forest troll were still carrying Little Skull. Han Shuo continued to walk on foot. A few wooden rafts were pushed over by some forest troll warriors from afar. Under the old priest's signal, Han Shuo and Little Skull walked towards the wooden rafts. Then, a few forest troll warriors paddled them into the river behind. The raft moved slowly, and after about half an hour, it reached a patch of damp land. After Han Shuo followed the old priest to the shore, he realized that the trees here were extremely tall, and the bushes were so lush that they could drown a person. Even some weeds were growing energetically. All the plants and trees in all directions seemed to be growing very well on this piece of land. There was a strange aura in the air. Pushing aside the lush bushes, the old priest led the way with a few troll warriors leading the way. Han Shuo followed behind the old priest as they walked deeper into the area. The deeper they walked, the more strange Han Shuo felt. It was as if he had heard of this place somewhere before. With these doubts in his heart, he finally stopped in front of a tall house that seemed to have been dragged up by a towering tree. There were 5 or 6 towering trees with lush branches and leaves tangled together in front of him. The large house in the center seemed to be built on the tangled branches, standing in midair. Some of the plants around it grew very well, and there were also some strange plants and flowers that bore strange fruits. After staring blankly at his surroundings for a while, Han Shuo's heart trembled. He suddenly cried out in surprise, "A place of extreme wood. This is a place of extreme wood. No wonder all the plants grow so perfectly, so this is what it is." A naturally formed place of extreme wood had much more wood energy than other places. All the plants and trees that grew in a place of extreme wood would be much more lush than in other places. Although the forest troll worshipped the demon Dadera, legend had it that they were a race that had evolved from trees. It was natural for them to be close to wood energy. The air here is fresher than anywhere else. Our ancestors searched for many years before discovering this place. Therefore, the palace of the Holy Land was built here, and the stone statue of the great god Datara is enshrined inside. Every year, there are offerings offered to the great god Datara, hoping that the great god will bless us with success every time we plunder. The old priest piously kowtowed toward the large house that was suspended in midair and said softly. After thinking for a bit, the old priest seemed to feel that something wasn't quite right. He immediately kowtowed to the little skull again and mumbled something to the troll warriors carrying the little skull. The troll warriors put down the palanquin and indicated for the little skull to alight. At this moment, Han Shuo's heart was completely occupied with the Wood Elite zombies' whereabouts. He was so excited that he forgot to continue giving orders to the little skull. The old priest pleaded for a while and discovered that the little skull was still sitting motionless in the palanquin. His eyebrows furrowed tightly and he knelt in front of Han Shuo, emissary. Why hasn't the great goddess Dadera come down from the palanquin? Did we do something wrong? The old priest's words immediately roused Han Shuo. Han Shuo turned his head to take a look and discovered that the little skull was lying there lazily, as if he'd fallen asleep. After an order was given, the little skull's calves straightened and he abruptly stood up. He held a bone dagger in his hand and looked around with his shiny skull. Dadera was thinking just now and didn't hear your call. Let's go, we're going up now. Han Shuo snickered inwardly, but his face was serious as he spoke to the old priest. Nodding his head submissively, the old priest didn't dare ask any more questions. He walked to the back of one of the towering trees and pulled on a soft ladder woven from tree branches, climbing up. Han Shuo followed behind the old priest and similarly pulled on the soft ladder to climb up. Before Han Shuo could give orders to the little skull walked out of the palanquin and moved a distance away. Then, to everyone's surprise, the little skull's two calves abruptly straightened and the 7-bone spurs on his back flapped chaotically. He actually shot up into the sky and landed in front of the floating house in front of Han Shuo and the old priest. Standing in front of the big house, the little skull's body swayed for a moment before he slowly steadied himself. He then shook his head and directly opened the door to enter the house. The sound of things being turned over could be heard from inside. Dadera, Dadera. The old priest had a face full of excitement as he started to yell again. Finally, the old priest and Han Shuo climbed up the stairs in front of the big house. The other forest troll were standing outside and waiting. No one else was allowed to come up. Han Shuo followed the excited old priest into the house and immediately saw a huge stone skeleton statue in the middle. This stone skeleton statue was exactly the same as the one Han Shuo saw on the old priest's ancient scroll. The only difference was that this giant skeleton with an eye patch was holding a weapon that looked like the Grim Reaper's scythe in its right hand and a huge sack in its left hand. The sack was bulging as if it was filled with loot. The inside of the house was bright. The wooden walls were inlaid with various colored gems, and gold jewelry could be seen everywhere on the floor. The current Han Shuo was not someone who didn't know what was good or bad. The gems on the wooden walls were all shining brightly. They were definitely priceless items. There was a jade table with some cups and bowls that were either made of fine jade or gold. Han Shuo was dazzled by the sight. The huge stone skeleton statue was in the middle of the house. The little skull was holding a bone knife in one hand and touching his smooth skull with the other. He kept walking around the huge stone skeleton statue. From time to time, he would touch the featherless wings on the back of the huge stone skeleton statue. Then, he would touch the 7-bone spurs on his back. He seemed to be very confused as to why this huge stone skeleton statue looked so similar to him. However, compared to the stone statue, the little skull was almost half the size. A little skull standing next to a huge skeleton looked a little strange. After Han Shuo and the old priest came in, they saw the puzzled little skull walking around the stone statue of the demon Dadera. Han Shuo observed the little skull and suddenly found that the little skull's movements were very human-like. This surprised Han Shuo so much that he didn't give any orders to the little skull. Instead, he stared at the little skull, trying to figure out what he wanted to do. Just as Han Shuo was surprised, Han Shuo saw the little skull suddenly stop in front of the stone statue of the demon Dadera. The empty eye socket stared at the mask on the left eye of the demon Dadera. Then, he reached out and touched his own left eye, as if wondering why he didn't have an eye patch. Suddenly, the little skull jumped and grabbed the eye patch of the demon Dadera and pulled it off. By the time the little skull fell, the eye patch was already in his hand. Without the eye patch, there was a purple gem-like eyeball in the left eye of the stone statue of the demon Dadera. The originally lifeless stone statue of the demon dad era seemed to have a little more life force after the eye patch was pulled off. It gave Han Shuo the illusion that the statue was looking at him. At this moment, the purple eyeball seemed to move a little. Then, a soft purple light emitted faintly. It was as if the demon dad era had suddenly come back to life. Oh, the great dad era goddess has opened the purple demon eye. The great dad era goddess has shown herself. The old priest was ecstatic. Suddenly, he buried his head deep into the ground and exclaimed in excitement. Suddenly, the little skull who was still in a daze moved a small table in front of the statue of the demon dad era. The little skull leaped onto the table and reached for the left eye of the statue of the demon dad era. As Han Shuo's scalp went numb, the little skull forcefully dug out the purple eye of the statue of the demon dad era. After holding it up high for a look, he shoved it into his own left eye socket. Seeing this, Han Shuo did not know what to do. Before Han Shuo could figure out what to do, he suddenly felt a splitting headache in his head. When he looked at the little skull, he suddenly realized that the little skull had somehow shoved the purple eye into his own left eye socket. However, after the purple eye entered his left eye socket, the little skull also seemed to be in great pain. His body first trembled and swayed, then he clutched his head and rolled on the ground in pain. As the host, Han Shuo and the little skull were connected telepathically. He also felt the heart-wrenching pain. A huge, strange energy was being emitted from the purple eye of the little skull's left eye. Han Shuo could clearly feel that the purple eye was invading his and the little skull's bodies, as if it wanted to take control of their bodies. Messenger of the great dad era goddess, what's wrong with you? The old forest troll priest who had buried his head in excitement immediately exclaimed when he saw that something was wrong with Han Shuo and the little skull. Get out, you get out first. The great dad era goddess has some things to do. Enduring the heart-wrenching pain, Han Shuo suddenly growled. The old forest troll priest was startled and walked out of the house in a panic with a face full of doubt. He stayed outside to observe the situation in the Holy Land. As soon as the old priest left, Han Shuo immediately hugged his head in pain and rolled on the ground with the little skull. Han Shuo's heart was filled with inexplicable fear. If this purple eye really belonged to the demon dad era, then this strange invading energy must also have come from dad era. The demon was an evil god, and this power was not something that could be resisted by humans. This made Han Shuo not know how to deal with it for a while. This huge power was emitted from the purple eye in the little skull's left eye socket. Han Shuo first gave the order for the little skull to remove the purple eye. However, he didn't know how the purple eye was stuffed in. He was trying his best to pull out the purple eye, but he still couldn't remove it. As the man and the little skull kept rolling around in the eye socket, their bodies convulsing in pain, another magical power suddenly came from the eye patch that the little skull had been holding on to. Because of the extreme pain in his head, Han Shuo's senses actually increased by a lot. He suddenly noticed something was wrong, and the little skull, who was desperate, ordered the little skull to put on the eye patch. It was very magical. After the little skull put on the eye patch in a hurry, the mysterious power that was trying to take over their bodies suddenly disappeared without a trace. Han Shuo, who was sweating all over, also gradually returned to normal. The eye patch was very suitable for the statue of the demon dad era, but it was obviously a lot bigger when worn by the little skull. The eye patch almost covered the entire left eye and face, and it looked a little funny. No matter what, don't take off the eye patch. Han Shuo, who had calmed his mind, didn't care about these strange things for now, and first gave this order to the little skull. Chapter 102. The purple demon eye seemed to contain the evil power of the demon dad era. The eye patch also seemed to have the ability to seal this power, which made Han Shuo feel quite odd. His gaze continuously roamed over the little skull's comical eye patch, trying to discover something. However, Han Shuo quickly realized that his efforts were in vain. With the purple demon eye covered by the eye patch, Han Shuo could no longer sense anything out of the ordinary. Apart from the jewels and beautiful jade scattered all over the house, there was nothing else worth paying attention to. When Han Shuo felt that there was no danger, he finally got up and walked to the door, summoning the old forest troll priest in. When the old priest entered, his gaze instantly focused on the statue of Dad-era that was missing the purple demon eye. He asked in astonishment, what's going on? Why is the purple demon eye left behind by the great Dad-era gone? Pointing at the little skull, Han Shuo smiled and explained, that eye has already been retrieved by the great Dad-era who came to the human realm. Did you not see the eye patch over his left eye? The old priest finally reacted after Han Shuo's reminder. He looked at the little skull in surprise and immediately knelt down to shout, "Congratulations, the great Dad-era. The purple demon eye was guarded by my tribe according to your last wishes. Today, the purple demon eye has returned to your hands. My tribe has not let you down. Apart from the purple demon eye, is there anything else you wish to offer to the great Dad-era?" Han Shuo thought for a moment and stared at the old priest. The old priest started, furrowed his brow and thought carefully for a moment. He shook his head and said, "The purple demon eye was guarded by my tribe in accordance with the great god's last wishes. Apart from this, all the treasures in the house are also offered to the great god Dad-era." "Very good, very good." Han Shuo nodded and said to the old priest, "Then you go out first. Wait for the great Dad-era to come out and guide you." After the respectful old priest backed away from the large house, Han Shuo began to plunder everything in the house without a trace of politeness. The gold, jewels, and beautiful jade scattered on the ground disappeared into Han Shuo's space ring piece by piece. Han Shuo estimated that the wealth inside was probably worth tens of thousands of gold coins. It was all contributed by the forest troll to the demon Dad-era after robbing others. There were some heavier things that Han Shuo did not touch for the time being. There were also some gemstones embedded in the wooden house. Han Shuo did not immediately pry them out. Han Shuo first picked up some of the jewels, gold, and jade scattered on the ground, and then, after a moment of estimation, he stopped when he felt that it was about time. Apart from a few large antique items and the gemstones embedded in the house, many of the valuable jewels, gold, and jade in the house had all fallen into Han Shuo's space ring. However, Han Shuo's space ring had a limit to its capacity. Add to that the fact that there were a few other things stored inside, and so Han Shuo only took a third of the things in the house. However, even this third of the items was probably worth tens of thousands of gold coins. It looked like the forest troll's many years of robbing had indeed been fruitful. Since the little skull had become the great Dad-era of the forest troll, Han Shuo began to rack his brains again. With the little skull's identity, Han Shuo could drive these forest troll to do some things. Han Shuo wasn't worried about the items in the house. It should be safe to leave them here. Sooner or later, he would have to return here to refine the wood elite zombie. Han Shuo wasn't in a hurry. Within the dark forest, the forest troll was a race that everyone loathed and despised. Now that he had the little skull, Han Shuo could use the forest troll's power to command them. The only thing that made Han Shuo hesitate was, what could he do with these forest troll? Han Shuo suddenly felt a headache coming on. These forest troll were greedy by nature and liked to rob others. This was something that couldn't be changed no matter what. Han Shuo didn't know how to command them. If it wasn't for the fact that they served the little skull as the demon Dad-era, Han Shuo wouldn't have minded killing them and taking away all their belongings. But now that he had the little skull, Han Shuo could command them. It would be too much of a pity to kill them. After thinking about it for a while, Han Shuo felt that their nature to rob couldn't be changed. The only thing he could change was the targets of their plunder. If he changed their targets to some equally infamous goblins and ogres, or some enemy caravans, then a bad thing could become a good thing. After thinking this through, Han Shuo left the house with the little skull. With the help of the 3 original demons spying, Han Shuo had already figured out the location guarded by the forest troll. After coming down from the house, Han Shuo opened his mouth to instruct, Madame Dadera has just descended here and is still unfamiliar with the current state of the world. Madame Dadera needs to first familiarize herself with the dark forest and then point you in the direction of the future. Don't continue robbing the dwarves during this process. Madame Dadera needs them to live well. The old forest troll priest had many questions in his heart, but he didn't dare question Han Shuo's words. He only bowed his head and asked respectfully, "Do you need us to send out warriors to help Madame Dadera familiarize herself with the environment here?" "No need. Great Goddess Dadera and I will visit your tribe in a few days. You can just stay there and wait." Han Shuo didn't board the forest troll's raft after he'd finished speaking. He left with the little skull after a few words. Han Shuo didn't immediately return to the cemetery of death after leaving the area, but took Little Skull with him to familiarize himself with the environment of the area. Since he wanted to gather the 5 elemental zombies, Han Shuo naturally wouldn't be willing to let go of such a natural place of extreme wood. Apart from the forest troll standing guard near the wooden house, there was nothing else in the surrounding areas apart from astonishingly lush plants and trees. Han Shuo finally calmed his mind after releasing the 3 original demons to patrol the entire area, planning on returning to the cemetery of death on the outskirts. Han Shuo had carefully inspected the environment along the way through the original demons, and the path back had long since been imprinted in his mind. Han Shuo didn't directly enter the river to return, instead making his way back unhurriedly along the riverbank. Halfway through, Han Shuo felt a bit hungry. He looked at the strange fish in the clear river and had a thought. The demon's lair edge whizzed out and fell into the river according to Han Shuo's will. It pierced through 2 large fish and landed back in Han Shuo's hands. Little Skull left with the bone dagger under Han Shuo's command, returning with a pile of wood in his hands after a while, nimbly propping up the frame. With Han Shuo's flint, the 2 large fish had already been propped up by Han Shuo. He casually took out spices from his space ring and sprinkled them on the roasted fish. An alluring fragrance slowly spread out. A black shadow flew over from the distant sky. A strong wind blew past, causing Han Shuo's clothes to flutter. An unpleasant stench assailed his nostrils, causing a feeling of disgust to rise in Han Shuo's heart. When he raised his head and glared angrily, the black shadow went from low to high and rose into the sky again, becoming a small black dot. "Damned stinky bird, so disgusting." Han Shuo cursed and flipped the 2 almost cooked fish. At this moment, the black shadow flew down from the distance with a whistling sound and landed not far from Han Shuo's head, suddenly rising into the sky again. However, Han Shuo, who was now on guard, saw the appearance of the black shadow this time. It was a harpy with the body of an eagle, but the face of an ugly woman. The harpy and the deep-water venom python were both level 3 magical creatures. She had the face of a human, but couldn't make a human sound. Her body carried a foul stench all year round, and she liked to eat human corpses. As long as the harpy had her eyes on you, she would continuously probe you until she found the right opportunity to suddenly fly over your head and use the stench on her body to make you dizzy. Then, she would use her sharp claws to tear apart your skull and eat it. Within the dark forest, because the harpy had the ability to fly quickly, it would be a great headache to be targeted by her. When Han Shuo discovered that he'd been targeted by the harpy, he couldn't help but look coldly at the harpy sitting cross-legged in the sky and snorted lightly, "You're courting death." Maintaining his posture of roasting fish, Han Shuo turned a deaf ear to the harpy's incessant probing in the sky. Little Skull next to him gripped the bone dagger and appeared a bit restless, seeming to want to fly into the sky and take down this annoying harpy. However, he didn't make any rash moves under Han Shuo's reassurance. At this moment, a few figures slowly appeared in the distance. These people looked like they belonged to a young adventurer team. There were mages, archers, and warriors in the team. There were 6 of them in total. They looked at the harpy sitting cross-legged above their heads and cursed lowly at how annoying the harpy was. Han Shuo had been concentrating on dealing with the harpy when he heard their curses. He suddenly realized that the harpy's original targets seemed to have been them, but had suddenly changed targets when she saw that he was alone and tried to eat him first. One of the swordsmen discovered Han Shuo when he smelled the aroma of roasted fish and pointed at Han Shuo to his companions. The group of 6 young adventurers, both male and female, hurried towards Han Shuo. Chapter 103. Hey friend, are you adventuring alone in the dark forest? The swordsman called out softly when he was still some distance away from Han Shuo. Han Shuo had long since discovered the 6 and put away the little skull. He didn't want to reveal his identity as a necromancer, so he lifted his head upon hearing the voice and nodded at the swordsman. That's right. The cross-legged harpy whistled through the air. When she saw that the 6 adventurers had met up with Han Shuo, she didn't dare continue to test Han Shuo's patience. She flew to a higher altitude and observed the situation from the sky. The 6 adventurers were a team of 3 warriors, 2 mages, and 1 archer. The archer was a female elf, and the 3 male warriors were respectively a senior swordsman, 2 journeyman swordsmen, 1 male journeyman mage, and 1 female adept mage. After Han Shuo had participated in the Academy's test last time, he already knew some of the ranks and symbols of the Guild of Magic and the Guild of Swordsmen. Mages would have an exquisite miniature magic staff embroidered on the shoulder of their magic robes according to their strength. Starting from the novice mages, they would have a magic staff pattern, and could have an additional magic staff for every higher rank. Swordsmen and knights also used a similar method of division, except that swordsmen used swords as patterns, and knights used patterns of warhorses to differentiate. These adventurers, swordsmen, and mages all seemed to have been approved by the Guild of Magic and the Guild of Swordsmen. Therefore, there were symbols of their strength on the clothes they wore. Han Shuo could easily discern their strength with a single glance. The strength of these 6 people couldn't be considered weak, but if they were to go deeper into the dark forest, they would appear a bit weak. This was why the harpy dared to keep following them after discovering that they were 6 people. If there was an archmage among them who could fly, then the harpy would definitely run as far away as possible and wouldn't dare follow them in search of an opportunity. I'm called Odysseus, and they are all my companions. I think you saw the harpy's movements just now. I'm sorry to tell you that the harpy's target was us, but she found that you were walking alone, so she shifted her target to you. The harpy is a level 3 magical beast, and can fly in the sky. It is indeed difficult to deal with. If you don't mind, you can come with us. If the 7 of us are together, the harpy shouldn't dare to come down and cause trouble. Senior swordsman Odysseus looked sincerely at Han Shuo. Shaking his head, Han Shuo declined with a smile. No, I see that you want to go deeper into the dark forest, but I want to return to the outskirts. We're not on the same path, so I won't trouble you. How can that be? If you walk alone, the harpy will definitely not let you go. I think you should stay with us, otherwise you'll be in great danger and may even lose your life. The female adept mage, Aphrodite, exclaimed softly. After Aphrodite's words, the others also tried to persuade Han Shuo, but Han Shuo didn't agree to leave with them. Although the strength of these 6 people wasn't weak, only the archer's arrows could cause some trouble to the harpy. Once the harpy flew into the air, the swordsman wouldn't be a threat to her at all. Magic might not be effective due to distance. However, Han Shuo had the demon's lair edge, the crossbow, and Little Skull's bone dagger. If the harpy didn't know what was good for her and dared to attack, then what awaited her was likely to be a painful blow from Han Shuo and Little Skull. Therefore, Han Shuo wasn't afraid of the harpy and thus refused the invitation of the 6 adventurers, choosing to travel alone. Heh, thank you for your concern, but I think it won't be that easy for the harpy to eat me. Han Shuo responded with a smile and grabbed the 2 roasted fish. He paid no further attention to the 6 young adventurers and walked in the direction they had come from. Seeing Han Shuo calmly leave, the 6 young adventurers started. The senior swordsman Odysseus opened his mouth and said, let's follow from a distance. If he really has a way to deal with the harpy, we'll choose to leave. Otherwise, we'll help him and prevent him from being unfortunately eaten by the harpy. Captain, this person has already refused us, is there a need for us to do this? The journeyman swordsman Gordon was a bit unwilling as he spoke in a muffled voice. The harpy's original target was us. We brought trouble to others because we rushed in this direction. I think we should bear this responsibility. Odysseus lectured Gordon and commanded the others to follow him, trailing far behind Han Shuo. After walking for 5 minutes, the harpy circling around Han Shuo finally moved again. She flew down from the skies and was about to land on top of Han Shuo's head when she suddenly whistled sharply into the clouds, very patiently provoking Han Shuo. However, Han Shuo was more patient than her. Although his hands looked empty, the demon's lair edge was ready to fly out at any moment. The crossbow in his space ring was also ready. As long as the harpy dared to approach within a suitable distance, Han Shuo wouldn't mind taking down this level 3 magical creature with one blow. Han Shuo had clearly seen the 6 adventurers following him in the distance. Han Shuo didn't pay too much attention to their good intentions and continued to walk unhurriedly in the direction of the cemetery of death. After repeated probing, the harpy finally couldn't hold herself back and once again flew directly towards Han Shuo. Her sharp claws curved as she quickly approached Han Shuo's skull. A foul stench assailed the nostrils and instantly spread around Han Shuo's body. An ordinary person would experience a short period of dizziness when they were hit by this stench. However, Han Shuo, whose body had been tempered to who knew how strong it was, wasn't affected at all. He still pretended to sway his body according to the harpy's will, as if he would fall to the ground if he wasn't careful. Oh! He's been hit by the stench from the harpy's body. He's in danger now, we should save him now. That senior mage Aphrodite suddenly cried out in alarm. Afterwards, the 6 adventurers no longer cared about hiding their bodies and had already walked out from the shrubbery behind them. The archers were even more flustered as they planned to shoot the harpies with their bows. At this moment, the harpy, who hadn't dared to truly descend, seemed to think that she had found a suitable opportunity. The harpy's body, which had been 7 or 8 meters above the ground, suddenly shot towards Han Shuo like lightning. A pair of iron claws grabbed at Han Shuo's skull, seeming to want to forcefully rip apart Han Shuo's skull. A cold smile blossomed at the corners of his mouth as Han Shuo's body swayed even more. When the harpy's iron claws were about to land on his skull, Han Shuo's body stiffened and he quickly fell backwards. In this way, the claws that had been grabbing at Han Shuo's skull landed in the air. Just as the harpy let out a strange whistle and tried to move again, the demon's lair edge, mixed with red light, suddenly shot through the air, carrying with it a ferocious surge of heat as it poured into the harpy's body with a boom. A low, mournful cry rang out as the harpy flapped her wings in an attempt to quickly leave the ground. At this moment, the strong crossbow was already in Han Shuo's hands. He aimed at the harpy's slender neck and shot viciously. The harpy, whose body had blossomed with red light, cried out in agony. She couldn't stabilize her body at this moment and didn't notice that an even more fatal attack was nearing. After the crossbow arrow powerfully pierced through her neck, it sent her body flying backwards. Her neck maintained the posture of tilting backwards as she fell to the ground with a boom. Oh, my God, he killed the harpy. Swordsman Andrew, who'd hurried over quickly from the distance, couldn't help but cry out in surprise when he suddenly discovered that the harpy's enormous body had fallen to the ground. He seemed to be in disbelief. The other adventurers who'd been chanting incantations or preparing to shoot also stopped what they were doing and looked at the harpy in the distance, flapping her weak wings weakly. Their expressions were all astonished. Under Han Shuo's will, the demon's lair edge sank into the harpy's body and used the magical flames of the mystical glacial spell fire to incinerate the harpy's innards. No smoke appeared, but the harpy's body quickly turned into a charred mess. A strong smell even traveled a great distance. Standing up and patting off the dust on his body, Han Shoa walked in front of the completely dead harpy. He held his breath as he summoned the demon's lair edge and stripped the level 3 magical core from her body. He then cut off her 2 iron claws and put them into his space ring. Level 3 magical beasts weren't actually that easy to deal with, otherwise the 6 adventurers wouldn't have such a headache. The harpy had always relied on the stench in her body and the advantage of sitting cross-legged at a high altitude to be successful in every endeavor. It was a pity that her 2 advantages weren't of any use when facing Han Shoa this time. She had instead become the target of Han Shoa's exploitation in the end. Add to that the fact that the demon's lair edge was incomparably sharp and could travel according to Han Shoa's will, this was the reason for her quick and tragic death. "Hey friend, you're indeed very strong. It looks like our worries were indeed unnecessary." Odysseus finally walked in front of Han Shoa in the distance and chuckled merrily at Han Shoa. Although these people hadn't been of much help, Han Shoa had heard of their conversations and methods through the original demons. He felt that these people were quite good. Now that Captain Odysseus had said this, Han Shoa nodded with a slight smile. "I was actually just lucky. My true strength isn't even as good as yours." "Heh, you're too modest." Odysseus obviously didn't believe Han Shoa's words and responded politely. "Captain, since he's no longer in danger, I think we should continue into the depths of the southern side of the dark forest and search for the Fruit of Dagmar." Gordon walked over from afar and urged Han Shoa on. I really don't know if the Fruit of Dagmar we're searching for actually exists. I've never heard of a fruit that looks like a human brain." Adept Mage Aphrodite sighed. Han Shoa had been about to say goodbye to them when he didn't immediately plan on leaving upon hearing Aphrodite's words. Instead, he looked at Aphrodite with some confusion and asked, "What is this Fruit of Dagmar? Why does it have the shape of a human brain? It's truly a bit inconceivable. Can you tell me more about it? I've heard everything about the Fruit of Dagmar from our Captain Odysseus. He's more knowledgeable." Aphrodite smiled at Han Shoa in a friendly manner and pointed at Odysseus. Odysseus smiled faintly and said, "Are you also interested in the Fruit of Dagmar?" Legend has it that Dagmar is a demon who likes to eat human brains. A strange fruit may grow where he's buried after his death. This fruit is the size of a fist and presents dark brown veins. It's very similar to a human brain. It's said that the Fruit of Dagmar has miraculous powers and that a normal person's brain will be thrown into chaos after eating it. However, I've heard that the Fruit of Dagmar can be used to concoct very precious medicines when crushed by a pharmacist. I've accepted someone's request this time to try my luck in the dark forest and see if I can find the Fruit of Dagmar." After Odysseus finished speaking, Han Shoa suddenly felt an indescribable joy in his heart. In the memories left behind by Chu Kanglin, there was a fruit called the Divine Brain Fruit. This fruit had the effect of fiercely expanding the human brain and could turn a normal person into a madman. However, if a demonic cultivator like Han Shoa who was in the molded spirit stage ate this divine brain fruit and borrowed the effects of the demonic yuan to greatly increase their training after eating this divine brain fruit. Han Shoa hadn't originally considered this at all, because Han Shoa thought that the divine brain fruit shouldn't exist in this world. However, Odysseus' description of the Fruit of Dagmar was exactly the same as the divine brain fruit. The possibility of obtaining a fruit that could greatly increase Han Shoa's current level was something that Han Shoa couldn't resist at all. Han Shoa didn't give it much thought at all and directly asked after Odysseus had finished explaining, "If you don't mind, I'd like to search for this Fruit of Dagmar with you all." Odysseus and the other adventurers looked at each other after Han Shoa said this and felt quite surprised. They hadn't thought that Han Shoa would suddenly make such a suggestion. Chapter 104. We actually don't hold much hope for the Fruit of Dagmar. We're only trying our luck this time in the southern depths of the dark forest. We only know that someone has seen this fruit in one place. Whether or not that fruit is the Fruit of Dagmar, and whether or not it's been taken by others, we can't be sure. Have you really decided to go on this unknown adventure with us? Odysseus looked at Han Shuo and explained seriously to Han Shuo, then asked Han Shuo. Han Shuo knew that the group probably didn't have much confidence after hearing Odysseus' words. However, Han Shuo felt that there didn't seem to be much to do at the moment. He'd return to the cemetery of death and continuously train and improve himself. But if he was lucky enough to obtain the divine brain fruit, then Han Shuo's molded spirit level of magical yuan would greatly increase. The increase in this level would also mean that Han Shuo's mental strength would also benefit. Therefore, Han Shuo thought carefully and felt that it was worth it to take this risk with them. Nodding, Han Shuo looked at Odysseus and responded affirmatively, "Yes, I want to go with you to the southern depths of the dark forest. However, if we really do discover the fruit of Dagmar, I hope to obtain one. Since you're so insistent, we're very happy to have you join us. I'm actually just trying my luck with the fruit of Dagmar and don't hold much hope. Our main goal is still to explore the dark forest, because it's rumored that there are even more attractive things within. Heh, if we can obtain the fruit of Dagmar, we only need one to complete our mission. We can give the rest to you," Odysseus said with a smile. The deeper one went, the greater the danger. All sorts of true dangers would slowly be revealed. There were even more powerful magical creatures in the innermost parts of the dark forest, some wondrous races, and all sorts of life-threatening plants. However, all sorts of tempting riches accompanied the dangers that could be seen everywhere. Some exotic plants would only grow in the depths, and many of them could be sold for high prices. Magical beasts of level 1, 2, and 3 could also be sold with abundant items. Of course, the prerequisite was that you had to kill them. Since the two sides had reached an agreement, they didn't stay here any longer. After Odysseus helped Han Shuo introduce the other companions one by one, the group of 7 advanced deeper into the region. Not far in front of them was the Holy Land guarded by the Forest Troll. That place was guarded by the Forest Troll warriors. Although there was still some wealth in the Holy Land, Han Shuo had already treated it as his own personal property. So, under Han Shuo's intentional guidance, the group avoided that area, and after making a slight detour, they continued forward. After walking like this for a day, they did not encounter much danger. When night fell, everyone came to the riverside to set up camp. Some of the lush shrubbery in the surroundings had been flattened by them. Aphrodite wore a space ring of the same quality as Han Shuo's and took out a few tents. Everyone propped up the tents one by one and set up a bonfire to cook food. There were plump, tender fish swimming in the clear river next to them. As an adept water mage, Aphrodite cast a bit of water magic and caught a dozen or so fish. The group used their homemade wooden forks to skewer the plump fish and roast them. When the fish were thoroughly cooked and everyone finished eating, they chatted merrily around the bonfire for a short while before going to their own tents to sleep. The female elven archer and the water mage Aphrodite slept in one tent, while the 4 males slept in 2 tents. Han Shuo volunteered to take on the role of guard and waited for them to enter their tents to sleep before he went to an isolated area to practice magic by himself. With the 3 original demons around him, Han Shuo did not need to pay special attention at all. However, the practice of magic was the foundation of Han Shuo's future development, so he could not relax for even a moment. Forcefully enduring the baptism of pain in his head, Han Shuo silently sank into the practice of magic. It wasn't until the latter half of the night that a strange sound startled Han Shuo awake from his training. Casually wiping away the sweat on his forehead, Han Shuo's 3 original demons' vision all fell into the bottom of his heart. Following the direction of the sound, one of the original demons left the area and flew out, swiftly approaching the place where the sound had come from in the dark night. A twin-headed dragon swayed as it approached from the distance. One of its necks was dripping with green blood, seeming to have suffered a serious injury. It flew rapidly towards Han Shuo's direction without knowing which direction it was going. Although the twin-headed dragon couldn't be called a true dragon, it was still a powerful level 2 magical creature. No one knew why it was in such a sorry state and had fallen to the point where it had to flee for its life. One of the original demons paid attention to the twin-headed dragon's movements, and the other split off to fly in the direction that the twin-headed dragon had fled from, attempting to see just what had forced the twin-headed dragon to flee with injuries. It was a pity that Han Shuo did not discover anything out of the ordinary after the original demon had flown a certain distance. Seeing the twin-headed dragon fly in his direction without knowing which direction, Han Shuo immediately stood up and quickly rushed towards the tents. He shook the tent poles and called out loudly, "Wake up, there's a situation." The sleeping adventurers groggily heard Han Shuo's call and quickly put on their clothes, walking out of their tents after a dozen or so seconds. Winter was about to begin and the nights were exceedingly cold. The 6 adventurers were all wrapped up tightly with only their faces exposed. Because Han Shuo's spying was through the original demons, the 6 people were still unable to detect any activity even though the twin-headed dragon was quickly approaching. Odysseus looked around in confusion and said to Han Shuo, "Everything seems normal. What's the situation?" "A twin-headed dragon is 500 meters to the north and is currently approaching. I think it may pose a danger to us. We need to make preparations immediately." Han Shuo didn't have time to explain much to them and directly spoke the truth. Gordon didn't seem to quite believe Han Shuo's words and was about to open his mouth to question when Odysseus suddenly said lowly, "Since this is the case, let's make preparations immediately. The twin-headed dragon has a violent temper and doesn't have a good impression of humans. I think it'll bring us trouble if it discovers us." The female elven archer Nia took out her bow and said with a bit of worry, "The twin-headed dragon is a rank 2 magical creature. Not only can it spray poison, but its 2 heads can also attack with sharp teeth. It won't be easy for us to deal with it." Han Shuo took out his crossbow and climbed into a nearby large tree. He spoke quickly, "Don't worry, this twin-headed dragon has already been injured and can't even fly. If we prepare properly, it won't be able to escape at all." The group looked at each other after Han Shuo's words and all revealed expressions of pleasant surprise. If the twin-headed dragon wasn't injured, it would be a bit troublesome for the adventurer group to deal with it. But if it couldn't even fly after being injured, this meant that the twin-headed dragon's injuries weren't light. This was an opportunity bestowed by the heavens and they couldn't let it go easily. The group with faces full of pleasant surprise were either climbing into tall trees like Han Shuo or hiding in the shadows of the trees. They all took out their weapons and focused their attention on dealing with the twin-headed dragon that had an extremely poor sense of direction. The shrubs rustled as they were swept over and the wounded twin-headed dragon slowly appeared in everyone's line of sight amidst everyone's anticipation. Gordon, who'd been a bit skeptical of Han Shuo's judgment just now, revealed an expression of admiration towards Han Shuo from afar. He grasped the long sword in his pocket excitedly, planning to give the twin-headed dragon a swift and violent attack at any moment. The twin-headed dragon that had no sense of direction finally collided head-on with Aphrodite's water barrier. The enormous force of impact caused the water barrier that Aphrodite had set up to suddenly scatter into droplets of water in the air. At the same time, Han Shuo and Nia's attacks were released at almost the same time. Han Shuo couldn't continuously fire a crossbow bolt and shot one at the back of the twin-headed dragon's neck. Nia had shot a total of 3 arrows. Apart from the first arrow that was dodged, the other 2 all nailed into its forehead. The Thunder Journeyman mage in the group shot out a ring of lightning that struck the twin-headed dragon's back. The 3 warriors that had long since been prepared took advantage of this moment to charge out and fly towards the twin-headed dragon from behind, releasing their fighting aura to attack it fiercely. Up ahead, Aphrodite formed 2 more water people to help attract the twin-headed dragon's attention and create another opportunity for Han Shuo and the archer Nia to attack. In this way, the level 2 magical creature didn't even have time to spray its poison a few times after being repeatedly injured. It finally collapsed weakly in a pool of its own blood after being injured to begin with. The adventurers were all ineffably excited when they saw that they'd killed the twin-headed dragon. They walked out of their hiding places with cheers and started preparing to harvest the spoils of war from the twin-headed dragon's body. At this moment, Han Shua's expression suddenly changed drastically as he abruptly yelled out, "Hurry up and leave this place, the fellow chasing the twin-headed dragon is coming. We have no chance of victory." Chapter 105. The six had been intending to wantonly enjoy the fruits of victory when they heard Han Shua's explosive yell and immediately started. They then all reacted and very sensibly gave up on plundering the spoils of war from the twin-headed dragon's body. Their inquiring gazes swooped towards Han Shua. After Han Shua had repeatedly displayed exceptional senses and corresponding strength, they had unwittingly treated Han Shua as their new leader. Even Odysseus wasn't displeased in the slightest and seemed to feel that all of this was a matter of course. There would always only be one leader in a team. Apart from having convincing strength, this leader also needed to have a cool head and keen judgment. "Follow me." He didn't waste words or speak humbly. When Han Shua discovered that he had become the object of their trust, he opened his mouth and spoke directly. His body flashing, Han Shua swiftly passed through the area and shot towards the left. None of the six young adventurers behind him questioned Han Shua's judgment. They immediately put down everything in their hands and followed behind Han Shua, ignoring the exposed tents and the still cold corpse of the twin-headed dragon on the ground. An enormous tree that reached into the sky suddenly appeared in everyone's line of sight. The towering trees here were lush and blocked out the bright moonlight. In the middle of the night, the enormous branches were like the tentacles of a monster, appearing a bit frightening. After arriving here, Han Shua stared at one of the large trees and climbed up along the tangled branches. His body suddenly disappeared when he reached the middle of the tree. The six people, 3 swordsmen, were quite agile and climbed up only 10 seconds behind Han Shua. Then, with their assistance, the 2 mages and 1 archer also climbed up the branches. The group suddenly discovered that there was a gap here after climbing halfway up the tree. This seemingly sturdy tree was actually hollow inside. After the 7 people entered through the gap, 4 of them landed at the base of the tree. Han Shua, Odysseus, and Aphrodite stuck half their heads out to look into the distance. "What is that?" Only now did everyone let out a sigh of relief. Odysseus stopped and looked suspiciously at Han Shua. "It's a unicorn among the super-rank magical creatures. This unicorn seemed to have been chasing the twin-headed dragon all this time. No wonder it ran for its life." Han Shua frowned and explained. The unicorn was as fast as lightning, and its body had magical anti-magic properties. The horn on its forehead contained a mysterious power that could cure hundreds of poisons, bring the dead back to life, and purify some dirty places. Legend has it that unicorns would only get close to pure young girls and hate human males. As long as they weren't angry, unicorns wouldn't do anything inappropriate. However, Han Shua could sense the wrath of this unicorn through the original demons. It was as if the 2-headed dragon had done something that made it lose its mind. The body of a super-rank magical creature was very hard and resistant to magic. Magic and physical attacks wouldn't have much effect on it, especially since the strength of Han Shua's group wasn't particularly high. It would be very difficult for them to harm the unicorn. It was also rumored that unicorns had received the blessings of the gods. If someone harmed or killed a unicorn, then that person would be cursed and have bad luck in the future. Therefore, although the unicorn's body was full of treasures, very few people would throw caution to the wind and attack a unicorn. Odysseus and Aphrodite both inhaled sharply when they heard that the creature chasing the twin-headed dragon was an enraged super-rank magical creature. They rejoiced that their group had escaped in time. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would have immediately suffered painful blows from the unicorn's wrath. As Odysseus and Aphrodite rejoiced, a snow-white unicorn with a horn on its forehead and a pair of beautiful blue eyes appeared with graceful steps next to the twin-headed dragon's corpse. Han Shua's group waited at the mouth of the tree hole in the distance, purposefully concealing their presence. Add to that the fact that they were some distance away from the unicorn, they weren't afraid of being discovered. The unicorn had been a bit impatient at first, but it suddenly quieted down when it landed and saw the twin-headed dragon's corpse. With light, graceful steps, the unicorn circled the twin-headed dragon's corpse once, and even extended a snow-white foot to kick the twin-headed dragon. When it discovered that the twin-headed dragon really wasn't moving at all, it finally stood motionless where it was. Its slender white neck looked around, and its blue eyes revealed a human-like puzzlement. The unicorn didn't discover anything after looking around. It then shook its head, shuddered, and started to return the way it had come. The unicorn wasn't a carnivore, so the twin-headed dragon's corpse obviously didn't attract it at all. No matter what the twin-headed dragon had done to anger it, it was satisfied that it was dead now. An original demon kept a close eye on the unicorn until it sped up and disappeared without a trace. Han Shuo finally recalled the original demon and said to the group, "The unicorn has left. We can dig out the twin-headed dragon's magical core this time." At this point, everyone was sincerely convinced of Han Shuo's judgment and leadership. Gordon, who hadn't trusted Han Shuo at the start, now looked at Han Shuo with a gaze full of sincere admiration. Everyone finally cheered happily after Han Shuo's words and slowly climbed out of the tree hole, planning on harvesting the twin-headed dragon's spoils of war. A strange sound suddenly traveled in, and a manticore suddenly appeared next to the twin-headed dragon, carrying a determined, silver-haired youth on its back. The manticore's tail had a numbing poison, and its claws were incomparably ferocious in tearing flesh. Add to that its nimble movements and powerful leaps, it was a level 1 magical creature that was even harder to deal with than the twin-headed dragon. Within the dark forest, the manticore was already a headache-inducing existence. Who would have thought that such a magical creature would have been tamed by someone? The manticore's master was a young man around 27 or 8 years old. The young man was dressed casually, with a space ring on his left hand and a broadsword in his right. The lines on his face were resolute and angular. Although he wasn't a stunningly beautiful man, he had a different kind of moving grace. Looks like our luck isn't bad. We've actually run into a twin-headed dragon that just died. The young man murmured to himself and spurred the manticore to descend in front of the twin-headed dragon, seeming to plan on collecting the spoils of war from Han Shuo and the others. At this moment, Han Shuo jumped down from the tree hole a few steps ahead of Odysseus and the others. When he saw that the young man was treating the twin-headed dragon as his prey, he immediately felt his heart burn with anger. He chuckled coldly from afar, "Friend, we hunted the twin-headed dragon with great difficulty. It doesn't seem appropriate to collect the spoils of war without the owner's permission." The young man lifted his head to look at Han Shuo and said disdainfully, "All magical creatures in the dark forest, whether alive or dead, have no master. Since I've discovered this dead twin-headed dragon, then it should be mine." The young man paid no more attention to Han Shuo after saying this and took out a dagger from his calf, attempting to pull out the poisonous fangs from the twin-headed dragon's mouth. Han Shuo wasn't a good-tempered person. When he saw that the young man had ignored his advice, he immediately took out his crossbow and aimed at the young man. He smiled coldly, "If you dare move, I'll kill you right here and now." "Oh, then I'll move for you to see." The young man looked at Han Shuo with great interest and said faintly. He immediately moved his dagger and pried open the poisonous fangs from the twin-headed dragon's mouth. Han Shuo nodded and didn't say anything else. He immediately planned on shooting the fellow who wouldn't listen to his advice. At this moment, Odysseus suddenly called out loudly, "No." Odysseus then quickly rushed towards Han Shuo and explained anxiously, "He should be the legendary Trunks. This is a demon riding a manticore. Anyone who provokes him will be in great trouble. If he wants the twin-headed dragon, then let him have it." Han Shuo's face changed and he looked at the young man with surprise. He finally remembered that this person was the magical creature hunter Trunks of the Dark Forest. This person's origins were mysterious. He had appeared in the Dark Forest as a sword master, and his temper was strange and callous. It was said that not only did he hunt magical creatures, but he also hunted some adventurers in the dark forest. He was very adept at fighting in the dark forest. It was said that he'd once killed a great swordmaster. He was a cold-blooded killer feared by all in the dark forest. Your friend's advice is not bad, you should listen to him. The young man reached out to take out the poisonous fangs from the twin-headed dragon's other mouth as he spoke to Han Shuo from afar. He seemed to be certain that Han Shuo wouldn't dare make a move. However, what responded to him was the shrill whistle of the crossbow tearing through the air. Han Shuo's expression was ice-cold and he didn't listen to Odysseus' advice at all. The crossbow in his hand aimed at Trunks and shot out violently. Trunks had been planning on taking out the other poisonous fangs when he saw that Han Shuo had actually shot out the crossbow. His expression was quite flabbergasted, and his figure had already retreated a step like a ghost by the time his expression of surprise appeared. Pooh! At the place where he had been standing, the crossbow's fierce force forcefully stabbed the crossbow arrow into the ground. Only half of the arrow was exposed, and it was still swaying continuously. If Trunks hadn't dodged in time, his body would have been pierced through by this bolt. Chapter 106. After hearing that this person was Han Shuo, the other 5 adventurers who had rushed over didn't dare make any rash moves and only looked cautiously at Han Shuo. They hadn't thought that what they feared would come true. Han Shuo had really made his move. Having dodged the crossbow bolt, Trunks' face abruptly chilled. His sharp eyes instantly focused on Han Shuo and he nodded, "You've got guts." He didn't continue to make a move to retrieve the other poisonous fang from the twin-headed dragon's mouth. He hugged his broadsword in his right hand and walked unhurriedly towards Han Shuo. His expression was obviously unfriendly. "Misunderstanding, this must be a misunderstanding. I think my friend must have shot that crossbow bolt because he was nervous." Odysseus suddenly called out loudly and explained to Trunks with a face full of wry smiles. At this moment, the crossbow that had paused for a moment was suddenly loaded with another bolt. Just as Odysseus was hurriedly explaining, Han Shuo took aim at the slowly walking Trunks and shot out another bolt. It was as if he'd been slapped in the face on the spot. Odysseus' expression was stunned and the explanation in his mouth was weak and pale as he forcibly stopped himself. Trunks' footsteps swayed as he miraculously dodged the crossbow bolt attack once again. He still walked slowly towards Han Shuo, his eyes locked tightly onto Han Shuo and not relaxing in the slightest. Taking a deep breath, Han Shuo put away the crossbow bolt after putting it away and took out the demon's lair edge, ready to deal with Trunks' attack at any moment. "You will have to pay the price." Trunks, who was walking over, suddenly stopped and said coldly. We. Water adept mage Aphrodite's face grew cold as she murmured. "It looks like we've run into trouble. Since this is the case, we won't hold back." Odysseus, who'd been avoiding making an enemy out of Trunks, sighed lightly and spoke after seeing that it would be difficult to extricate himself from the situation. As soon as Odysseus spoke, the 5 adventurers who had been a bit hesitant immediately got into position and readied their weapons, planning to deal with this fellow who was notoriously difficult to deal with in the dark forest. As he neared Han Shuo, Trunks abruptly unsheathed the broadsword he'd been holding in his hands. Milky white fighting aura wrapped around the broadsword as a streak of white light shot towards Han Shuo's direction. The shrubs on the ground suddenly shattered into dust. Wherever the white douqi passed, the ground seemed to split open. The power contained in the douqi was enough to make one's heart tremble. As a fellow swordmaster, Han Shuo had fought alongside Phoebe several times. Han Shuo could clearly feel that Trunks' fighting aura seemed to be even more lethal. When the mystical glacial spell fire was activated, the surging magical yuan was completely poured into the demon's lair edge. After absorbing the surging magical yuan, the demon's lair edge instantly radiated a scorching red light into its surroundings. Han Shuo tightly gripped the demon's lair edge tightly as the white fighting aura rushed over. He suddenly chopped down at his feet. There was an explosion as the milky white fighting aura collided with the demon's lair edge that was blooming with red light. Suddenly, a 1-meter deep crater appeared out of thin air. Some of the shrubbery inside the crater gave off thick, burnt smoke. Trunks stood where he was without moving, his sharp eyes still looking forward. Han Shuo, holding the demon's lair edge, abruptly sat down after retreating 5 or 6 steps. His right arm that held the demon's lair edge was a bloody mess, looking quite frightening. "You're not dead, you even have the capital to be arrogant." Trunks looked at Han Shuo and said with a bit of confusion. Han Shuo shook his right arm, causing beads of blood to spray out. He moved his body numbly as magical yuan circulated through his body at an unprecedented speed. He then pushed off the ground with both feet and finally stood up again. When he'd faced Lawrence last time, Han Shuo had tested that his strength was indeed higher than that of a journeyman swordsman. When facing Trunks, who was rumored to have reached the level of a sword master, Han Shuo had used his full strength from the start. He'd poured all of his magical yuan into the demon's lair edge and forcefully received Trunks' blow. Reality had proven that the strength of a sword master had indeed far exceeded Han Shuo's expectations. Trunks may not have used his full strength in this blow, but it had already caused significant damage to Han Shuo. If it wasn't for Han Shuo's miraculous magical yuan and strong physical body, it was likely that an ordinary person's entire right arm would have been shattered by this blow, and it would be difficult for them to recover for the rest of their lives. "Protect our companions," Odysseus called out calmly, and a group of 6 adventurer companions instantly surrounded Han Shuo. The archer Nia and the 2 mages had already launched their attacks before Trunks could continue moving, shooting straight at Trunks, who was still looking strangely at Han Shuo. The 3 warriors didn't take a step away from Han Shuo as they surrounded Han Shuo from 3 different directions, firmly protecting Han Shuo. Trunks quickly dodged the attacks of Nia and the 2 mages, and then the manticore suddenly scuttled out and carried Trunks on its back before they could continue moving. "Friends, I'll go get something to eat first. Prepare yourselves, I'll slowly play with you." Contrary to everyone's expectations, Trunks didn't continue attacking, but rather sat on the manticore and said these words coldly. He then patted the manticore, and it obediently and quickly left the area. 1 man and 1 beast, under the fearful gazes of Odysseus and the others, calmly passed through the lush shrubbery and left. When everyone discovered that Trunks had truly disappeared, they all sighed in relief and sat down on the ground, clearly a bit tired after their nervousness. Why were you so impulsive?" Odysseus looked oddly at Han Shuo at this time. Laughing ruefully, Han Shuo shook his head and said, "I'm really sorry, I'm a bit odd. Sometimes even I can't control what I do." According to Han Shuo's past personality, he absolutely wouldn't have chosen to make an enemy out of such a strong adversary just now. However, for some reason, Han Shuo couldn't take being threatened more and more. Even if there was a strong killing power behind the threat, Han Shuo would still resist without a care in the world. In actuality, Han Shuo had immediately hesitated when he'd understood the strength implied by this name when Odysseus had mentioned Trunks' name. He'd even planned to immediately put down the crossbow in his hands and let Trunks take the twin-headed dragon away, unwilling to provoke such a strong enemy. However, Han Shuo had still made his move in the end, and he'd made his move quite resolutely. He hadn't considered the painful retribution that would follow. This change in personality made even Han Shuo feel that it was a bit outrageous, and he could only attribute it to the effects of magical yuan in the end. "Perhaps we're too weak. Your actions are actually quite admirable, but I think we'll run into great trouble in the future." Odysseus nodded and looked at Han Shuo with a sparkling gaze. Sincere admiration appeared in his eyes. "You didn't die after taking a blow from him, that means you're strong enough. Are your injuries better now?" The elven archer Nia walked up to Han Shuo and asked Han Shuo with some concern. Taking out gauze from his space ring and wrapping up his right arm simply, Han Shuo put away his weapon and said to the others, "My apologies for the trouble I've caused everyone, and I'm very grateful for your actions just now. Trunks won't take this lying down. I think we should discuss how to deal with Trunks after we take the remaining items from the twin-headed dragon. Although everyone's hearts were a bit heavy with the sudden addition of an enemy, the twin-headed dragon had been saved at least. Now that Han Shuo mentioned harvesting the spoils of war from the twin-headed dragon, everyone's spirits rose a bit higher. They drew their daggers with merry smiles and walked towards the twin-headed dragon, taking out the remaining poisonous fangs and magical beast cores. The poisonous fangs of the twin-headed dragon were important ingredients for refining some highly toxic powders. If altered by an alchemist, they could even be used as magic arrows and then explode midway to spray out poisonous water, dealing fatal damage to a small area of enemies. As a level 2 magical creature, the magical core of the twin-headed dragon was also quite valuable and could be sold for at least 1,000 gold coins. Under Han Shuo's insistence, Han Shuo gave the magical core to Odysseus as repayment for their help just now. Han Shuo stored the 2 poisonous fangs into his space ring. He planned on putting them to good use if he had the chance in the future. The sky was already brightening by the time he'd finished with these matters. The group packed up their belongings and continued heading south into the depths of the dark forest. The group discussed as they walked, trying to find a way to defend against Trunks. This Trunks has been treated as a terrifying existence since he appeared in the dark forest. Some of the people and beasts that roam the deeper parts of the dark forest are all very powerful. Adventurers there often fall into life-and-death battles for some spoils of battle. Even companions that come with you may betray you at critical moments. Therefore, that place is full of chaos and slaughter. Those who can adapt to the environment there, apart from having great strength, also need a cold heart. Trunks is one of the best of these types of people. In addition, he's very familiar with the environment and is very adept at using the environment of the dark forest to give his enemies cruel blows. Since we've provoked him this time, I think we'll definitely be ambushed when we enter the dark forest. Therefore, we need to be on our guard and not be ambushed by him. Odysseus described the chaos in the deeper parts of the forest and how terrifying Trunks was, telling everyone to be cautious. Don't worry, he won't have the chance to ambush us. Han Shuo smiled confidently after Odysseus had finished speaking. Everyone's expressions were stunned when these words were spoken. However, those who'd seen Han Shuo's miraculous abilities didn't immediately doubt Han Shuo's words. Gordon looked at Han Shuo with interest and asked, "Why?" Han Shuo smiled enigmatically and swept his gaze over the group. The twin-headed dragon is 500 meters away from us, but I can still detect his tracks. It's impossible for Trunks to ambush us. Don't worry, there's absolutely no possibility for Trunks to rely on his familiarity with the dark forest to ambush us. With the existence of the 3 original demons, Han Shuo would be able to clearly detect any human or magical creature that approached. No matter how familiar Trunks was with the environment, he wouldn't be able to successfully ambush them with the existence of the original demons. Han Shuo wasn't exaggerating on this point. I think the reason he chose to suddenly leave earlier was because he wasn't completely confident that he could take us all out in one fell swoop. He must be planning on using the methods he's familiar with to slowly deal with us. If he can't ambush us, then with the combined strength of the 7 of us, Trunks and the Manticore may not be able to completely gain the upper hand. We really don't need to be afraid of him. Odysseus' expression was a bit joyful when he saw that Han Shuo was so certain. I promise. Han Shuo said affirmatively. Everyone continued to advance south of the dark forest for the next 2 days. Under the astonished gazes of Odysseus and the others, Han Shuo took off the gauze on his right arm. The open wound had completely healed and no traces of injury could be seen. This is too miraculous, it's already healed. Gordon's mouth was wide open as he stared dumbfoundedly at Han Shuo's right arm and observed it for a while, attempting to find the secret behind Han Shuo's quick recovery. The other 5 adventurers also looked at Han Shuo as if they were looking at a monster. They seemed to have never thought that his right arm would be completely healed in a short 2 days. They couldn't help but be astonished when such an unimaginable fact was placed in front of them. After repeated training with magical yuan, the toughness and miraculousness of the physical body was something that they could understand. Han Shuo didn't open his mouth to explain this matter and found an excuse about the miraculous medicinal powder to cover it up. When everyone was about to enter their tents at night, Han Shuo suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Trunks wants to make a move. I think he'll attack us tonight. We need to make some simple arrangements and then you guys listen to my orders and attack. This time, I'll let Trunks understand how laughable his ambush was." Chapter 107. It had to be said that Trunks was very familiar with the terrain here. He was like another magical beast as he rode on the manticore. His own extraordinary strength, the manticore's help, and his familiarity in use of the terrain made him a top-notch expert. If it hadn't been for Han Shuo's original demon spying, everyone would have been helpless against Trunks' attack this time, and would have suffered heavy casualties in the pitch-black night. After all, none of the 7 adventurers, including Han Shuo, could last more than a few blows against Trunks in a one-on-one battle. However, with the original demons monitoring the entire situation, everything had changed. Trunks, who was supposed to be the hunter, was very likely to become someone else's prey for the first time. "He's here." Han Shuo, who was in the same tent as Odysseus, suddenly spoke up. Odysseus didn't express too much curiosity regarding Han Shuo's miraculous senses. After listening to Han Shuo, Odysseus only tightened his grip on the long sword in his hand and stared at Han Shuo, asking, "How should we deal with this?" "Don't worry, Trunks is observing here. We'll talk when he actually makes his move." Han Shuo sat there with his eyes closed and explained to Odysseus. Trunks was as nimble as a monkey on the surrounding trees, making use of some of the soft branches to move freely between the trees. He didn't make any sound, and no one noticed him in the dark of the night. The manticore was a distance away from Han Shuo and the others' tents, and was now slowly circling the tents. As a manticore that was extremely adept at hunting prey, he was also a very patient hunter like Trunks. Trunks gradually approached the large tree above the tent where Han Shuo and the others were. He looked down coldly at the tents below, seeming to consider how he should act. He held a few small stones in his hand, and 2 of them whistled towards the tent, while the other landed softly in the surrounding underbrush. A few panicked shouts came from within the tent, and then Han Shuo and Odysseus suddenly walked out of the tent and looked towards the direction where Trunks had made the sound with the stones. On the other side, the manticore also purposely made noises. After Gordon and the other swordsmen walked out of the tent, they looked at each other and walked towards the direction of the manticore. The 2 magicians and the archer remained in place, observing the surroundings with bright eyes, guarding the area to provide support for the parties. When Han Shuo and Odysseus arrived in the direction the rock had come from, and Gordon and Myers had similarly left, Trunks suddenly swung towards Gordon and Myers with the help of a soft tree branch. It looked like he intended to take care of Gordon and Myers first. "Go!" Han Shuo let out a low shout and circled around with Odysseus, approaching Trunks from another direction. Gordon and his companion walked slowly. Their gazes were filled with vigilance as they constantly scanned the surrounding bushes. The manticore was lurking in the bushes 10 meters away from them, waiting for them to get close so it could launch a surprise attack. With the help of the tree branches, Trunks miraculously didn't make any sound or did he reveal himself. He slowly closed in on Gordon and Myers, quickly appearing above their heads. A crossbow suddenly tore through the air at this moment. The sharp whistling sound of the crossbow tearing through the air was extremely ear-piercing in the silent night. Making use of the cork, Trunks suddenly discovered that the target of this crossbow bolt was actually himself, and immediately appeared to be inconsolable. Trunks, who was still floating, had no footholds and could only helplessly drop to the ground. At the same time, the 2 magicians and archer who should have been guarding the tent suddenly appeared miraculously. A water dragon, a bolt of lightning, and 3 flying arrows suddenly attacked. Trunks was completely unable to stop his body's descent in midair at this moment. He used his broadsword to release milky white fighting aura with great difficulty to defend himself. However, Trunks had obviously taken a beating in his haste. Although he'd cut through Nia's 3 flying arrows, his body had been struck by lightning and his chest had also been blasted by the water dragon. He let out a muffled groan as he fell into the thick bushes. Third tree on the left, 5 steps in front of it, attack. Han Shuo suddenly called out calmly from afar. A few waves of attacks were launched, all aimed at Trunks who'd just landed. That patch of bushes was extremely thick, and Trunks nimbly dodged into it after landing in the dark. Logically speaking, Han Shuo and the others would have no way of discovering that position. However, reality was always unexpected. Trunks had just finished dodging when a few waves of attacks suddenly descended upon him when Han Shuo called out softly. This time, Trunks had dodged the attacks of the 2 magicians, but the arrow that the completely invisible archer Nia had casually shot just happened to land on Trunks' buttocks. A pained cry suddenly sounded from there. Trunks obviously hadn't reacted yet, and his body changed directions again after a pained cry, attempting to attack the others from the other side. However, as Han Shuo continued to dictate, the group's attacks arrived one after another, all of them miraculously landing in Trunks' position. What the fuck is going on? Trunks, who'd been bombarded repeatedly, had never been as depressed as he was today. He finally couldn't help but curse out loud. Trunks had always been exceedingly confident in his ability to hide his tracks and ambush others. He'd never thought that anyone would be able to see through his tracks in the dark forest. However, Trunks had suffered greatly for the first time this time when facing a group of adventurers whose strength wasn't too outstanding. He'd been drowned in attacks no matter how he dodged, and he'd already sustained significant injuries in just a short while. The manticore that had been lying in ambush finally couldn't restrain itself and charged over from afar when it saw that its master's methods didn't seem to be effective. The bushes were tossed into the air as the manticore ran, and a sharp claw slashed down a large tree as thick as a man's waist. The momentum was astonishing to the extreme. The manticore's coming, attack! Odysseus called out loudly, and the 3 swordsmen suddenly spread out, blocking the manticore's path. They'd originally been targeting Trunks, but they suddenly diverted some of their attention to the manticore that was swiftly flying over. However, the manticore's body was tough, and its speed was as fast as lightning. Everyone's attacks suddenly missed, and only the archer Nia's flying arrows landed on the manticore's body, but didn't cause much damage. At this moment, Han Shuo's face was grim as he started manipulating the demon's lair edge with the art of magic control. A long purple line suddenly shot out from the dark sky and suddenly stabbed towards the manticore's back after drawing a beautiful arc in the air. As a level 1 magical creature, the manticore clearly sensed the impending danger and nimbly dodged the demon's lair edge's first attack. At the same time, Trunks limped into view from afar, raising his broadsword as he furiously approached the 2 mages and Nia. He attempted to combine the manticore's strength and kill them on the spot without a care for anything else. Ignore the manticore, attack Trunks with all your might. Han Shuo suddenly called out loudly, causing the 2 mages and Nia to abruptly turn around and continue attacking the rapidly approaching Trunks. Odysseus and the 2 swordsmen split up, with Gordon heading towards Nia and the other 2 charging towards the manticore, using fighting aura to attack it. When Odysseus neared the manticore, he was struck by the manticore's claws. The fighting aura that had been gathered to its peak was destroyed with a bang, and Odysseus himself was also sent flying far away. One of the swordsmen took the opportunity to stab the manticore, but only left a small wound, which instead made the manticore even angrier. The enraged manticore raised a claw, attempting to cleave the approaching swordsman to death. At this moment, the purple light that had just disappeared suddenly reappeared and abruptly stabbed towards the manticore's tail. When it sensed the danger, the manticore leapt backwards and quickly rushed out. The swordsman who was extremely close to it managed to save his life by a hair's breadth. However, although the manticore had dodged in time, the demon's lair edge had already sliced through its back, and the cold mystical aura of mystical ice had already surged into its body. An enraged roar suddenly sounded from the manticore's mouth. Han Shoa, who was controlling the demon's lair edge, felt the manticore's fury and immediately focused all his attention on manipulating the demon's lair edge, attempting to kill the manticore here and now. "Damn it, you dare hurt my companion." The limping Trunks had an arrow sticking out of his butt, and his chest had been blasted by the water dragon. His entire body was drenched, and his hair had been charred black because he'd suffered an electric shock. His original aura had long since vanished, and blood continued to flow out of his mouth. He appeared to be in an unspeakable sorry state. "I'm going to hurt even you and me, much less your pet." Han Shoa chuckled coldly as he spoke. The demon's lair edge was still following closely behind the manticore like a ghost. A sharp howl suddenly sounded from Trunks' mouth. The originally enraged manticore immediately retreated when it heard the howl, fleeing into the distance. Trunks looked hatefully at the crowd after the howl, and then also quickly fled in the opposite direction from the manticore. "You guys stay where you are, I'll go kill him. Strike while he's down." Now that Trunks was obviously heavily injured, Han Shoa naturally knew how to grasp the opportunity. When he saw that Odysseus, who had been sent flying by the manticore, crawled up from the ground while spitting up blood, and that his life wasn't in danger, Han Shoa immediately chased after Trunks. Chapter 108. Even though he was injured, his speed was still swift. Some broken old tree roots and lush shrubbery didn't seem to have any effect on him. However, the injured Trunks was still unable to utilize his speed to its fullest. Han Shoa, whose physical strength was at its peak, followed Trunks like a haunting ghost with the aid of the original demon's surveillance. The distance between the two also continued to shrink. The arrow in his hip had long since been pulled out by Trunks as he ran. He'd originally planned on treating his wound, but when he sensed Han Shoa's pursuit, he could only helplessly give up on the idea of treating his wound. He ignored the bleeding wound and continued to flee without a care for anything else. This chase continued for dozens of minutes. Trunks' astonishing endurance was still able to grit his teeth and persevere. Every time Han Shoa appeared in his line of sight, his potential would burst forth and his speed would increase once again, attempting to throw Han Shoa behind him. It was a pity that Han Shoa, who had practiced demonic magic, had long since tempered his originally weak personality into indomitable perseverance after repeated baptisms of pain. The tenacity of his willpower was beyond Trunks' imagination. Han Shoa, who had been in pursuit from beginning to end, didn't slow down for even a moment. Instead, he seemed to be addicted to the chase and became more and more ferocious. Although Trunks was very familiar with the nearby terrain, Han Shoa, who had the original demons on him, was more like a pair of eagle eyes hovering in the air and observing everything. No matter how hard Trunks tried, he was still unable to throw Han Shoa off just by relying on his familiarity with the terrain. Finally, after half a day of this chase, Trunks, who had lost too much blood, finally realized that this wasn't the way to go. Unable to throw Han Shoa off, and unable to treat his body's injuries in time, his blood flowed faster and caused Trunks to experience a short period of dizziness. Stopping against a large tree, Trunks wiped away the traces of blood at the corner of his mouth and panted heavily as he looked at Han Shoa, who was similarly slowing down and approaching step by step. He opened his mouth and said, "So you're the only one following me. I think you're courting death." After taking 2 deep breaths, Han Shoa's racing heart slowly calmed down and returned to normal. The demon's lair edge was already in Han Shoa's hands, his face devoid of emotion as he calmly stared at Trunks. Han Shoa wasn't in a hurry to immediately approach Trunks, and his steps were exceedingly slow. Although Han Shoa knew that Trunks had been seriously injured, a swordsman was still an extremely dangerous existence no matter how heavily injured he was. A moment of carelessness could result in a fatal blow to himself. It was precisely because Han Shoa wasn't sure how serious Trunks' injuries were that Han Shoa didn't dare to make a move immediately after his prey stopped. "If you weren't injured, I wouldn't stand a chance against you in a one-on-one fight. However, given the current situation, we'll have to see if you have the ability to do anything to me. Han Shuo suddenly stopped when he was still 15 meters away from Trunks, his gaze roaming over Trunks' body as he spoke faintly. Han Shuo once again took out his crossbow after he'd finished speaking, inserted an arrow, and took precise aim at Trunks. He planned on using the arrow to test Trunks' current physical condition. Do you only dare test me from afar? If you had the guts like last time, you should charge forward without hesitation. Trunks pressed his back against the tree and coldly watched Han Shuo's movements as he spoke disdainfully. Do you think I'm stupid, or are you stupid? You should know that our roles have already been reversed. You're the prey and I'm the hunter. How we play is up to me. Han Shuo didn't mind Trunks' taunts in the slightest as he decisively fired the crossbow after aiming at him. In the dusky night sky, the tip of the crossbow flashed with a cold light as it suddenly whistled through the air and shot towards Trunks' chest like lightning. Trunks' expression didn't change in the slightest in the face of the crossbow arrow. His body flew into the air almost as soon as the whistling sound of the arrow piercing through the air rang out. The crossbow arrow fiercely nailed itself into the tree that Trunks had just been leaning against with a thud. Having dodged the attack, Trunks' body soared a few meters into the air, nimbly crossing the 15-meter distance and actually appearing in front of Han Shuo in an instant. His speed was faster than Han Shuo could have imagined. Milky white fighting aura filled Han Shuo's vision in an instant. It was as if he was in the center of a tornado. Han Shuo's body was enveloped by the milky white fighting aura as his muscles instantly tightened and stiffened. It was difficult for him to even move. He could only watch helplessly as the fighting aura drowned him. His body couldn't move, but the magical yuan within his body flowed unimpeded. Han Shuo willed the demon's lair edge to fly out of his hand and suddenly whistled through the air as it danced around Han Shuo's body. Han Shuo's body was instantly enveloped by the light of the demon's lair edge. A violent sound of metal clashing rang out from Han Shuo's surroundings, accompanied by Trunks' incredulous roar of anger. Just as Han Shuo's eardrums were about to deafen, all of the ear-piercing sounds of metal clashing completely disappeared. His body that had been stiff and unable to move also returned to normal. Impossible, how is this possible? How is it that your weapon can still defend against my dragon binding slash? Just who are you? Han Shuo had just regained feeling in his body when he immediately heard Trunks' shocked cries. Focusing his eyes, Han Shuo suddenly discovered that Trunks' face was deathly pale. The broadsword that he had been holding all this time had many cracks on its blade. Trunks' gaze had been roving back and forth between the broadsword and Han Shuo's body. He had a look of disbelief on his face as he continuously muttered, "Impossible." Han Shuo's clothes had all been shredded and hung on his body like strips of cloth. There were several long scratches on the surface of his muscles, revealing the bright red flesh underneath. The demon's lair edge seemed to have been flung off as it landed motionlessly in the distance, but there weren't any nicks on it. Nothing is impossible. Taking advantage of Trunks' state of mind, Han Shuo suddenly yelled out and then punched out fiercely. Trunks only reacted when the punch had landed in front of him. He raised his sawtoothed broadsword and blocked Han Shuo's punch. A crisp clang rang out as Han Shuo's right fist went numb, but Trunks' body staggered. Overjoyed, Han Shuo knew that the dragon binding slash just now should have used up most of Trunks' fighting aura. Therefore, he immediately moved closer to Trunks and bombarded him with a flurry of punches and kicks. Trunks, who had been famed for being difficult to deal with in the dark forest, had actually become the weaker side after being repeatedly injured. He was continuously pushed back by Han Shuo's series of attacks, until he finally stumbled and fell backwards. Wait! Just as Han Shuo grasped the demon's lair edge again and was about to take advantage of the opportunity to end Trunks' life, Trunks suddenly opened his mouth to stop him. He stared at Han Shuo and said, "No matter why you've come to the dark forest, I can help you. We actually don't have any irreconcilable hatred between us. It's only for the spoils of war from the body of a twin-headed dragon. It's actually not that valuable. Han Shuo thought carefully after Trunks' words. This was indeed the case. Han Shuo had made the first move because he didn't want to be threatened. He wanted to kill Trunks now because he wanted to put an end to any possible retaliation from Trunks in the future. To be honest, Han Shuo and Trunks actually didn't have any deep hatred between them at all. He walked in front of Trunks and fiercely stabbed the demon's lair edge into the ground 4 times. Han Shuo callously put away the demon's lair edge amidst Trunks' shrill cries like a pig being slaughtered. The demon's lair edge had stabbed into Trunks' hands and feet 4 times. Although it wasn't enough to cause fatal damage and wouldn't affect Trunks' training and strength in the future, Trunks absolutely wouldn't have the chance to pose any threat to Han Shuo in the short term. I'm very sorry. Because you're more dangerous, I thought it was safer this way. Han Shuo shrugged and said naturally. He paused and stared at the grimacing Trunks after a pause. He smiled faintly and said, I think we can talk properly now. If I don't kill you, what can you help me with? Oh, it looks like there's another cold-hearted magical creature hunter in the dark forest, First, he groaned in pain. Then, Trunks, who was limp from head to toe, actually started laughing hysterically. However, his current sorry state set off his burnt hair, and his expression was indescribably awkward and ugly. Be honest if you want to live. Tell me what you can help me with. Han Shuo looked at Trunks and asked with a slight smile. Then I'll first ask you why you've come to the depths of the dark forest. What is it? Trunks' expression didn't show any signs of panic. Although he still moaned in pain, his expression was very calm. Starting, Han Shuo felt that there was no need to hide anything and said directly, I've come for the fruit of Dagmar. Can you help me obtain the fruit of Dagmar? I've stayed in the dark forest for many years and have heard of all sorts of legends. I know a bit about the location of the fruit of Dagmar and I can take you there, but I'm not too sure if I'll be able to obtain the fruit of Dagmar. If you let me go this time, I can promise to help you with all my strength and won't pursue this matter in the future. If you've heard of my name, then you should know that I never go back on my word. Trunks looked at Han Shuo and promised solemnly. Deal. Han Shuo nodded and responded crisply. Chapter 109. Although this Trunks was famed for being difficult to deal with, his reputation was quite good. After receiving his guarantee and making him swear an oath, Han Shuo didn't make things difficult for him anymore. The heavily injured Trunks didn't pay any more attention to Han Shuo. He struggled to take out some gauze and medicine from his space ring and smeared it on his wounds with trembling hands. He grimaced in pain as he bandaged his wounds. Your injuries seem to be quite serious, how long will it take for you to recover? Han Shuo frowned when he saw Trunks' appearance. Snorting exasperatedly, Trunks said, You're the one who caused my injuries, and you have the nerve to say that. But don't worry, although my injuries look serious right now, they'll recover easily as long as they don't injure my muscles or bones. Not to mention that the medicine I just smeared was ground from the wondrous herbs I gathered in the dark forest. It's very effective in healing scabs. I won't be a burden to you when my fighting aura recovers. Nodding, Han Shuo said, That's good, let's go back now. Wait. Trunks called out and then focused his gaze on Han Shuo's face. He asked with extreme puzzlement, Can you tell me why you were able to discover me as soon as I came to your tent, and why you were able to detect me no matter where I hid? Also, my dragon binding slash can first use fighting aura to immobilize the enemy. As long as their strength isn't higher than mine, they can only be slaughtered by me. Why would your weapon automatically fly up and protect your entire body? I'm sorry, I can't tell you these two things. The only thing I can say is that don't try to ambush me in the future. That will only make you suffer. Han Shuo shrugged and said to Trunks. Trunks hadn't thought that Han Shuo would reveal his secrets. In fact, he'd only needed Han Shuo's confirmation when he'd asked Trunks. As long as Han Shuo didn't deny the truth of the two matters, this meant that there was indeed something miraculous hidden on Han Shuo's body. This was what Trunks needed to know. Nodding to express his understanding, Trunks said, "If no one can ambush you, your strength will increase by at least several times in the dark forest. It looks like there's a chance of success in finding the fruit of Dagmar this time." The journey back took 5 times longer than when they'd come. Trunks' speed was greatly reduced due to his injuries. However, Trunks stubbornly refused Han Shua's support and stubbornly insisted on walking alone. As the two walked, Han Shua learned many things about the dark forest through Trunks. They walked from dawn all the way until the afternoon before finally returning to their starting point. Odysseus and his group's tents were still there. They hadn't left and waited for Han Shua and Trunks to appear. The adventurers all gripped their weapons tightly and pointed them at Trunks as if they were facing a great enemy. "Everyone put down your weapons, he won't be a threat to us." Han Shua walked over and seriously advised everyone to stop drawing their weapons. When the group heard Han Shua's words and looked at Trunks' sorry state, they hesitated and all put down their weapons. The water adept mage Aphrodite asked with surprise, "Han, what's going on? Let's talk in a moment. How are Odysseus' injuries?" Han Shua asked Aphrodite with a frown. Looking unkindly at the pale-faced Trunks, Aphrodite said, "His life isn't in danger, but there's a deep bloody claw mark on his chest from the manticore's attack. His entire body is stiff and strange. I think that even if he recovers in the future, the injury to his chest will affect his strength. He just went to rest." The others' gazes were full of resentment as Aphrodite spoke. They swept their eyes over Trunks' body, seeming ready to pull out their weapons at any time and give Trunks a painful blow. "Han, can you tell us why you've brought this person here?" "Oh, I know, you've captured him alive and are planning on personally executing him in front of Odysseus?" Gordon stared fixedly at Han Shua and said with a darkened face. Because of their captain Odysseus' injuries, these people held an undisguisable hatred towards Trunks. Han Shua could feel the fury in their hearts from their tone and expressions. If it wasn't for Han Shua stopping them just now, Trunks would have immediately suffered the revenge of these angry people as soon as he appeared. But now, Han Shua needed Trunks to take him to find the fruit of Dagmar, so Han Shua couldn't let these people harm Trunks. Seeing Gordon's darkened expression, Han Shua hesitated and explained what had happened. When Han Shua had finished, Gordon laughed coldly for a while and then said loudly, "Screw the fruit of Dagmar. Now that Odysseus has suffered such heavy injuries, what we need isn't the fruit of Dagmar, but the life of this detestable murderer. Han, do you want the fruit of Dagmar, or revenge for Odysseus?" The elven archer Nia suddenly looked coldly at Han Shua and asked faintly. The gazes of the other adventurers all gathered on Han Shua, as if waiting for Han Shua to give an answer. Han Shua suddenly felt a great headache at this moment. He hadn't thought that Odysseus' injuries would be so severe, nor had he thought that these people's concern for Odysseus was clearly far greater than the fruit of Dagmar. In Han Shua's heart, he hadn't thought of these people as trustworthy companions to begin with. He'd only come with them purely for the fruit of Dagmar. Han Shua felt a bit surprised by the events that had transpired now, and was a bit touched by their friendship with Odysseus. However, because he'd already promised Trunks earlier, Han Shua didn't know how to handle things at the moment. As the main character, Trunks had been silent since he'd arrived. There wasn't any panic in his gaze as he calmly scanned everyone's faces. Only now did he suddenly open his mouth to say, "It looks like everyone doesn't welcome me, but I have a way to cure Odysseus' injuries. Is there anyone willing to trust me?" Han Shua didn't wait for the others to say anything after he'd said these words when he immediately said, "You can help Odysseus?" Nodding, Trunks said with certainty, "Odysseus' injuries were caused by the manticore. The manticore is my companion, so I naturally know how to treat injuries caused by it. Follow me." Han Shua had long since sensed Odysseus' breathing and immediately didn't waste words as he led Trunks to open one of the tents, revealing Odysseus who was also pale-faced and a bit weak. There was a large hole in the soft armor on Odysseus' chest that had been wrapped up with gauze. It was impossible to see the extent of the injuries inside. Aphrodite and Gordon also walked in after Trunks and Han Shoa walked in. The others surrounded the outside of the tent, carefully preventing Trunks from making any rash movements. "Take off the gauze," Trunks ordered after walking in. The group hadn't said anything since Trunks had said he had a way to help Odysseus, as if they were waiting to see Trunks' actions before deciding what to do next. Gordon was still silent, but he walked towards Odysseus. He first woke Odysseus up and then helped him take off the gauze amidst Odysseus' astonished cries, revealing the frightening wound on his chest that was so deep that bone could be seen. "Han, what's going on?" Odysseus looked weakly at Han Shoa and asked in confusion. "Don't move and don't speak. I'll explain when your injuries have stabilized." Han Shoa moved closer to Odysseus and said softly. At this moment, Trunks took out a medicine bottle from his space ring and poured out some red powder from within, slowly applying it to the wound on Odysseus' chest. He opened his mouth to explain faintly, "The tail of a manticore contains a great poison that numbs and stiffens the body. Its claws also contain this poison, but it's not as strong as the tail. The powder I've applied to him can remove the poison from the manticore's claws and speed up the formation of scabs. His chest has suffered such a heavy injury. Even if he completely recovers, it'll affect his strength in the future." Gordon's expression eased a bit, but he still appeared a bit unfriendly as he stared at Trunks. If he still wants to obtain the fruit of Dagmar, he'll definitely run into the Medusa in the swamp. The blood of the level 1 magical creature Medusa has a miraculous effect on wounds. As long as we kill the Medusa and smear its blood on his wounds, I guarantee that there won't be any side effects. The wound on his chest will heal even faster in the future. Trunks faintly explained after flicking a glance at Gordon. Looking at Gordon and then at Aphrodite, Han Shoa said calmly, "I think we need him to find the Medusa for us. What do you think?" Aphrodite and Gordon looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Chapter 110. Two swordsmen made a simple stretcher to carry Odysseus. After understanding what had happened, Odysseus tried to dispel everyone's hostility towards Trunks. It was a pity that although everyone didn't continue to call for Trunks to be killed, no one gave him a friendly look either. Trunks himself was quite open to everyone's hostility. Han Shoa even felt that he didn't care at all. Han Shoa asked Trunks in surprise, but Trunks only responded very coldly, "If you hadn't miraculously discovered my tracks, none of them would have left alive. I've never paid attention to people who pose no threat to me." Han Shoa had understood some of the rules of the Dark Forest from Trunks in the days he'd spent with Trunks. In the depths of the Dark Forest, everything depended on one's strength. Everything else was secondary. Indecisiveness and kindness were signs of weakness, and would often cost one their life. Everyone followed Trunks' directions and continued to explore deeper into the Dark Forest for 3 days in a row. Odysseus' injuries had been brought under control after these 3 days. His wounds had started to slowly scab over, but his movements were still a bit impeded. Trunks' physical injuries also quickly recovered after being treated. However, because of Han Shoa's Demon's Lair Edge's stabs, his hands and feet still appeared to be a bit sluggish. However, his originally pale face once again revealed rosy color. Everyone arrived at the edge of a pond at noon. They first found a large tree to put Odysseus down, and then planned on fetching some water from the pond to drink. However, before everyone could move, Trunks, who'd been with Han Shoa, suddenly frowned and said to Han Shoa, "Tell them to be careful. Look at the seaweed growing in the pond. These seaweed roots have sharp thorns. They'll pull people into the pond if they detect them approaching. If they're not careful, they'll lose their lives." Han Shoa hastily called out when he heard this, "Gordon, you guys stand there and don't move. If you hold a torch in your hands, the scorching heat will make the seaweed hesitate." Trunks faintly suggested a solution when he saw Han Shoa staring at him. "Thank you," Han Shoa said softly before walking towards Gordon and the others. He explained the dangers of the seaweed and reminded them to carry the torches. When they started to act according to Han Shuo's instructions, an original demon standing guard in the distance suddenly discovered the manticore's movements. Han Shuo was startled and quickly arrived in front of Trunks, saying, "Your manticore is nearby." Nodding, Trunks looked at Han Shuo in astonishment and said, "You can actually detect movement in your surroundings." "Not bad, I chose this path because this is where I told the manticore to stay. I have a scent on me that only it can smell, I think it'll be able to find me very quickly. So that's how it is. I hope you can make the manticore behave." Han Shuo understood that Trunks' reputation for keeping his promises had always been pretty good, so he wasn't afraid of any tricks from him. However, as a level 1 magical creature with boundless strength, the manticore could identify enemies. If it attacked him and Odysseus as soon as it appeared, then it would be a bit troublesome. "I know what to do, I don't need you to remind me." Trunks leaned lazily against the large tree and suddenly opened his mouth to howl. The manticore, which had been pacing in the distance, swiftly approached Trunks when it heard his howl and stood docilely in front of him after 10 seconds. Gordon and the others, who had been drawing water from the pool in the distance, acted as if they were facing a great enemy when they saw the manticore appear, but were comforted by Han Shuo's words. At this moment, one of the original demons, who had been observing the manticore from afar, suddenly saw a strange phenomenon. The branches of a small, lush green tree suddenly began to twist strangely. The twisted branches twisted into a few balls like fried dough twists and suddenly strangely transformed into human hands and feet. Han Shuo sensed the abnormality through the original demon and immediately began to observe with rapt attention. The twisting branches continued to twist and finally formed a strange person draped in tree bark clothing. This strange person had green hair and looked a bit similar to a forest troll, but had pointy ears and looked a bit like an elf. Just as Han Shuo was puzzled, the strange person identified the direction and headed in the direction that the manticore had just walked, murmuring lowly, "If the manticore is here, then Trunks must be nearby as well." Han Shuo was startled and abruptly stared at Trunks. "There's a strange person who seems to have set his eyes on the manticore. He was just a tree and is now following the path that the manticore has taken and is approaching. He seems to recognize you." Trunks' lazy expression was swept away as soon as Han Shuo's words had sounded. He stood up with a bang and leapt onto the manticore's back, saying, "If I'm not wrong, that person should be the great druid Caspian." As a great druid, Caspian has the ability to transform into a tree or a giant bear. He can also communicate with trees. "I can't meet him with my current strength, we have to leave immediately." "It's too late, he's already here." Han Shuo frowned and suddenly spoke. Originally, Han Shuo had wanted to ask Trunks before deciding whether to leave or stand their ground, but he hadn't thought that the great druid Caspian would move so quickly. Caspian leapt onto a tree branch just as Trunks was speaking. The soft branch seemed to have a mind of its own as it suddenly swung and tossed Caspian over. Caspian had already landed in front of Trunks as soon as Han Shuo had finished speaking. He looked at Trunks with a slight smile. "Long time no see, good friend. Shouldn't you return what you owe me?" Trunks, who was riding on the manticore, didn't pay any attention to Caspian. The manticore took a leap and attempted to leave the area. The smile on Caspian's face didn't change as he suddenly recited a string of ancient and desolate incantations. All of the shrubs, trees, and flowers in the direction that the manticore had jumped seemed to come to life, turning into countless hands of all sizes as they moved to entangle the manticore and Trunks. Right in front of Trunks, the branches of a large tree intertwined into a net, blocking off his path. The shrubs churned like the waves of the sea, surrounding the manticore and Trunks in a short while. The rampaging manticore tried to destroy everything around it, but was stopped by Trunks. "Old friend, I can feel that you're injured. You didn't resist this time, which means that you don't have the confidence to throw me off. It looks like your injuries aren't light. Give me the divine wood scepter and I can help you treat your injuries. Isn't that good?" Caspian looked at Trunks, who had stopped in the distance, and spoke with a smile. Han Shoa and the others watched the dispute between Trunks and Caspian, but didn't interfere. It looked like Trunks had taken something from Caspian, and Caspian was just coming over to take it back. Judging from the current situation, it looked like Trunks was the one in the wrong. Therefore, Han Shoa didn't interfere and only watched coldly from the sidelines. "I'm injured, you won't forcefully take it at this time, will you?" Trunks spread out his hands after he'd been surrounded by the shrubs. Caspian was silent for a moment and then stared at Trunks. "If I remember correctly, you were the one who took the divine wood scepter when I was injured. If there's a need, I don't mind learning from you." "Alright, this is your divine wood scepter. I've studied it for 3 months and haven't discovered anything special about it. I'll give it back to you." Pursing his lips and smiling wryly, Trunks took out an exquisite scepter that seemed to be made from the roots of an old tree from his space ring and tossed it far away to Caspian. A large tree branch suddenly extended down and miraculously wrapped around the divine wood scepter, sending it into the hands of the great druid Caspian. When Caspian grasped the divine wood scepter, an aura of vitality immediately emanated from within. The surrounding shrubs rustled as if they were cheering softly. Caspian tossed a small bottle the size of a thumb to Trunks. When Trunks caught it, Caspian said faintly, "The 100 flowers essence in the bottle will be greatly beneficial to your injuries. Don't have any ideas about me in the future." Trunks gulped down the 100 flowers essence and shrugged his shoulders at Caspian, not agreeing to anything. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to have ulterior motives towards what was on Caspian's body. "Honored Great Druid, could you please treat my friend?" The elven archer Nia suddenly walked in front of Caspian at this moment and spoke with great sincerity. Caspian smiled as he looked at Nia and nodded, saying amiably, "Adorable child, I cannot refuse your request." Druids and elves were both worshippers of the goddess of nature. Only the most devout worshippers of the goddess of nature had the right to become a druid. This druid had pointy ears and was obviously a druid that had been converted from an elf. No wonder he'd agreed without hesitation when he heard Nia's request. The great druid Caspian walked in front of Odysseus on the stretcher and glanced at Odysseus' wounds. He couldn't help but frown. Caspian then chanted an incantation and dripped 3 drops of green liquid into the wound on Odysseus' chest. He then said apologetically to Nia, "Your friend's injuries are very serious. My nature's blessing and 3 drops of vitality water will speed up the recovery of his wounds and he won't have to worry about infection. However, he can't do any strenuous exercise after his injuries have healed, otherwise he may develop dizziness or even directly faint. I can't do anything about this, I'm truly sorry. Many thanks to your benevolence, Caspian." Nia expressed her thanks and then said, "Trunks says that the Medusa's blood can help Odysseus recover completely. We'll find the Medusa." Caspian looked at Trunks with surprise and then said to Nia, "He's right, there's some magical blue blood in the area where the magical core is in the Medusa's brain. This blood can indeed help him recover completely. However, this old friend of mine isn't someone who loves to help others. Why would he tell you this? You've taken the divine wood scepter and healed him. I think you've chased me for a few months, shouldn't you report back to the Druidic Order as soon as possible?" Trunks glared at Caspian and said with a bit of displeasure. Nodding with a smile, Caspian explained to Nia, "It looks like this old friend of mine is angry. Heh, he's actually not as bad as you think. If he's willing to help you, you have a great chance of obtaining the Medusa's blood. I'm very sorry that I have other matters to attend to and can't accompany you. You're too kind." Nia was obviously a bit overwhelmed by the favor and hurriedly said sincerely. Caspian looked at Trunks from afar and left with a slight smile, disappearing from everyone's line of sight after a while. "Come, let's continue on our way. We'll be there in 2 more days." Trunks snorted slightly with a cold face after Caspian left and then urged everyone to continue on their way. The group didn't encounter any danger under Caspian's lead and arrived at a swamp with a heavy stench after 2 days. A few enormous man-eating flowers repeatedly attacked Han Shoa and the others in the surroundings of the swamp. It was a good thing that Trunks had warned them beforehand and everyone had gathered together to defend against the attacks of the man-eating flowers. It's said that the fruit of Dagmar that you need grows in a piece of sludge in the middle of this enormous swamp, including a Medusa hiding within. We've arrived at our destination. Trunks pointed at the expansive swamp in front of them and said. Chapter 111. The swamp in front of them was wide, and the white bones of some humans and beasts could be faintly seen in the gray mud. It looked like there had been quite a few humans and beasts that had died here. There were also all sorts of ugly and strange plants growing in the mud. These plants had sharp thorns on their branches and swayed aimlessly in all directions, making one's heart tremble. The surrounding large trees were at the corners of the mud, and some of the branches and leaves above had fallen into the mud, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. It was as if there was a demon hidden at the bottom of the mud that had devoured them. Waves of foul odor assaulted their noses from the mud, causing water mage Aphrodite and female elf Nia to frown and cover their mouths, looking a bit unbearable. When everyone's gazes landed on the swamp, Trunks continued to explain, the plants that grow in there are all extremely dangerous. The swamp will swallow up all humans and beasts that enter. The foul odor in the depths also contains a slow poison that can make one feel weak all over. The Medusa that hides in the swamp can roam freely in there and is very difficult to deal with. Han Shua's gaze was grave as he looked at the large swamp. He couldn't help but furrow his brow after listening to Trunks' explanation as he inwardly considered his plans. We don't have the ability to fly, so we'll be stuck in the swamp and unable to come out if we land. According to what you've said, the Medusa lives in the swamps and can completely conceal itself within the swamps. It can attack and defend as it pleases. It's simply too difficult for us to make a move against it within the swamps. Han Shua mused for a moment and spoke in a low voice. Flicking a glance at Han Shua, Trunks said, the Medusa's strength can greatly increase in the swamp. Even the Manticore, which is also a level 1 magical creature, is powerless against it. We can't fly and thus can't do much damage to the Medusa. However, if the Medusa walks out of the swamp, we can defeat it with our combined strength. But according to my understanding of the Medusa, it absolutely won't leave the swamp easily. Is there anything that attracts the Medusa? Han Shua asked. Shaking his head, Trunks said, I don't know. The Medusa can emit beautiful sounds that have the power to tempt men and beasts. As soon as humans or beasts approach the swamp, it will suddenly attack and drag its prey into the swamp. Therefore, the Medusa doesn't have to worry about running out of food. I don't know what else it needs apart from that. After a moment of silence, Han Shua suddenly smiled and said, since that's the case, we can only use the stupidest method. We'll stand guard here and make a move to kill the Medusa as soon as it makes a sound to lure prey. I think that when the Medusa discovers that there's no prey nearby, it'll be unable to resist its hunger and leave the swamp to hunt. When that time comes, we'll make a move together and be sure to kill it. Yes, although this method is very stupid, this is the only way. If the Medusa leaves the swamp, I and the Manticore have no need to fear it. If you guys are added to the mix, I think it'll be hard for it to escape death. Alright, let's make some arrangements. Traps and simple fences were placed at the edges of the swamp. Only when they actually got to work did everyone realize just how vast this project was. This swamp was exceedingly vast, and it was quite difficult to completely defend all 4 sides. The group spent a day and a half before exhaustedly completing everything. After a night's rest, everyone's ears were plugged the next day and they stood guard in all directions according to their positions. The swamp was too vast, and even if 8 people and 1 Manticore split up, it still wasn't quite enough. Han Shua's 3 original demons had all been released at this time and roamed around the entire swamp, constantly paying attention to the current situation. On the first day, everyone waited with rapt attention for a long time, but still didn't discover the Medusa hunting. According to Trunks, a single hunt from the Medusa was enough for it to eat for 10 days. The group had no way of predicting when it had last hunted, so they could only use this method to wait. The Medusa also didn't hunt on the second day. It wasn't until the evening of the third day that Han Shua's original demons discovered a bulge of mud in the center of the swamp, revealing the Medusa's appearance. True to its name, the Medusa's long hair was made up of living, strange snakes. These strange snakes were incomparably long and extended in all directions of the swamp like tentacles. The Medusa's appearance was actually that of a beautiful woman. Her black eyebrows and cherry lips made her appear very beautiful, but when she opened her mouth, one would discover that her fangs were everywhere. The lower half of her body that was slightly revealed was that of a snake, and her thick skin revealed an ugly dark brown color. It was an indescribably strange sight when compared to her beautiful face. Opening her large mouth full of fangs, the Medusa emitted a beautiful, mournful, and alluring sound. Han Shua and the others, who had long since plugged their ears, could still faintly hear the faint sound. They all felt their hearts tremble, as if they'd been inexplicably attracted by it and had the desire to find out what it was. It was a good thing that they'd only heard a bit of the sound. Adding to that Trunks' repeated reminders, they controlled themselves and didn't walk towards the swamp. They firmly remained where they'd been stationed, their gazes constantly scanning the surroundings and paying attention to the movements around them. Slowly, all sorts of small magical creatures that had been tempted by the sound began to make their way towards the swamp. They couldn't help but rush towards the swamp with joyful footsteps. There were also a few large magical creatures approaching from the distance. Han Shua and Trunks looked at each other and temporarily didn't use the traps that they'd prepared. These magical creatures that had just appeared weren't powerful enough and didn't need to be dealt with by traps. Everyone split up and carefully passed through the obstacles of the traps. They attacked mercilessly and started killing the small magical creatures that were slowly approaching. Trunks' injuries looked like he'd recovered quite well. His efficiency was the fastest amongst the group. His figure was another dangerous magical creature as he weaved through the bushes and brought up waves of blood. He'd cleaned up all the magical creatures that had tried to approach after a while. With the help of the Demon's Lair Edge, although Han Shua was a bit slower than Trunks, he was much faster than Aphrodite and the others. The Demon's Lair Edge was like a magical weapon that harvested lives. It spun according to Han Shua's will and easily killed off the magical creatures that were only level 5 or 6. After cleaning up the low-level magical creatures in their area, Han Shua and Trunks split up to help the others deal with the small magical creatures that were quickly approaching. After a while, the 20 or so small magical creatures that were approaching were all killed off by the group. These small low-level magical creatures were too worthless and Han Shua didn't even make a move to collect the spoils. During this short period of idleness, Han Shua grabbed the soft cloth covering his ears and stood in place with a solemn expression. This startled Trunks beside him and he repeatedly gestured at Han Shua. The beautiful, mournful cries were like the whispers of a lover beside one's ear, making one want to come to her gentle home and linger with her, telling her of the hardships of lovesickness. This kind of strange allure filled Han Shua's mind in that instant and immediately caused Han Shua to hallucinate, as if Fanny was calling out to him from the swamp behind him. He couldn't help but lift his feet and walk towards the swamp behind him. However, he'd only taken a few steps when Han Shua's mind came to a realization. His unyielding willpower immediately caused Han Shua to forcibly halt his steps and use his tenacious willpower to resist the assault of the allure. His body was like a boulder as he remained where he was. After such a long period of magical training, Han Shua had ample confidence in his willpower. The allure of the Medusa's voice couldn't be resisted through magic or fighting aura. The only thing that could contend against it was his tenacious willpower. It was precisely because Han Shua felt that he could withstand it now that he'd resolutely given up on covering his ears with the soft cloth and tried to see if the Medusa's allure could shake his unyielding willpower. The final result proved that Han Shua's long period of magical training had indeed tempered his inhumanly strong willpower. Call after call filled with allure fell into Han Shua's ears. The strong allure at the beginning slowly lost its effect until Han Shua was no longer affected. He'd just taken a few steps back when he once again took a determined step forward. His expression was relaxed and natural, obviously no longer affected by the allure of the magical voice. In the distance, Trunks watched in amazement as Han Shua's initial difficult resistance turned to the ease with which he'd handled the situation. He couldn't help but raise his thumb in admiration at Han Shua's tenacious willpower. 5 or 6 level 3 and 4 magical creatures once again appeared in everyone's line of sight, as well as 2 frost eagles circling in the air. Han Shua, Trunks, and the others looked at each other and were immediately startled. All of their attention was focused on the frost eagles flying low in the air. These frost eagles had obviously been affected by the Medusa's voice and looked like they were planning on resting in the swamp. Otherwise, they wouldn't have flown so low. Han Shua grasped the powerful crossbow in his hand and took aim at the extended throat of one of the frost eagles. An accurate arrow whistled through the air. At the same time, Nia and the 2 mages made their moves at the same time, targeting the other frost eagle. This frost eagle wasn't small. Once it landed in the swamp, the Medusa wouldn't be able to come out for at least 5 or 6 days. Then, all of their previous preparations would be for naught. Therefore, the group absolutely couldn't allow the frost eagle to land in the swamp. The confused frost eagle was obviously less vigilant than before. Han Shua's crossbow arrow stabbed into the Han Shua eagle's neck and shot it down from the air. On the other side, the attacks of Nia and the 2 mages seemed a bit weak due to the distance. A few of Nia's arrows stuck into the frost eagle's body, but didn't seem to cause much damage. Han Shua was a bit anxious when he saw the wounded frost eagle fly over the group's heads and land in the swamp. The crossbow needed to be reloaded and readied before it could be used. There was no way they could make it in time. Just as Han Shua was about to bring out the demon's lair edge, Trunks suddenly flung out a short sword. The short sword was imbued with Trunks' fighting aura and sank into the frost eagle's tailbone. The speed of the frost eagle's flapping wings was obviously greatly affected after being hit by the short sword, and it gradually fell downwards. The manticore in the distance then dashed out like lightning and suddenly appeared in front of the frost eagle. With a swipe of its powerful claws, the frost eagle's neck had already been torn apart. The magical creatures on the ground had all been wiped out by the traps and the 3 swordsmen. Everyone had just breathed a sigh of relief when a female elf suddenly appeared in the distance. Her features were pure and beautiful and she wore a gorgeous dress. She walked quickly towards Han Shua with a blank expression. Startled, Han Shua immediately rushed out and blocked the female elf's advance. He opened his mouth and said, "Stop, stop right now." It was a pity that the female elf had temporarily lost her reason after being bewitched by the Medusa. She turned a deaf ear to Han Shua's words of advice and walked straight towards the swamp. "Not everyone has the same willpower as you. Stop trying to persuade her, hurry up and hug her." Trunks finally couldn't help but yell out when he saw the female elf approach the swamp step by step and Han Shua continue to persuade her. Han Shua started as he watched the female elf approach the swamp step by step. He finally reached out with lightning speed and grabbed the female elf in his arms, ignoring her resistance as he carried her out. "Brother, brother." The female elf continuously called out as she struggled in Han Shua's arms. When she discovered that she couldn't break free, her little fists suddenly hammered Han Shua's chest as she mournfully called out the word, "brother." This level of attack didn't seem to hurt or itch Han Shua's chest. Han Shua's body slowly moved away from the swamp as he tightly held the female elf. The Medusa's beautiful cries became more and more urgent, but there were no longer any movements of humans or beasts in the surroundings. After a while, the Medusa finally stopped its alluring calls when it saw that it had no effect. Its body that had been hidden in the swamp all this time gradually revealed itself. Chapter 112. When the Medusa's body slowly emerged from the swamp, Han Shua finally discovered that the Medusa was even larger than he'd imagined. The Medusa's head was filled with little snakes that continuously extended and danced. Its snake-like lower limbs were as thick as water buckets, and its body was 5 or 6 meters long when fully extended. Everyone pay attention, I think the Medusa is planning on leaving the swamp to hunt. Through the observation of the original demons, Han Shuo clearly saw the Medusa's movements and immediately warned everyone. Bad guy, big bad guy. After Han Shuo's startled cry sounded, a shriek sounded from within his arms. The pure and beautiful female elf suddenly became violent and had a panicked expression on her face. Her little fists continuously pounded on Han Shuo's chest. When he saw that the female elf had returned to normal, Han Shuo immediately let go of her and the demon's lair edge abruptly appeared in his hand. His eyes calmly scanned the surroundings, planning on finding a suitable place to deal with the Medusa. You, what are you doing? The female elf was greatly startled and thought that Han Shuo wanted to silence her. She frantically retreated 2 steps and a magic staff suddenly appeared in her hand. She chanted an incantation and a sharp wind blade shot towards Han Shuo's head. Damn it, why are you attacking me? Han Shuo immediately glared angrily at the elf after dodging the attack. However, it looked like this female elf was even angrier than Han Shuo. She looked at Han Shuo with great enmity and snorted angrily, "What did you do to me just now?" The hungry Medusa was obviously growing impatient when it saw that no prey had entered the swamp. Its enormous body quickly moved through the swamp and started approaching Han Shuo's group. Han Shuo didn't have the time to tangle with this female elf at this moment. When he saw the female elf archer Nia walk over, Han Shuo abruptly beckoned her over and pointed at the female elf who didn't understand the situation. Han Shuo said, "You explain to her." Han Shuo immediately left after he'd spoken and arrived next to Trunks, Aphrodite, and the others. He said urgently, "It looks like the Medusa can't endure its hunger and is trying to leave the swamp in search of prey. It's coming in this direction, everyone pay attention. You 2 mages leave quickly and stay on the large tree behind the trap. You 2 swordsmen split up and don't let the Medusa discover your tracks. Han, you and I will leave temporarily and will block off its path of retreat when the Medusa appears. The Medusa is very difficult to deal with in the swamp, but if it leaves the swamp, it may not be a match for my manticore in a one-on-one fight. Therefore, we have a great chance of killing it. The only thing we need to pay attention to is to not let it discover our tracks. Otherwise, it'll be very difficult for us to deal with it once it returns to the swamp." Trunks suddenly called out loudly at this moment and quickly commanded everyone to get into position. At such a critical moment, even the other adventurers who had originally harbored enmity towards Trunks didn't continue to say anything for the sake of the Medusa. They all nodded and began to move according to Trunks' instructions. Han Shuo nodded towards Trunks and suddenly retreated, making a detour and leaving the path that the Medusa would definitely take. Through the observations of the original demons, Han Shuo's grasp of the overall situation was far greater than the others. The Medusa appeared to be quite cautious and didn't immediately leave the swamp after carefully coming ashore. Instead, it seemed to be thinking as it stayed by the side of the swamp. The magical creatures that had just appeared had all been stripped of their valuables and their corpses thrown into the enormous trap that had been prepared beforehand. The Medusa's head spun a few times and her watery eyes appeared a bit confused. She didn't seem to understand why no one had approached after hearing the sound. After a while, the Medusa finally left the swamp and walked towards the location where Aphrodite and the others were lying in ambush. Through the observations of the original demons, Han Shuo discovered that the elf, who'd been quite enraged just now, had finally calmed down after Nia's persuasion. He looked over with interest, and only retreated a bit unwillingly under Nia's repeated persuasions. However, he didn't want to stay too far away from them. After leaving the swamp, the Medusa slowly advanced with a heart full of caution. Han Shuo and Trunks, who had just circled around, appeared at the edge of the swamp from another direction and completely blocked off the Medusa's path of retreat. Han Shuo and Trunks exchanged a knowing look and silently approached the Medusa from behind at the same time, ready to act at a moment's notice. Finally, after the Medusa had left the swamp for a few dozen meters, its wriggling body suddenly neared the trap. The Medusa's body was long and slender, and when its upper body sensed the existence of the trap, it relied on the strength of its lower limbs to keep its slanted body from falling into the trap. Instead, it moved step by step towards the outside of the trap as its serpentine body twisted. At this moment, water dragons and lightning suddenly appeared in the sky and crackled down towards the Medusa. Nia, who wasn't far in front, also drew her bow and fired. A few sharp arrows flew through the air, heading straight for the Medusa. Gordon and the other two swordsmen on the side joined forces and chopped down a tree trunk that had been suspended high in the air. The thick tip of the tree trunk suddenly smashed towards the Medusa with a loud boom. At this moment, the Medusa immediately realized that it had fallen into an ambush. Its lower limbs miraculously wrapped around a large tree next to it, and its body that had been about to fall into the trap suddenly leapt high into the air, landing back on flat ground with a bang. The tree trunk that had been targeting the Medusa crashed down from where its neck had been resting in the air just as the Medusa had dodged. It crashed into the bottom of the trap with a loud boom. Aphrodite's water dragon obviously didn't have the killing power it should have when it crashed into the Medusa's body. The Medusa shook its head and shook its tail, and the water dragon turned into a spray of water that filled the sky and scattered. It was the lightning strike that caused the Medusa to cry out mournfully in pain. Only one of Nia's arrows had stuck into the Medusa's soft neck, but it had only sunk in a few inches and hadn't caused any fatal damage. The Medusa's body writhed violently, indicating that it hadn't been affected too much. After the first wave of attacks had landed, the Medusa quickly turned around with a shake of its body. It didn't attempt to retaliate against those who had attacked it and crawled towards the swamp. It looked like it was planning on entering the swamp before making any further plans. It was a pity that Han Shuo and Trunks had long since been prepared at this moment. Fierce milky white fighting aura and the deafening whistle of the demon's lair edge rang out, both targeting the Medusa. They suddenly appeared on the Medusa's neck and face. The Medusa had been able to easily deal with the previous attacks, but Han Shuo and Trunks' attacks finally made the Medusa feel the threat of death. These two waves of attacks were ferocious and contained a domineering killing intent that caused the high-level magical creature to burst forth with all of its energy. Its enormous body suddenly became exceedingly nimble as the snake hair that filled the sky suddenly danced. Hundreds and thousands of little snakes danced wildly in the air, turning into a sky full of tentacles that obstructed Trunks and Han Shuo's attacks. Trunks' milky white fighting aura and Han Shuo's demon's lair edge's attacks suddenly surged into the sky full of flying snakes. Bloody mist instantly scattered through the air, and chunks of blood from the little snakes were continuously thrown into the air, landing on the ground with a thud. The two's attacks were blocked at the same time and were completely unable to approach the Medusa's vitals. The little snakes that had been chopped into pieces on the ground wriggled in Han Shuo and Trunks' direction, attempting to swallow Trunks and Han Shuo's bodies. "Humph, you're courting death." Trunks snorted coldly as a longsword once again appeared in his hand. However, it wasn't the broadsword that had been chipped by the demon's lair edge the first time. Trunks' entire body was wrapped in milky white light as sand and stones flew everywhere he passed. The little snakes that approached him all exploded as he swiftly rushed towards the Medusa. On the other side, a figure dashed out like lightning. The manticore it had long since been prepared rushed out and maintained the same speed as Trunks as he shot towards the Medusa. Han Shuo remained where he was and didn't move. He instead closed his eyes and used all of his concentration to drive the demon's lair edge. The little snakes on the Medusa's head all screeched as they turned into a bloody dance that filled the sky. The indestructible demon's lair edge reaped the lives of the little snakes with its sharpness, instantly cutting off more than half of the Medusa's hair. When the other adventurers in the distance saw that the Medusa's path of retreat had been blocked and that it was now heavily injured, they all surged out from the back. Even more attacks appeared after everyone's combined forces. Trunks and the manticore were even more ferocious as they stuck close to the Medusa. Trunks transformed into a ball of milky white light, sending the Medusa's flesh and blood flying with every twist and turn. The Manticore, which was also a high-level magical beast, flew around the Medusa on the flat ground. Its claws were as sharp as knives and left deep wounds on the Medusa's body that were so deep that bones could be seen. When all of the little snakes on the Medusa's head had been chopped off by Han Shua's demon's lair edge, the Medusa's resistance suddenly became quite powerless as its twisted body gradually became still. Chapter 113. By the time everyone had surrounded the Medusa, it had already fallen to the ground and was motionless. Trunks leapt onto the Medusa's body with his sword and sliced open the Medusa's head. He took out the most precious item on the Medusa's body with a face full of joy. Trunks dug out the crystal core of a level 1 magical beast, along with the blue blood that was wrapped around the crystal core. By the time Han Shua had arrived from afar, everything had already been completed. Even the Medusa's body had been pushed into the depths of the trap. The elf in the distance walked over behind Nia and stuck her head out to look at the Medusa in the trap. She exclaimed softly, "How can this ugly fellow have such a pleasant voice? Angelica, you should hurry back, we still have other things to do." Nia frowned involuntarily when she saw the little female elf's face full of curiosity. "I'm not going back, Sister Nia, let me stay with you guys. This place is much more fun than Grandpa's." Angelica smiled sweetly at Nia and shook her head as she spoke tenderly. When Han Shua arrived, Trunks took out the magical core and the most precious blood from the Medusa's brain. He handed them over to Han Shua and said, "I'll keep 10 drops of the Medusa's blue blood, you can distribute the rest." A translucent white bottle filled with the Medusa's blue blood was shoved into Han Shua's hands, along with the Medusa's magical core. Grasping the items that Trunks had handed over, Han Shua asked, "How many drops of blood does Odysseus need to completely recover?" "I think 5 drops of the Medusa's essence blood should be enough to help Odysseus recover. This essence blood has miraculous effects. Not only can it speed up the recovery of injuries, but it can also reattach severed limbs. If someone has a severed limb, they can regrow it as long as they have the Medusa's essence blood. It won't affect their movements in the future, so the Medusa's essence blood is extremely valuable." Trunks looked at Han Shua and solemnly explained the value of the Medusa's essence blood to Han Shua. Nodding, Han Shua also took out a medicine bottle and poured half of the Medusa's essence blood into it. He then handed the remaining half of the bottle along with the level 1 magical core to Aphrodite, saying, "These things are what you deserve. After this matter is over, you can split it with the others." Aphrodite looked in surprise at Han Shua and said, "Isn't it a bit too much to give us? I feel that we only need one of the Medusa's essence blood and magical beast core. After all, the two of you put in the most effort in this operation against the Medusa. We only acted as a distraction. Take it for now, we still have other matters to attend to. If you have any doubts, why don't you wait until you see Odysseus? Odysseus previously told you to temporarily listen to me, I think you should remember that. The Medusa's magical beast core could be made into some mysterious musical instruments and could also have the effect of bewitching people's hearts. If it was sold, it would absolutely fetch a very high price." But to Han Shua, his goal this time wasn't the Medusa, but the fruit of Dagmar that would be of great use to Han Shua. As valuable as the items on the Medusa's body were, they didn't have any direct use to Han Shua. Therefore, Han Shua was quite generous in splitting the spoils from the Medusa's body. Han Shua did this in the hopes that he'd have a greater chance of obtaining the most fruits of Dagmar after obtaining the fruit of Dagmar. This was what Han Shua needed the most right now. The Medusa in the swamp has already been cleared out. There are only some man-eating plants and spreading poisonous gas left in the swamp. It's rumored that the fruit of Dagmar grows in those man-eating plants. We can think of a way to search for the fruit of Dagmar. Trunks looked at Han Shua and suggested. Nodding, Han Shua didn't say anything else and walked towards the swamp on his own. When he arrived at the edge of the swamp, Han Shua randomly picked up a small rock from the shore and threw it towards the swamp in the distance. The rock sank into the swamp in the blink of an eye and disappeared without a trace. There wasn't a single person in this group who could fly. Only Han Shua's 3 original demons could patrol the surroundings of the swamp. When they arrived, Han Shua sat down cross-legged with a dark expression and focused his attention on controlling the 3 original demons. They danced around the wide swamp and attempted to search for the fruit of Dagmar. Trunks and the others rushed over and saw Han Shua sitting down cross-legged without a word. Even his eyes were closed. They all felt that it was rather baffling. "Sister Nia, what's wrong with this bad guy?" The pure and beautiful female elf Angelica looked at Han Shua with surprise and asked Nia in a sweet voice. Nia also didn't know what Han Shua was doing and shook her head when she heard Angelica's question. She said oddly, "I don't know either, but Han is an amazing person. I think he must be doing some amazing things again." Trunks understood that Han Shua was hiding some unknown secrets on his body. These secrets could even make a powerful swordmaster like him feel extremely wary of Han Shua. When he saw Han Shua's strange behavior this time, his heart immediately raced and he guessed that Han Shua must be doing some amazing things again. He immediately focused all of his attention on observing Han Shua's body, including some of the abnormalities in his surroundings, in an attempt to find the mysteries surrounding him. It was a pity that despite Trunks' extraordinary strength and extraordinary insight into fighting aura and magical power, the original demons that didn't have any fighting aura within their bodies and didn't rely on magical power to support themselves made Trunks' observation fruitless. He couldn't figure out what Han Shua was doing at all. One of the original demons landed in the middle of the most flourishing man-eating plants. It suddenly discovered a plant that looked like a person in the shape of a human in a patch of red mud. This plant was the same as a normal person and also had arms, legs, a waist, and a cheeks. However, the area below its waist was like a root that was buried in the mud. The exposed neck had 3 heads that didn't seem to be covered in skin and flesh. The shape of these 3 heads was exactly the same as the fruit of Dagmar that everyone had described. Taking a deep breath, Han Shua suddenly opened his eyes, which sparkled with the light of excitement. He said, "I found it, the fruit of Dagmar is in the middle of the man-eating plants. It has the body of a person, but it has a fruit that looks like 3 heads. But the fruit of Dagmar is in the middle of the mud. How should we get there?" Aphrodite was first overjoyed when she heard this, but then couldn't help but frown as she spoke. "Yeah, none of us here are archmages. We have no way of flying to the surface of the swamp." Gordon frowned and also spoke powerlessly. Trunks looked at Han Shua who was deep in thought and thought for a moment. "Han, the swamp is filled with all kinds of poisonous vermin. There's also a slow-acting poisonous mist in the air. If we accidentally fall into the swamp, it's very unrealistic to think of leaving alive. I thought for a moment, and the only way is to use some of the towering trees on the side. If we borrow the slender branches of the trees and suddenly float out, we can fly across the center of the swamp for a short period of time. However, I can't guarantee that the floating power of those branches will be enough to send people directly to the other side. In addition, it'll only take the blink of an eye to float across the center of the swamp. I think it's impossible to get close to the fruit of Dagmar in that amount of time and obtain the fruit of Dagmar under the attacks of the man-eating plants." Han Shua continued to furrow his brow in silence after Trunks had spoken. After a while, Han Shua suddenly revealed a faint smile and stared at the female elf Angelica with a face full of smiles. He spoke amiably, like a big bad wolf asking a little white rabbit, "Beautiful and adorable elf, did you cast a wind blade spell on me just now?" Pulling the slightly panicked Angelica behind her, Nia looked a bit oddly at Han Shua like a mother hen protecting her chicks. "Han, don't tell me you've taken what happened just now to heart and are planning to take revenge on Angelica. Angelica's status is noble among us elves, so I advise you not to provoke her. In addition, I won't allow you to target her. A smiling face isn't a good thing. That's what Grandpa told me. I feel quite awkward when I see his smile. He's definitely not a good thing." Angelica hid behind Nia and glared at Han Shuo, pouting coquettishly. Shaking his head with a wry smile, Han Shuo said to Nia, "What are you thinking? I need Angelica to help me with a little, if she's a wind mage." Nia let out a sigh of relief after hearing Han Shuo's words and turned to look at Angelica in a friendly manner. She said with a smile, "He's not a bad person. You just cast a wind blade spell. What level of wind mage are you?" "I'm only of the mid-level, I can't fly." "Don't make me go get that fruit, I'll fall." Angelica shrieked as her two slender legs shook and her body floated into the air. She held her breath, and her delicate little face was flushed red. She seemed to have used all her strength to leap into the air twice, and then fell to the ground with a thud. She spread out her hands towards the crowd, and revealed a helpless expression. Her performance just now seemed to be telling everyone that she really couldn't do it, and that she would fall like this. I just need you to cast a mid-level grim wind spell in a bit. Is there a need for you to put on such a show in front of us to prove your incompetence?" Han Shuo didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at this odd little elf and asked in a strange tone. Abruptly sitting up from the ground, Angelica patted the dust off her body and puffed out her small chest, saying proudly, "So it's just a hurricane spell." "I, Angelica, promise to help you. What do you plan on doing?" Trunks and the others all gathered curiously around Han Shuo at this moment, waiting for Han Shuo's response. Han Shuo's face was grave as he looked deeply at Angelica and said lowly, "In a bit, as soon as I leave the tree branch, immediately cast a grim wind spell at me. Remember to cast it when I leave the branch, and you have to grasp the timing well." "Han, are you really planning on doing this? The force from the swinging branch won't be able to support you to the other side at all. Even with the help of the grim wind spell, it's quite unrealistic. In addition, the grim wind spell will only speed up your flight. You won't have a chance to retrieve the fruit of Dagmar then. I advise you to find another way." Trunks frowned as he looked at Han Shuo and tried to persuade Han Shuo. Shaking his head, Han Shuo's expression was resolute as he said to Trunks, "No need, I wouldn't do this if I didn't have the confidence. Don't worry, I have other methods." After he finished speaking, Han Shuo took out a tent from his space ring amidst everyone's astonishment. With a ferocious swipe of the demon's lair edge in his hand, the tent tore apart. Then, Han Shuo pondered for a moment before taking out some tough ropes to tie up the tent. After a while, Han Shuo stopped and said with a smile, "I've created a simple and crude tool. With the help of this tool and the aid of the grim wind, I'm confident that I'll be able to cross this swamp, and I'll be able to cross it at a slow speed." "Han, what is this strange thing? You say it can help you cross this swamp? I really can't believe it." Aphrodite looked suspiciously at the item in Han Shuo's hand and said in disbelief, "This is called a glider, it can do it." Han Shuo held the simple glider made from a tent and slowly climbed to the tallest and most luxuriant tree on the edge of the swamp under everyone's doubtful gazes. "Have you really decided?" Although Trunks didn't quite believe it, he couldn't see through the wonders of Han Shuo's body, so he didn't try to persuade him. Seeing that Han Shuo had climbed to the highest point and had prepared everything after holding onto a sturdy soft branch, he finally opened his mouth to ask. "I'm ready, Angelica, are you ready?" Han Shuo nodded and spoke to the beautiful female elf Angelica in the distance. Angelica nodded proudly and said with great confidence, "No problem, you can begin." Chapter 114. Grabbing onto the soft branch, Han Shuo exerted force to fly out, his body drawing a semicircle in midair. When he returned to his starting point, Han Shuo's two legs kicked the tree trunk fiercely, his body once again leaping out like lightning. After swaying a few times like this, Han Shuo's body's range of flight grew larger and larger, and his speed also increased. The group looked at Han Shuo with astonishment, their hearts in turmoil following Han Shuo's swaying. Just when Han Shuo felt that he'd reached the peak of his swaying speed, he suddenly called out loudly, "Angelica, prepare to cast the grim wind." Han Shuo suddenly let go of the branch as soon as he'd finished speaking, and abruptly flew towards the other side of the swamp under the enormous force of inertia. At the same time, the simple and crude glider that he'd put away in his space ring had already appeared. Han Shuo grasped it beneath his body, as if he'd suddenly grown a pair of wings. At the same time, Angelica confidently chanted the grim wind spell, and a fierce gust of wind blew up where Han Shuo was, carrying Han Shuo towards the swamp. If it wasn't for the existence of the glider, Han Shuo would certainly have flown out like a bolt of lightning, and perhaps also fallen into the depths of the swamp amidst the lightning. However, with the assistance of the glider and the blowing of the grim wind spell, Han Shuo magically and slowly floated towards the center of the swamp. He wasn't in a hurry in terms of speed. Oh my gosh, he really did it. Nia cried out in surprise, her face full of incredulity. The other observers were also quite surprised, and only Trunks maintained his calm. He said lowly with a grave expression, "The poisonous air in the center of the swamp is the heaviest, and the man-eating plants there aren't easy to deal with either. It won't be that easy to obtain the fruit in a short amount of time. I hope he can get what he wishes for." After Trunks' words, everyone seemed to suddenly remember that Han Shuo's goal this time wasn't just to cross the swamp, but more importantly to obtain the fruit of Dagmar. After pouring cold water on Trunks, everyone's expressions became heavy. As he slowly approached the center of the swamp, Han Shuo's attention was unprecedentedly focused. The demon's lair edge in his hand had long since been tightly gripped, but his eyes were tightly shut, relying on the original demons to pay attention to all abnormal movements in the center. Finally, the demon's lair edge flew out of Han Shuo's palm with an ear-piercing whistle. When the demon's lair edge entered the swamp, the man-eating plants all extended their life-reaping branches and leaves, attempting to entangle the demon's lair edge into the swamp. However, the sharpness of the demon's lair edge didn't disappoint Han Shuo. Large patches of thick branches and leaves fell into the swamp as the demon's lair edge danced in the air. In the blink of an eye, a large patch of man-eating plants around the fruit of Dagmar had been cleared. As Han Shuo's glider neared, the demon's lair edge cut through everything as it pleased under Han Shuo's mental control. At this moment, Han Shuo, with his eyes closed, seemed to have reached some sort of tacit understanding with the demon's lair edge. It was as if Han Shuo himself had suddenly become that indestructible demon's lair edge. The three original demons appeared in that area at the same time, observing all the changes in the surroundings of the fruit of Dagmar from three different directions. As Han Shuo slowly approached, the man-eating plants in that area were all chopped up by the demon's lair edge. When Han Shuo was a few meters away from that area, Han Shuo, who'd been tightly shut all this time, suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, he tilted his body and grabbed a noose in his hand, focusing all his attention on the fruit of Dagmar. He turned a deaf ear to the man-eating plants in the surroundings, as well as the faint poisonous mist slowly spreading out, as if these dangers didn't exist at all. Those observing from the outside were also a bit nervous by now. Angelica's breathing grew heavier and her face flushed red with excitement, seeming to find this situation exceedingly exciting. The noose suddenly flew out with a whoosh. The demon's lair edge that had just been chopping up the surrounding man-eating plants suddenly flew upside down. Under Han Shuo's will, the tip of the demon's lair edge and the noose flew towards the neck of the fruit of Dagmar's human form. A foul stench suddenly filled Han Shuo's surroundings. Han Shuo felt a tightness in his chest in that moment, and his mind became temporarily dizzy. The demon's lair edge that had been moving towards the fruit of Dagmar suddenly fell downwards without direction following Han Shuo's momentary lapse of concentration. "Careful, hang in there." Aphrodite suddenly called out from the shore, reminding Han Shuo to stay focused. The magical yuan automatically circulated to his chest, and wherever the magical yuan passed, the tightness in Han Shuo's chest disappeared bit by bit. His slightly dizzy mind once again returned to normal. With a thought, the demon's lair edge that was about to fall into the swamp suddenly whistled sharply. The sharp edge trembled and flew towards the fruit of Dagmar like lightning, bringing the noose with the tail of the demon's lair edged towards the neck of the Fruit of Dagmar's human form. Delighted, Han Shuo took a deep breath and pulled forcefully with his large hands, tightening the noose. Branches and leaves of the man-eating plants that had come over once again were chopped off by the demon's lair edge that had completed its mission. Some of the branches and leaves even had colorful fluids flowing out of them. The Fruit of Dagmar slowly left the swamp amidst everyone's trepidation. Han Shuo exerted more and more force, and with the help of the demon's lair edge, it cut off the Fruit of Dagmar from the waist down. Han Shuo abruptly lifted it up, and the Fruit of Dagmar, along with the neck and the human form's upper limbs, flew out of the swamp. Slowly exerting force in his hand, the Fruit of Dagmar gradually retracted. The glider carried Han Shuo across the center of the swamp and slowly flew towards the other side. Rob them! A sharp cry suddenly sounded at this moment, and then 4 arrows with flames burning on them shot towards Han Shuo's body. At the same time, an enormous hand suddenly formed from the mud, grabbing towards Han Shuo's legs. "Oh, damn it, there's an enemy!" Trunks suddenly cursed from the shore and shouted loudly. Han Shuo, who was on the glider, was only a dozen or so meters away from the opposite shore. The enormous hand formed from the mud was the greatest threat, so Han Shuo had no choice but to call back the demon's lair edge to deal with it. Of the 4 burning arrows, 2 were aimed at Han Shuo, and the other 2 were aimed at the glider beneath Han Shuo. At this moment, Han Shuo would rather be injured than let the glider ignite and fall. He took out a dagger from his space ring and fiercely brandished it to block the 4 incoming arrows. The 4 burning arrows were obviously not easy to deal with. Han Shuo had no foothold on the glider and was in a rather sorry state. He finally managed to block 2 arrows with difficulty, but one still landed on Han Shuo's calf, bringing scorching pain to Han Shuo. Han Shuo could only stop the other arrow from deviating slightly, but it still landed below the glider and set the glider ablaze. "Be careful, he's coming ashore." There were a dozen or so people standing on the swamp on the opposite shore, all of them waiting for Han Shuo to come over. These people were dressed like mercenaries, but also seemed to be part of a private group. There were people of all professions mixed in. His heart was filled with boundless rage, and Han Shuo wanted nothing more than to exterminate these people on the opposite shore. It looked like these people had coincidentally arrived on the opposite shore because Trunks and the others were separated by a large swamp. Because Trunks and the others were separated by a large swamp from the other side of the river, plus Trunks and the others were paying too much attention to Han Shuo. His vigilance had dropped, and he hadn't discovered the existence of these people. In the end, these people had ambushed him. During this process, the Fruit of Dagmar had finally been put away into Han Shuo's space ring. It was very painful for Han Shuo to have the arrow stuck in his calf, and the glider had also slowly started to burn. Han Shuo's sleeves had already been scorched, causing Han Shuo to endure the heart-wrenching pain of being burned. However, with the burning Han Shuo and the glider still continued to land unimpeded on the opposite shore. However, these people were vicious enough, and some more set up their bows and arrows, attempting to shoot Han Shuo to death in midair. The Manticore's roar suddenly sounded at this moment, and then Han Shuo saw a murderous Trunks charge directly at the group with his sword in hand. Not far away, Aphrodite and the other adventurers were also enraged to the extreme as they quickly approached the opposite shore. Under the effects of the demon's lair edge, the giant hand of sludge that had just been formed by the Earth Mage had already calmed down. The demon's lair edge finally returned to Han Shuo's side when the whistling sounds of arrows rang out, helping Han Shuo smash the string of arrows into pieces. Enduring the heart-wrenching pain, Han Shuo's hands had been largely burned, and his hair had also been charred black. With a deep-rooted hatred, the glider finally landed on the opposite bank, which was burning fiercely. When Han Shuo had forcibly pulled out the arrow stuck in his calf, Han Shuo's expression was a bit frightening as he stood up resolutely. A pair of bone-chilling and extremely dangerous eyes shot onto the ambushers. Chapter 115. Who are you people? Trunks first breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Han Shuo was fine, and then looked coldly at the strangers. Don't care who we are. Leave behind the Medusa's core and blood, as well as the fruit of Dagmar, and we can spare your lives. An adept mage in the front held a staff in his hand and spoke with a dark face. Leon, it can't be that simple. Heh, look, there's 3 beautiful girls running over. We haven't touched women in a long time, these 3 girls need to stay behind and let us have some fun. Another adept swordsman with a body as sturdy as an orangutan carried a broadsword on his shoulder and smiled obscenely. Angelo, your words make a bit of sense. I didn't see these 3 girls just now. Leave behind the 3 beautiful girls and everything else. Strength reigns supreme in the dark forest. If you want to live, then get the hell out of here. Adept Mage Leon also looked with great interest at Nia, Aphrodite, and Angelica running over from afar and spoke merrily. There were more than 10 people in this group. Not only were there mages and swordsmen, there were also archers, priests, and thieves. All of them were experienced men with extraordinary strength. Do you think you're worthy? Han Shuo walked over from afar at this moment. Han Shuo's body exuded an exceedingly dangerous presence without any restraint. Han Shuo's features were savage and terrifying after his body had been set aflame. These people were a bit frightened as he walked over step by step. Han, are you alright? Trunks couldn't help but ask when he saw Han Shuo's exaggerated appearance. This ugly thing is an eyesore, but his life force is quite tenacious. He hasn't died yet. Brothers, let's get rid of him first. Angelo called out with a cold face and spoke directly. Gordon, Aphrodite, and the others had finally arrived at this time. Han Shuo didn't say another word as his body suddenly flashed out at high speed, heading straight for Angelo. A faint black magical aura slowly seeped out from Han Shuo's body. Due to the unprecedented rise in killing intent and anger, Han Shuo's molded spirit realm mind had become unstable. His body instantly changed. The dark demonic aura spilled out under the influence of the demonic yuan. Han Shuo's mind instantly became muddled, and all that was left in his heart was the violent desire to kill and destroy everything. His pupils turned a frighteningly ghastly white, with no more black pupils. This kid is a bit odd, everyone be careful. Angelo was startled by Han Shuo's demonic appearance and immediately cried out in alarm. Although Trunks and the others couldn't see Han Shuo's expression from behind, they could feel that something was wrong with Han Shuo. The wisps of black demonic aura that were overflowing from Han Shuo's body were mixed with an evil and terrifying aura. This aura made everyone instinctively feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Let's go, help Han Shuo kill these fellows who are taking advantage of his misfortune. Gadon roared and took the lead to rush out. When the people behind him saw that Gadon had moved, they did not hesitate at all and began to attack. Only Angelica stood there, seeming a bit at a loss as to what to do. She said to Nia, who was looking for a large tree to hide behind, "Hey, Sister Nia, do you need my help? Just protect yourself, the situation is too dangerous right now." Nia called out lightly with impatience. She had already knocked an arrow and aimed at a human archer in the distance. A shrill, soul-sucking shriek, like the despairing cry of a demon from the depths of hell, filled the entire battlefield in an instant. Everyone's minds trembled as they felt a chill on their skin. They were shocked by this strange, soul-sucking shriek as they frantically looked around, trying to find the source of the sound. The sound's coming from that kid. Angelo was startled as the veins on his forehead bulged. He called out loudly as he looked at Han Shuo charging over. It was only after he spoke up that everyone noticed the source of the sound. It was the demon's lair edge that was flying close to Han Shuo's body. At this moment, the demon's lair edge's blade was emitting thick demonic aura, circling around Han Shuo's body. The black demonic aura danced around the demon's lair edge like a demon that could devour everything, giving everyone an extremely evil visual impact. "Kill him, kill him first. Angelo was truly panicking now. An extremely uneasy feeling rose in his heart as he suddenly started shouting. Everyone could see that something was wrong with Han Shuo. Even Trunks, who had been through the baptism of battle, felt a chill in his heart when he saw Han Shuo's current state. He couldn't figure out just what was happening to Han Shuo. These enemies were naturally even more afraid. The only solution they could think of to deal with this unknown danger was to directly destroy him. Suddenly, several fierce magical attacks flew through the air with bows and arrows between them, all shooting towards Han Shuo's head. It was likely that even Trunks wouldn't have an easy time dealing with such a fierce wave of attacks. But at this moment, Han Shuo strangely let out a low, beast-like roar. He pushed off with both feet and his body actually soared several meters into the air, as if he was really flying through the air. He directly leaped over the onslaught of attacks and suddenly shot towards Angelo like a bolt of lightning. There were several arrows and a few magical attacks stuck in the area where Han Shuo had just used his strength and a pair of footprints that had sunk into the ground. Damn it! Angelo frowned. He suddenly discovered that the ferocious and terrifying Han Shuo was actually charging towards him through the air. Angelo only had the adept mage Leon by his side and couldn't do anything at all. He could only unsheath his broadsword and take a stance, intending to give Han Shuo a painful blow. The Demon's Lair edge, which had been mysteriously circling around Han Shuo all this time, suddenly flew out first with a soul-sucking howl. It shot towards Angelo like an evil spirit nibbling away at its prey. Angelo's heart chilled as he suddenly exerted force, the broadsword in his hand exploding with dark green fighting aura. The fighting aura formed the shape of a cross, striking towards the Demon's Lair edge that was descending from the sky. The sonorous sound of metal clashing suddenly sounded from between the Demon's Lair edge and Angelo. The Demon's Lair edge actually miraculously swung to the side after a sharp howl, along with the cracked Demon's Lair edge. Under Angelo's astonishment, Han Shuo's body that had fallen from the sky crashed onto Angelo's body. A mournful cry instantly emitted from Angelo's mouth. Angelo, who had been extremely proud and domineering just a moment ago, now let out a pained cry. Han Shuo, who was like an evil god possessed by a demon, straddled Angelo's body, madly attacking and tearing apart Angelo's body. Angelo's counterattack mixed with fighting aura landed on Han Shuo's body, but Han Shuo didn't react at all. He only attacked Angelo even more fiercely. A pair of slender palms seemed to have become sharp weapons, forcibly tearing apart Angelo's ears. The bridge of his nose was deeply sunk into his cheeks, and his eyes were a bloody mess. His eyeballs had already exploded into a viscous mass of blood that flowed out. The flesh on his chest was torn apart by Han Shuo's frenzied tearing. Large pieces of flesh were torn apart with fresh blood. Such a scene made one's scalp go numb. Save me, save me. At this moment, Angelo's face had become flat. It was even more terrifying than Han Shuo's malevolence. Only his mouth was still able to let out a mournful cry for help. Han Shuo, who had fallen into a demonic state, only had the pleasure of killing and destruction in his heart. He no longer had the peace and patience that he usually had. He seemed a little impatient at Angelo's cries. He punched straight at Angelo's mouth. The sound of teeth breaking suddenly rang out. Angelo whimpered weakly, then spat out his broken tongue mixed with teeth. Oh, my God, how did we provoke such a madman? Leon, who was not far away, saw the cruel process of Han Shuo's violence. He felt a chill in his heart. His body trembled a little, and he couldn't help but scream. Punch after punch, Han Shuo's fists still landed on Angelo's cheeks and neck. Angelo, who had been whimpering incessantly, now had his chest facing the sky, but his face was already facing the ground. This posture showed that his neck had obviously been broken. Angelo was long dead. What's wrong with Han? Why is he so cruel? On the other side, Aphrodite and the others, who had been preparing to attack, were all scared silly. They even forgot to continue attacking the enemies, and only stared blankly at Han Shua's violence. Angelica, stay there and don't come over. Nia saw that the curious Angelica wanted to come over and see what was going on. She suddenly yelled out and stopped Angelica from approaching. She didn't want her to see this kind of scene. Don't let them get away. Han's a bit off right now, but we should help him now. Although Trunks had also killed countless people, Han Shua's atrocities made his scalp go numb. However, Trunks was someone who had weathered through great storms and waves, and understood what he had to do at this time. After Trunks charged over with the manticore, milky white fighting aura blossomed from his long sword and immediately killed an enemy thief and archer. The milky white fighting aura represented the identity of a swordmaster, and the appearance of the manticore signified Trunks' status. It was only now that these people realized that they'd provoked Trunks from the dark forest. Leon groaned and said painfully, "Damn it, why are we so unlucky? It's one thing to run into a terrifying madman, but we've also run into this kind of infamous malefic star. Damn it, why is it Trunks? Everyone hurry and run." Another swordsman also called out with a bit of fear. There were more than 10 people in the group, and 4 of them were senior swordsmen and adept mages. Add to that the balance of the various professions, this kind of strength was actually quite tyrannical. Even with the addition of Trunks, they still wouldn't necessarily have absolute confidence in winning against them. But because of Trunks' reputation on one hand, and Han Shua's exaggerated actions on the other, these people were finally shocked enough to make the decision to retreat. "You guys stay here, I'll give chase." Trunks suddenly called out when he saw that Aphrodite and the others were attempting to chase after them. Just as his voice left his mouth, before he could finish speaking, the demonized Han Shua had already leapt up from Anglo's corpse and flew out with the demon's lair edge. His speed was like a bolt of lightning as he charged towards the escaping Leon. "That demon has caught up. Leon, why did you think of provoking them? You've caused our deaths." A swordsman turned his head and complained bitterly to Leon when he saw Han Shua appear. Everyone split up. "Although I can't see through that demon's strength, it looks like he's not much weaker than Trunks if he was able to kill Anglo like this. You better hope you don't run into him or you'll surely be tortured to death." Leon immediately changed directions after shouting. Everyone had just witnessed Han Shua's brutality and didn't need Leon's reminder at this time. All of them suddenly changed directions and gathered in 2s and 3s, fleeing in different directions. Although they'd heard of Trunks' strength, they knew that Trunks had never killed someone so cruelly before. Therefore, they would rather run into Trunks than the extremely sinister and cruel demon Han Shua, whose strength and identity were unknown. With a whoosh, Han Shua appeared in this place and didn't stop, directly charging forward. In front of a river, 2 journeyman swordsmen and a lightning adept mage were finally caught up by Han Shua. When the 3 saw that the newcomer was actually Han Shua, they all revealed expressions of fear, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Seeing that Han Shua was rapidly approaching, the adept mage finally couldn't help but yell, "Motherfucker, fight him to the death, or we'll definitely be tortured to death by him." As soon as the lightning adept mage said so, a magic incantation came out of his mouth. 5 bolts of lightning slithered through the air like dragons and snakes, winding and entangling towards Han Shua. The 2 journeyman swordsmen held their long swords, appearing somewhat nervous due to fear. It wasn't until Han Shua arrived in front of the 3, dodging 3 bolts of lightning and being struck by 2 bolts, that the 2 swordsmen and the mage were overjoyed. The 2 swordsmen moved forward while the mage followed behind, intending to kill Han Shua. Unfortunately, they just couldn't understand the toughness of Han Shua's body. After being struck by 2 bolts of lightning, Han Shua's body was even more injured, but he didn't feel any pain due to his demonization. After demonization, Han Shua suddenly rushed into the middle of the 2 swordsmen and the mage, immediately launching a life and death struggle. After a few breaths, relying on a crazy fighting spirit, Han Shuo forcefully endured 2 waves of sword light from the 2 swordsmen and killed the lightning adept mage who had miscalculated Han Shuo's physical condition. Afterwards, he used the last of his magical yuan to severely injure a swordsman. Finally, his body completely lost all strength and collapsed weakly to the ground. "He can't hold on anymore, help me kill him, quickly." The heavily injured journeyman swordsman shouted to the other person as he lay in a pool of blood. The only remaining journeyman swordsman had a gloomy face and excited eyes as he raised his sword and walked step by step towards the paralyzed Han Shuo, who no longer had any magical yuan or physical strength left in his body. Chapter 116. Hurry up and kill that madman. Another fallen swordsman abruptly yelled out harshly. "Shut your mouth." The swordsman who'd been walking towards Han Shuo suddenly turned his head and glared coldly at the person behind him. He said stiffly, "If you dare speak any more nonsense, I'll kill you as well." The person suddenly froze in place when these words were spoken and looked at him with a completely unfamiliar gaze. He opened his mouth and asked in confusion, "Francis, what's wrong with you?" Francis' face was full of excitement and greed as he walked towards Han Shuo with his sword in hand. His gaze was focused on Han Shuo as he said agitatedly, "I'm going to make a fortune. You better not block my way, or I'll make you die with him." The person finally understood what was going on at this moment. Francis had been drowned in greed by now, and there were no longer any companions in his mind. All that was left was the desire to make a fortune. Han Shuo slowly awoke from his demonic state under the stabbing pain in his head. After a brief moment of confusion, Han Shuo remembered everything that had just happened and immediately realized the urgency of the situation. "The spoils of war on the Medusa and the fruit of Dagmar will all be mine soon. You evil madman, go die." Francis' gaze was fixed on the space ring on Han Shuo's hand as he spoke with a darkened face and excitement. Francis raised the long sword in his hand as soon as he'd finished speaking and stabbed towards the powerless Han Shuo's chest. It looked like Francis was planning on taking Han Shuo's life first, and then taking the space ring to study its contents. Han Shuo quickly chanted a necromancy incantation, and a bone dagger suddenly appeared to block the sword in Francis's hand as it stabbed towards Han Shuo's chest. "Actually, I'm a necromancer." Han Shuo looked oddly at the shocked Francis and said coldly. In the midst of Felon's terror, the little bone knife pushed and Felon's body involuntarily retreated. Then, a little skull with a huge eye patch on one eye swiftly approached Ferenc with a bone knife in hand. Amidst the sounds of metal clashing, the heroic little skull beheaded the already injured Ferenc with his little bone knife. The other heavily injured swordsman who had been yelling to kill Han Shuo was naturally mercilessly killed by the little skull after Han Shuo gave the order. From the moment this group of people appeared, they had used despicable means to deal with him. From the beginning to the end, they had not shown any mercy. Han Shuo was not a naive person. He naturally understood that an eye for an eye was the most suitable ending for them. The little skull's appearance had saved Han Shuo, who was about to be killed, and had completely reversed the situation that should have been happening. Wielding the bone knife, the little skull skillfully arranged the corpses of the 3, collecting all the valuable items on them and giving them to Han Shuo to store in his space ring. Of the 3, only the Thunder Adept Mage had some belongings, including an expensive magic staff, a few hundred gold coins, and 2 or 3 level 3 and 4 magical creature cores. The 2 swordsmen had nothing but a poor quality sword and some scraps of gold coins. Lying limply on the ground, Han Shuo understood that his mind would immediately sink into a murderous frenzy after entering demonhood. He would never wake up until his magical yuan and stamina were completely exhausted. Not only was Han Shuo's magical yuan and stamina depleted after entering demonhood, but his body had also suffered all kinds of blows. This was the most serious injury he had ever suffered, even more serious than Odysseus' attack from the Manticore. It was a good thing that Han Shuo's physical strength was far superior to Odysseus. Therefore, even though Han Shuo was so weak that he couldn't even stand up, he was well aware of his body's condition. He would be able to recover in a short amount of time even without the aid of any medicine. All this time, Han Shuo hadn't revealed his identity as a necromancer. This was because he was hiding some secrets that could save his life at critical moments. If it wasn't for the fact that Han Shuo still had mental strength to use when facing the ambushers this time, he would have been hard-pressed to escape death. If these people had known beforehand that Han Shuo was also a necromancer, the current outcome would likely have been different. Lines of magical incantations appeared from his mouth as several zombie warriors and skeletal warriors suddenly appeared around Han Shuo's body. They all raised their weapons and surrounded Han Shuo, planning to deal with any changes that might occur at any time. Han Shuo, who had awakened, immediately made contact with the original demons. Through the original demon's observation, Han Shuo saw that Trunks had already met up with Aphrodite and the others. They were currently searching for traces of him in this area. The physically weak Han Shuo was not only unable to move or speak loudly, but he had a large number of dark creatures at his disposal. After the order was given, the little skull made a huge ruckus in the area, sending shrubbery flying everywhere. "There's movement over there, let's go take a look." Trunks' ears were quite sharp and immediately detected the commotion. After pointing out the direction, he led the group towards Han Shuo's location. The dark creatures that had just been summoned were immediately sent back to the other dimension by Han Shuo's mental strength. It didn't take long before the group led by Trunks finally arrived in front of Han Shuo. "How is it?" Trunks exclaimed and immediately ran towards Han Shuo with large strides. Han Shuo was in an extremely sorry state now. His entire body was scorched, and there were many places on his body that had been burned by the fire. His face was so black that it was almost impossible to make out his original appearance. It was rather difficult for Trunks to still recognize Han Shuo at a glance. "I'm fine, I didn't think that I would run into this group of people on the way." Han Shuo's voice was a bit weak as he laughed wryly and said softly, "I was careless this time. I was surprised by your novel actions and let down my guard for a moment, resulting in this situation. But it's no big deal, these things happen every day in the dark forest. I've long since grown used to everything here." Trunks breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Han Shuo was still alive and shrugged his shoulders. Afra, Gordon, and the others came over and greeted Han Shuo one by one. Afra then said with a bit of emotion, "It looks like it's as Caspian said, Trunks is a good person. At least last time, Trunks only wanted the spoils of war from the twin-headed dragon and didn't ambush us from the start. He didn't want to kill us, and he didn't harbor any lustful thoughts. I finally understand what Caspian meant when I compare him to them. I'd thought he was joking before." Everyone thought back to their encounter with Trunks after Afra's words and thought back to those people's actions just now. They suddenly felt that Trunks was actually quite merciful. "I'm actually not as good as you think I am, and I'm constantly changing. When I first arrived in the dark forest, I was once as simple as you all, and I also trusted the companions beside me greatly. However, after repeated actions, I've realized that I can trust no one but myself in the dark forest. Danger is everywhere and you must harden your heart and face everything around you. Otherwise, if you show any benevolence or weakness, it's very likely that you'll lose your life." Trunks shrugged and explained dashingly. "What happened to you just now?" After hesitating for a moment, Nia looked at Han Shuo and asked with a bit of lingering fear. Everyone's gazes all focused on Han Shuo when Nia's words left her mouth, seeming to wait for Han Shuo to give a reasonable explanation. After all, Han Shuo's methods had been a bit brutal just now, and his expression was also vastly different from usual. Everyone couldn't help but have this question. Because the martial arts techniques I've trained in are a bit incomplete, I may fall into a terrifying situation that even I can't control once I'm strongly stimulated. I'm very sorry that my anger just now has caused everyone some confusion. I didn't want this to happen either, but this isn't something I can control." Han Shuo couldn't explain anything to them at all regarding the situation of him falling into a demonic trance and could only say this. "So that's how it is. Your performance just now was very frightening. If you can't control this kind of martial arts technique, then it's best if you give up early, because if you continue like this, it may lead to unpredictable consequences. Afra looked sincerely at Han Shuo and advised kindly. Han Shuo naturally wouldn't take Afra's advice to heart. If the situation of him falling into a demonic trance could be effectively controlled, then it wouldn't be called falling into a demonic trance. This kind of falling into a demonic trance didn't happen so easily. This was all caused when one's realm reached a certain level due to their state of mind and other reasons. For Han Shuo, he could only be vigilant and on guard, but he wouldn't give up training in demonic magic because of this. Alright, we should first get rid of Han Shuo and meet up with Odysseus before discussing other matters. Trunks first looked strangely at Han Shuo and then opened his mouth to speak to Afra. Trunks' suggestion was unanimously agreed upon by everyone. Gordon and the other two swordsmen then made a simple stretcher and lifted Han Shuo up, walking towards Odysseus' location. Along the way, Han Shuo learned from Trunks that this group of people seemed to be the private guards of the McGrady Guild. Trunks had chased after them and killed quite a few people in a row, until he discovered that they had met up with even more guards. He sensed that the other party's strength wasn't something that he could deal with alone and returned because he was worried about Han Shuo's situation. Han Shuo had heard of the McGrady Guild before. It was a large guild that existed on the same level as the Buzzed Guild. Phoebe had been vexed for a while because of this guild last time. It was said that this guild specialized in smuggling and sold all kinds of contraband goods between countries. They had close relationships with the nobles of various countries. The McGrady Guild didn't belong to the Lancelot Empire, but rather belonged to the Brute Merchant Alliance established by mercenary merchants. They seemed to have quite a reputation in the Brute Merchant Alliance, and had only recently entered and exited the Lancelot Empire frequently, causing quite a bit of damage to Phoebe's Buzzed Merchant Alliance. The injuries on Han Shuo's body could be said to be too severe to look at. If such heavy injuries had landed on an ordinary person's body, in addition to the constant bumpy journey, any normal person would absolutely have cried out in pain. But after half an hour of bumpy travel, Han Shuo's wounds had been treated simply and he hadn't let out a single cry of pain from beginning to end as he lay on the stretcher. This made everyone ineffably admire Han Shuo's astonishing endurance. Not only that, but Han Shuo actually still had the energy to converse continuously with Trunks, asking him about the McGrady Guild situation. It was as if the scalp-numbing injuries on his body weren't something he was enduring at all. When they arrived at a cave that everyone had worked together to dig and moved away the layers of rocks, Gordon finally couldn't hold it in any longer and looked at Han Shuo with an unbearable expression, voicing everyone's thoughts. Han Shuo, what kind of monster are you? Laughing involuntarily, Han Shuo, whose tolerance for pain had already reached a monstrous level, really didn't know how to respond to Gordon. He could only smile wryly and shake his head, saying, I'm just a bit more thick-skinned than you guys. When Odysseus came out, Nia recounted the course of events. Having recovered a lot, Odysseus felt his heart skip a beat as he listened. He was extremely shocked at his encounter with the group. Sister Nia, I think I should go back. My grandfather must be worried. Angelica tilted her head in thought when she saw that no one was paying attention to her. She seemed a bit bored as she spoke. Nia abruptly slapped her head when she heard Angelica's words and said with sudden realization, I almost forgot about you. Let's go, I'll immediately send you to your grandfather's. The dark forest is too dangerous, don't sneak off next time. Nodding, Angelica smiled sweetly as she bid farewell to everyone. She waved her hand when she reached Han Shuo and said, Goodbye bad guys. Nia, you'll be fine by yourself, right? Gordon, go with her. Odysseus creased his brow and said to Nia. Shaking her head, Nia smiled faintly, No need, Captain. Her grandfather is nearby. I'll yell out if anything happens. Nia quickly left with Angelica after saying these words, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. I think I've fulfilled my promise to you. It's time to leave now. Trunks looked at Han Shuo and opened his mouth to speak to Han Shuo. After spending some time together, Han Shuo discovered that Trunks wasn't as unbearable as the rumors said. At least, Trunks' actions during this time didn't make Han Shuo feel any discomfort. In Han Shuo's heart, he'd even unconsciously treated Trunks as a companion. He wasn't quite used to hearing that Trunks was about to leave immediately. Let's do a good deed to the end. Look at me now that I've suffered such heavy injuries. You should stay and take care of me for a while no matter what. It won't be too late for you to leave after we leave this dangerous place. Han Shuo looked at Trunks and said with a cheeky smile. This isn't what I promised you earlier. Actually, I fulfilled my promise from the moment I obtained the fruit. Helping you deal with the enemies later on is already an extra. Don't be too greedy. Look at me, I'm injured and Odysseus can't make a move right now. It'll be very difficult for the rest of us to walk out of this dangerous area unscathed. I don't think you'll be so cruel as to abandon us. Trunks was silent for a while after saying this and finally said, How about this, Han? Promise me one thing and I'll protect you and send you to a relatively safe place. What is it? Han Shuo started and asked Trunks. I won't say it for now. Just remember to promise me. Aren't you afraid that I'll go back on my word? Heh, I'm someone with no credibility. I believe you. Trunks stared deeply into Han Shuo's eyes as he spoke word by word. Han Shuo suddenly grew silent and met Trunks' gaze. Han Shuo was still smiling cheekily, but he nodded and said, All right, I promise you. Odysseus looked at the two with a face full of gratification. He suddenly felt that the two of them were quite similar in this moment. Both had mysterious origins, both were strong, and both had tenacious personalities. They were calm and collected in the face of trouble, and showed no mercy when they needed to act. As Odysseus stared at Han Shuo also looked at Odysseus. Han Shuo thought for a moment and then spoke to Odysseus with a serious expression, Your goal in coming to the dark forest this time is for the fruit of Dagmar. I know that you didn't hold much hope in the beginning and didn't seem to value the fruit of Dagmar as much as I'd imagined. As a friend, I'd like to ask you, Odysseus, do you really need the fruit of Dagmar? Not really. Our main goal in coming to the dark forest is to train our own strength. Of course, if we're lucky, we hope to obtain some valuable items. I think we've completely achieved our goals now. The fruit of Dagmar was just an empty goal to begin with, and we didn't really think we'd be able to obtain it. Ordinary people will go crazy if they eat this fruit, so we have no use for it. We just casually promised someone else and came here to try our luck. Odysseus explained seriously when he saw Han Shuo's grave expression. He then looked questioningly at Han Shuo and asked, Han, why are you asking this? Heaving a sigh of relief, Han Shuo nodded with a faint smile and said, Because I want to take the fruit of Dagmar for myself. The martial arts technique I practice will cause my mind to become muddled, just like they said just now. But if I have the fruit of Dagmar, I can improve this situation. So if you don't really need it, I'd like to take all 3 pieces of the fruit of Dagmar, but I can compensate you with gold coins. Then you can take it all for yourself. Heh, we've already gotten too much. You've given us all the cores of the twin-headed dragon and the Medusa. These can be exchanged for enough gold coins. If you want the fruit of Dagmar, then take it all. There's no point in bringing up gold coins. Odysseus smiled freely and spoke sincerely to Han Shuo. Aphrodite, Gordon, and the others indicated that Han Shuo absolutely didn't need the fruit of Dagmar. They all said things like they didn't really need the fruit of Dagmar anyways. Alright, since this is the case, I won't hold back. Han Shuo really did need the fruit of Dagmar for this level of molded spirit. Therefore, he didn't put on too many false pretenses and readily agreed. In the next few days, Han Shuo's original demons scouted all around and Trunks' protection allowed the group to return the way they'd come, planning on leaving the depths of the dark forest as soon as possible. In just a few days, Han Shuo, who'd been so weak that he could only be carried by the group, had actually gotten off the stretcher. A pair of slender arms and jade-white cheeks were once again revealed after a layer of old skin had retreated from his severely burned arms and cheeks. There wasn't the slightest trace of being burned. The charred skin on his body and his hair had also returned to normal in the span of a few days, miraculously causing Odysseus and the others to once again wonder, "What kind of monster are you?" His magical yuan was also rapidly recovering. Han Shuo carefully stored the fruit of Dagmar during this process and prepared to eat it when he was alone and quiet after returning to the cemetery of death. The injuries within his body also quickly healed as the magical yuan circulated. As the days passed, Han Shuo's injuries quickly healed. On this day, Han Shuo's original demons spied a large group of people walking with earth dragons in the distance. They actually discovered traces of Adept Mage Leon, and suddenly realized that those people should be from the McGrady Guild. After calculating the days and distance, Han Shuo discovered that they were almost close to where the forest troll lived. He suddenly remembered that these infamous bandits were still waiting for their great goddess Dadra's instructions. When he thought of the despicable things that the guards of the McGrady Guild had done to him, Han Shuo's lips couldn't help but blossom into a cold, vicious smile. Chapter 117. Odysseus, we met here, so let's part here as well. Han Shuo smiled faintly at Odysseus and the others at the place where he'd met Odysseus and the others. This place was close to where the forest troll lived, and Odysseus could guarantee a full recovery from his injuries after experiencing the Medusa's essence blood. Han Shuo's injuries had more or less healed after these days of recovery. It wasn't too dangerous to leave at this time, so Han Shuo brought up the suggestion of parting. All good things must come to an end, and Odysseus and the others also knew that this place was relatively safer. Odysseus nodded helplessly after Han Shuo's suggestion and said, "Since this is the case, then let's part ways here. I hope we can meet again in the future." The group bid farewell to Han Shuo and Trunks with some reluctance and finally gradually left this place after Han Shuo and Trunks waved their hands, heading towards the outskirts of the dark forest. Trunks finally spoke up when Odysseus and the others had disappeared. "With your current condition, I don't think you need my protection anymore. It looks like it's time for me to leave." Seeing Trunks shake his head, Han Shuo smiled and said, "You can't leave yet." "Why?" "I'm quite angry at the harm the McGrady Guild has done to me. My anger won't die until that Earth Adept Mage Leon has died in my hands. Heh, I've discovered that your manticore often disappears for a period of time recently. Have you already discovered traces of the McGrady Guild and are planning on slowly making a move against them?" Trunks said with astonishment when these words were spoken, "It looks like there's something mysterious on you, as if nothing can be hidden from you." "That's right, I'm planning on making a move against the McGrady Guild, but there's an archmage holding down the fort and many other helpers. I can only move stealthily and absolutely don't dare face them head-on. You're still injured, so you won't be of much use if you really do fight. That's why I've excluded you." Looking deeply at Trunks, Han Shuo mused for a moment and then said, "I have a way to deal with the McGrady Guild. I also know they'll pass through here, and it'll be difficult for me to deal with the archmage. As long as you help me deal with the archmage, I'll take care of the rest." "Are you crazy? The McGrady Guild uses earth dragons to travel, and there are more than 100 attendants and guards of all sizes. There are 60 to 70 guards of all professions in this group. Do you think you can deal with so many people with your strength alone?" Trunks stared at Han Shuo and exclaimed in confusion. Smiling faintly and enigmatically, Han Shuo said, "You don't need to worry about that. You'll know why I can deal with them when I show up. From now on, follow the McGrady Guild. You'll see them pay the price before long." After saying these words, Han Shuo didn't wait for Trunks to continue asking and left with a long laugh, walking in another direction, leaving behind a baffled Trunks. When he arrived at the forest troll's holy land, Han Shuo summoned the little skull and had the forest troll guarding this place take out the hidden bamboo raft, bringing him down the river to where the forest troll lived. The little skull's appearance immediately sent the silent forest troll tribe into a state of panic. The forest troll warrior who'd led Han Shoa here immediately sprinted inside when he arrived. Before long, an excited old priest scrambled and crawled in front of the little skull and knelt down, kowtowing loudly. The great goddess Dadera commands you to arm yourselves to the teeth and prepare. The great goddess Dadera plans to bring you to do a big business and rob a large human guild that's passing by. Han Shoa raised his head high and gave his orders arrogantly. When they heard that they were going to rob, all the forest troll, whether old, women, or children, immediately became excited. They waved their weapons with one hand and waved the pockets they carried on their bodies with the other as they yelled loudly. It looked like the robbing nature of this race was something that no one could change. Thank you, great goddess Dadera, thank you, great goddess Dadera, for your guidance. The old priest was beyond excited and immediately turned around to give orders to the strong troll leader who was running over from afar. When the forest troll leader heard that they were going to rob, he raised a long spear and stood on a high place, mobilizing his men. All sorts of young and strong forest troll automatically lined up in long lines, separated by the troll warriors, hunters, and priests. Before long, 500 to 600 forest troll were all ready to go. Seeing that they were all ready, Han Shoa nodded and didn't say anything else. He gave an order to Little Skull. The high-spirited Little Skull stood on a high place like the forest troll leader, waving the bone knife in his hand high in the air. Little Skull, who was wearing a pirate's eye patch, had the demeanor of a bandit at this moment. Under the old priest's yell, the palanquin that had transported Little Skull last time was brought out again and placed Little Skull inside. Han Shoa took out a black magic robe and wrapped it around his body and head, leading the way towards the path that the McGrady Guild would definitely take. Because the forest troll's reputation was too bad, it would definitely bring him trouble if he were to be found out in the future. Therefore, after some consideration, Han Shoa decided to conceal himself as much as possible. The reason why he sent Odysseus and the others away was because Han Shoa knew that they were too kind and simple. Not only would their presence not be of any use, they might even affect him a little. Therefore, he had no choice but to let them leave first. Han Shoa was very clear about the McGrady Guild's location with the original demon's constant observation. He brought 500 to 600 forest troll to a Tanai mountain. Under Han Shoa's orders, the forest troll began to skillfully set up traps and obstruct their advance. After everything was in place, the oily green-skinned forest troll stood in the thicket at the side and became one with the trees. It would be very difficult to find traces of them if one didn't look closely. Trunks rode his manticore and followed far behind this group of people. Because there were archmages present, Trunks didn't dare make any rash movements and only followed according to Han Shoa's previous orders. After half an hour, the group of people led by the enormous earth dragons gradually appeared. The earth dragons huffed and puffed as they moved forward, the goods on their bodies swaying continuously. Guards of all professions walked at the very front, their vigilant gazes patrolling all around. Han Shoa was quite familiar with two of them and recognized them as the ones who had attacked him in the swamp. Apart from the two earth dragons, there were also a few enormous lizard camels in this wave of McGrady Guild people. A few richly dressed merchants were inside, surrounded by experienced guards. It was no wonder that even Trunks didn't dare act rashly. When they walked into the mountain valley, the stalls of the guards in front of them suddenly gave way and they fell into a trap. Rocks rolled down from the surrounding hills and completely blocked their path. Javelins and spears were thrown from both sides and nailed into the ground beneath these people's feet. Loud cheers suddenly sounded from all directions. The excited forest troll took off the concealment on their bodies. 500 to 600 forest troll hurried over and surrounded the McGrady Guild people. Dadera, Dadera. At this moment, the forest troll discovered that this batch of prey was indeed very large. They all thought that this was indeed a gift from the great goddess Dadera and couldn't help but shout out. The old priest even knelt devoutly in front of Little Skull's palanquin and used an ancient incantation to express his gratitude. Damn it, it's the annoying forest troll. All sorts of complaints suddenly sounded from the McGrady Guild people. When they saw that the newcomers were forest troll, and such a large number of forest troll at that, the McGrady Guild people felt a great headache coming on. Now that the front and back of the caravan were blocked, it didn't look like they could get out of this peacefully. A beautiful, voluptuous woman wearing a gorgeous magic robe and holding a magic staff embedded with many gems slowly walked out from a palanquin at the back. The symbol of the magic staff on her body proved her identity as an archmage. The beautiful woman walked over with a smile and called out in a soft voice, "Hi, is there anyone I can talk to? Emissary, do you want to talk to her?" The old priest, who was still kowtowing to Little Skull, couldn't help but turn to stare at Han Shua, who was hidden in a corner of the palanquin and wrapped in a black magic robe, when he heard the beautiful woman's call. "Go ask her what she wants." Han Shua nodded and said. Under Han Shua's orders, the old priest stood far away in front of the beautiful woman under the protection of the forest troll leader. The old priest opened his mouth to ask, "Ugly human girl, what do you have to say?" The beautiful woman had been smiling merrily at first, but her face immediately darkened when she heard the old priest speak. However, it was only for a moment before her expression returned to normal and a smile once again hung on her face. She said, "We're from the McGrady Guild. I know that you forest troll are strong, so I want to negotiate with you. We're willing to pay 10,000 gold coins in the hope that we can leave this place safely. We have a lot of people on our side, so you'll definitely suffer losses if we fight. What do you think?" "Ugly human girl, don't you know that the appetites of our race have always been large?" The old priest looked at the mature, flirtatious woman arrogantly and said in a stiff, cold voice. From Han Shua's perspective, this beautiful woman had a lithe figure and gorgeous features. She was full of the aura of a mature woman and held a strong attraction for normal human males. It was a pity that the old priest and the others were forest troll and that the aesthetic standards of humans were completely different from theirs. The beauty in Han Shua's eyes became a synonym for ugliness in the old priest's eyes. The beautiful woman took another deep breath and controlled herself under the repeated blows of "ugly human girl." However, her gaze was no longer as kind as before as she stared at the old priest and said, "Then, what do you want?" The old priest puffed out his chest and was about to speak when he suddenly remembered Han Shua's existence and said, "We need to discuss this." The old priest quickly walked towards Han Shua after saying these words. A few forest troll warriors blocked Han Shua, so the people around them couldn't even see Han Shua's existence. The old priest came to Han Shua's side and looked at Han Shua, "Emissary, what should we do?" Frowning and looking into the distance, Han Shua saw Leon appear at the back. The McGrady Guild specialized in smuggling and had some disputes with Phoebe's Guild of Boost. Add to that the fact that these people's previous evil deeds had offended Han Shua, and so Han Shua only hesitated for a moment before saying coldly, "There's nothing to say. According to the rules of our race, rob them all. If anyone resists, kill them all." When these words were spoken, the old priest said excitedly, "The emissary is wise, the emissary is wise." The old priest didn't say anything else and walked out from the encirclement of the forest troll warriors, nodding towards the forest troll leader in the distance. The forest troll leader raised the long spear in his hand and gave a high-pitched call. The forest troll warriors surged out from all directions, and after the priests cast magic from the back, they charged fearlessly towards the guards of the guild. "Damn it, these greedy forest troll, let's fight it out with them." Angry shouts rang out from within the guild. The smile on that coquettish mature beauty's face had also disappeared at this moment. She chanted an incantation and waved the magic staff in her beautiful hand. A grayish-brown ball of air flew out of the magic staff and formed the head of a demon in the air, entangling the forest troll warriors that were charging over first. More than 10 grayish-brown balls of air continuously changed shape in the air and fell into the bodies of the forest troll warriors without any resistance. The troll warriors' rapid running speed suddenly slowed down, as if something strange was happening within their bodies. Sarcomas quickly appeared one after another, swelling and throbbing. They looked very frightening. With a "pu," the sarcomas on the body of the first forest troll exploded, and dark black liquid seeped out from within. The liquid remained on their bodies and carried an incredibly strong corrosive effect, causing the forest troll to wail like ghosts and howl like wolves as their bodies gradually melted into liquid. The other forest troll that was splashed by the liquid also emitted thick white smoke from their bodies, appearing to be in great pain. When Han Shoa, who was at the back of the group, saw this archmage's attack, he recalled some of Fanny's magic explanations and recognized that this was the high-level dark magic, Devil's Haunt. He also finally knew that this flirtatious mature woman was actually a terrifying dark archmage. The tragic deaths of the first 10 forest troll warriors had caused a certain degree of panic among the forest troll. However, it was a good thing that the forest troll race had always survived in the midst of cruel pillaging. Although there was a short period of panic, they still continued to advance due to their large numbers. A sharp whistle suddenly emitted from Han Shoa's mouth. When Trunks, who had been observing everything from the shadows, heard Han Shoa's signal, he was a bit confused. This was because Han Shoa's whistle had come from within the forest troll. No matter how Trunks imagined, he would never have thought that Han Shoa would be mixed in with the forest troll. However, out of his trust in Han Shoa, Trunks still abruptly dashed out from his hiding place according to their previous agreement and charged towards the female dark archmage who was wreaking havoc on the forest troll. Trunks, who was riding on his manticore, gripped his long sword and locked onto the female archmage. Taking advantage of everyone's panic and confusion, he charged towards the female archmage, planning to first entangle her because the power of her dark magic was too great. Normal people wouldn't be able to defend against it. It's that Trunks. Everyone stop him. Don't let him near me no matter what. The female dark archmage actually quickly discovered Trunks and immediately yelled out in a high voice. 5 or 6 senior swordsmen, archers, and other mages immediately ran over from all directions to block the dark archmage when they heard the female dark archmage yell. This group of people immediately launched their attacks, forcing Trunks to be unable to easily approach. The female archmage didn't pay attention to Trunks as she released one powerful dark magic after another with her back facing Trunks. The dozens of troll warriors that had rushed over fell one by one. Not a single one was able to approach the female archmage. Emissary, emissary, what should we do? The old priest saw the forest troll warriors die one by one and scrambled to Han Shoa's side, asking in a panic. Staring at the frightening female archmage for a long time, Han Shoa felt that he would still be hard-pressed to escape death if he rushed over. The invasion of the dark magic on the physical body was too frightening. It looked like perhaps only the little skull, which was purely made up of bones, wouldn't need to fear the invasion of the dark magic. Look, the great goddess Dadera has come out. Pointing at the little skull that had stepped out of the palanquin, Han Shoa comforted the old priest. Chapter 118. Seeing the little skull walk out of the palanquin, the old priest let out a sigh of relief and shouted excitedly, Dadera, Dadera. Amidst the old priest's excited shouts, the originally timid forest troll once again blossomed with fighting spirit and followed behind the little skull, once again rushing towards the female dark archmage. The little skull, with a bone knife in his hand and a single eye patch on his smooth skull, nimbly rushed towards the coquettish female archmage. Oh hee, so it's just a funny skeleton warrior. When the female archmage saw the forest troll's courage rise, she thought that she had some strong reinforcements. When she realized that the one rushing towards her was only a low-level dark creature, the skeleton warrior, she immediately began to laugh. When the little skull arrived in front of her, she then said to the journeyman swordsman beside her, "Take care of that funny little skull." "Yes, Madame Emily." The swordsman replied respectfully in a low voice and strode towards the little skull with a sinister smile on his face. Unfortunately, before the journeyman swordsman could get close, the little skull, who was originally moving at a normal speed, suddenly bounced his 2 calf bones and magically flew close to the ground. His speed suddenly increased by more than 10 times. The small bone knife in his hand suddenly shot out, aiming directly at the journeyman swordsman who was trying to block his way. The small bone knife flew out of his hand and made an arc. To the astonishment of the journeyman swordsman, it had already made a full circle around his neck. Frightened out of his wits, the journeyman swordsman's body suddenly stopped and desperately used his sword to defend against the bone knife's attack. With a soft clang, the bone knife hit the long sword in the journeyman swordsman's hand, causing the journeyman swordsman to involuntarily take a step back. When the journeyman swordsman saw that he had blocked the bone knife, although he was shocked and took a step back, he finally let out a sigh of relief, thinking that he was temporarily out of danger. However, something that he couldn't understand before his death suddenly happened. The small bone knife that fell to the ground suddenly stabbed at his chest again just as he was about to rush forward. It completely surpassed his understanding and opened up a bloody hole in his chest, killing him. The little skeleton didn't pause for even a moment as he flew over. He reached out with his left hand and the little bone dagger that had just stabbed the journeyman swordsman to death landed miraculously in his hand. Then, the little skull's remaining empty eye stared at the horrified female Magister Emily. Oh, heavens! That skeleton warrior actually killed an intermediate swordsman. In the distance, although Trunks was constantly attacking the enemy, he still noticed the little skull's movements. When he discovered that the little skull had killed an intermediate swordsman, he couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Stop him! Stop him! Emily had also witnessed the little skull's miraculous performance. The mocking smile that had just bloomed on her face had long since disappeared, and her heart was in a mess as she cried out delicately. Several intermediate and advanced dark magic spells were suddenly chanted by her quickly. These dark magic spells directly fell on the little skull's body. However, the little skull, whose body was completely composed of bones and had been repeatedly forged by Han Shuo's magical arts, didn't react at all. It just stood there in a daze and looked at Emily in confusion, as if wondering why Emily's attacks were so powerless. Goddess Dadera has already shown her might. What are you all still standing there for? Han Shuo, who had been hiding in the distance, suddenly yelled out coldly at this moment and gave the little skull another order to attack the female Magister Emily. A burst of gibberish suddenly came from the mouths of the old priest and the troll leader. When the troll warriors behind the little skull saw that the terrifying Emily couldn't do anything to the little skull, they all shouted, Dadera, in excitement and once again charged at them without fear of death. The troll hunters in the distance shot out a dense barrage of javelins and spears at the McGrady Guild's guards. Some of the archers and priests who had their bows drawn were hit by the row of javelins and spears. Their bodies were riddled with holes as they fell to the ground, foaming with blood. Block that damned skeletal warrior for me. Emily was a bit flustered when she saw that the little skull was chasing after her. After a few dark spells had no effect on the little skull, Emily finally realized that this strange little skull had an extremely strong defense against dark spells. As she yelled, Emily held onto her magic robe with her hands and fled in a sorry state. Her plump buttocks swayed continuously, and she no longer had time to cast the powerful and terrifying dark spells. Because of Emily's retreat, the pressure on the troll warriors was greatly reduced. Coupled with the strong morale boosted by the little skull, these faithful religious believers didn't care about the casualties around them as they charged at the McGrady Guild's guards like a tide. At this moment, the troll warriors who hadn't approached them all this time finally surged towards the McGrady Guild after paying the price of a few dozen troll warriors. They were entangled with the guards of various professions. The low roars of the earth dragons, the stomping of the lizard beasts, the panicked shouts of the merchants, and the sounds of fighting between the troll warriors and the guards filled the entire field in an instant. The advantage in numbers quickly showed itself. Although the forest troll couldn't compare to the guards in terms of individual strength, the forest troll were more disciplined than the messy guards. They didn't seem to panic after charging over, and each of them was fierce and unafraid of death. In just an instant, the forest troll, which was made up of pure young warriors and more than 5 times the number, had already gained the upper hand. Han Shuo stayed at the back and used the little skull to chase after the female archmage Emily as he commanded the troll hunters behind him to shoot. The rows of spears and javelins then bombarded the bodies of the earth dragons and lizard beasts, causing the deaths of the merchants on them one by one. The earth dragons and lizard beasts, which were mainly used to transport goods, ran around as if they'd gone mad after being injured. Their huge hooves trampled down, causing the deaths of many guards. Finally, seeing that they couldn't obtain victory, the merchants in the McGrady Guild took the lead and chose to break out of the encirclement in fear. With a few personal guards protecting them, the merchants shouted loudly and said that they would give up on their goods as they split into several directions to break out of the encirclement. Now that the situation was under control, Han Shuo no longer deliberately hid his tracks. He walked out from the middle-rank group of forest troll warriors and stared at the earth adept mage Leon who had attacked him earlier. The female dark archmage Emily was frightened out of her wits by the little skull's continuous pursuit. She'd tried to fly in the air earlier, but under Han Shuo's command, the female archmage Emily had become the target of a multitude of attacks. She'd immediately suffered the attacks of dozens of javelins and spears. Even though she'd put up a dark magic barrier at the critical moment, being a live target Emily didn't seem to have it easy. The magic barrier had blocked this wave of attacks, but it had also greatly depleted her mental strength, even causing her to spit out blood. Having learned her lesson, Emily didn't dare fly in the air again within such a short distance. She could only try her best to hide among the McGrady guards, calling out continuously for help and asking others to help her fend off the little skull. It was a pity that the entire scene was in chaos at this moment. No one would care about the life or death of others in a situation where they couldn't even protect themselves. This directly caused her to run for her life. "Who are you?" The earth adept mage Leon suddenly discovered that someone had blocked his way in the middle of his escape. Han Shuo was wearing a black magic robe, and even his head was covered, making it impossible to see his true appearance. He appeared quite mysterious and strange. After a low growl, Trunks also arrived at Han Shuo's side on his manticore. Trunks stared oddly at Han Shuo and said, "Han, why are you dressed like this?" How did you know it would be me?" After revealing his head, Han Shuo looked at Trunks in surprise and asked. "I didn't completely recognize you, but it could." Trunks shrugged with a smile and pointed at the manticore beneath him. Nodding, Han Shuo said, "So that's how it is. It's you guys, what do you want?" Leon immediately recognized the Han Shuo that was still fresh in his memory when he saw Han Shuo reveal his appearance. He called out with a bit of fear in his voice. "Of course I want you to die. A debt of blood must be paid in blood. The harm you've done to me should be repaid now, right?" Han Shuo looked coldly at Leon and was about to charge at Leon after saying these words in a casual manner. "Han, leave this person to me. You haven't fully recovered from your injuries, so it's best if you don't act rashly." When Trunks saw that Han Shuo was about to make a move, he suddenly called out to stop him. He didn't wait for Han Shuo to respond and had already urged his manticore to charge at Leon. The earth adept mage Leon immediately chanted a magical incantation when he saw Trunks approach with his manticore. The ground in front of him suddenly began to churn violently and a wall of earth quickly formed, blocking the path that Trunks was charging at. Leon, who'd cast the earth wall, understood that one Trunks was enough to take his life, not to mention that there was also a Han Shuo of unknown strength nearby. He didn't dare linger at all and hurriedly fled for his life as soon as the earth wall appeared. "Don't worry, I'll kill him." Trunks smiled faintly at Han Shuo as he rode on his manticore and charged at the earth wall with the manticore. Under the brandishing of the manticore and the long sword in his hand, the earth wall that had just formed collapsed with a loud rumble. After leaping over the earth wall, Trunks chased after the fleeing Leon unhurriedly, appearing to be quite relaxed. The original demons were scattered in 3 directions, and Han Shuo observed the entire situation through the observation of the original demons. He discovered that the forest troll, who had the advantage in numbers, had completely grasped the situation as the cowardly merchant group took the lead in fleeing. Following their attacks, the guards of the merchant group retreated step by step. No one else risked their lives to protect this batch of goods, and only did their utmost to break out of the encirclement. Little Skull followed Han Shuo's orders and chased after the female dark archmage with unyielding determination. A few forest troll followed closely behind their great god Dadera and dealt with the female archmage together with Little Skull. With Little Skull leading the charge, the female archmage was unable to use dark magic and was blocked by the forest troll from all directions. In the end, the female archmage, Emily, was forced to fall into a trap and was caught in a large net made of tree branches. "I have something you need, you can't kill me, you can't." Emily suddenly yelled just as the javelins and spears were about to fire at the female archmage. Han Shuo's heart skipped a beat and he immediately gave an order to Little Skull. After Little Skull received the order, he raised his empty left hand and made a pause gesture to the surrounding forest troll. Then, under Emily's horrified gaze, Little Skull walked towards her with a bone dagger in hand. He casually tore the clothes off the corpse of a nearby guard and arrived in front of Emily. He stuffed the cloth strip into her mouth and tied Emily's hands and feet with rope at the same time. After this female dark archmage's bright red mouth was stuffed, she continuously let out woo-woo sounds, but no one paid any attention to her. Little Skull held the bone dagger and stood guard on the side. Han Shuo made use of the inspection of the original demons to continuously give orders to the forest troll, pointing them in the direction of the escapees and allowing them to spread the spoils of battle to the greatest extent. The scattered sounds of fighting in the surroundings all ceased after half an hour. When the manticore in the distance approached, the forest troll tried to kill Trunks, but stopped under Han Shuo's orders. When Trunks spurred the manticore to Han Shuo's side, he suddenly understood something when he saw the forest troll on the side looking at Han Shuo with a humble and respectful expression. "I'll explain it to you in detail in a moment, Trunks, you must believe me." Han Shuo also saw the odd look in Trunks' eyes and opened his mouth to speak apologetically. Trunks smiled and nodded, saying, "I'll wait for you to explain when I have time." Looking gratefully at Trunks, Han Shuo walked towards the female dark archmage and roughly tore off the cloth in her mouth. He lowered his body to look at Emily and said coldly, "Give me a reason not to kill you." Chapter 119. Emily, with her hands and feet bound, suddenly moved with all her might when Han Shuo approached her. Her bright red lips left a red mark on Han Shuo's left cheek with a pu sound. "Oh heh, you've been hit by my curse. If I die, you'll be cursed until your entire body rots away and you die." Emily immediately looked at Han Shuo calmly and said with a smile. A strange energy instantly flowed into Han Shuo's body from the place where Emily had kissed him. When Han Shuo wanted to investigate the location of the energy, he suddenly discovered that the strange energy had already disappeared without a trace. Curse magic was the most bizarre and mysterious magic of the Dark Major. Many ancient legends had described the terror and mysteriousness of curse magic. When that strange energy had flowed into Han Shuo's body just now, Han Shuo had clearly felt it. He understood that this dark archmage Emily wasn't just shooting at random. Han Shuo's expression wavered as he looked at Emily, who was extraordinarily pleased with herself. He seemed to be hesitating on whether or not to kill her. With magical yuan protecting him, Han Shuo didn't think that this kind of curse magic would be able to stop him, but he still didn't dare take the risk. "Han, it's best if you don't act blindly without thinking. The Dark Major's curse magic is one of the most mysterious types of magic. It can often achieve some truly terrifying things. We can leave this woman alive for now, and it won't be too late to kill her when we find a way to dispel the curse." Trunks thought for a moment when he saw Han Shuo furrow his brow in thought. Nodding, Han Shoa chuckled oddly as his eyes roamed over Emily's voluptuous, alluring, and mature body with ill intent. Emily's figure was lithe and graceful, especially the pair of heavy, full breasts that looked like they would burst out of her clothes at any moment. Her sexy lips were bright red, and the corners of her mouth hooked up into a slutty smile. It was full of naked carnal temptation to men. Emily giggled delicately under Han Shoa's odd gaze as her body swayed within the net. The sturdy tree branches tightened around her body, making her curves appear even more wonderful and exuding a strong sense of temptation. Not bad, not bad. I won't let you die, but I still have many ways to slowly make you help me dispel the curse. Han Shoa stared deeply at Emily and said evilly to the old priest, I think this beautiful and mature woman should be shared with our strong forest troll warriors. When these words were said, Emily, who had been giggling in delight, immediately screamed, You can't do this. Heh, why can't I? I'll have the forest troll be careful when they rape you, they definitely won't kill you, don't worry. Smirking evilly as he looked at the shocked Emily, it was now Han Shoa's turn to be calm and unruffled in the midst of chaos. Emily was inconsolably shocked, her eyes fearfully looking at the extremely ugly forest troll around her, but each and every one of them had extremely valiant bodies. She didn't dare say anything more. Emissary, I beg you, don't let us do this. This human woman is so ugly, the children will definitely have nightmares if they enjoy her. We are all the people of the great goddess Dad era, emissary, you can't be so cruel. At this moment, the old priest suddenly knelt down in front of Han Shoa and begged Han Shoa with a pained expression. You blind dog, how dare you sully my beauty like this? I'm going to kill you, you disgusting old maggot. Before Han Shoa could react, Emily, who had just been trembling in fear, immediately began to move within the net in a rage, cursing viciously and fiercely at the old priest. Han Shoa was speechless, he hadn't thought that Emily would be such an ugly woman in the eyes of the forest troll. It looked like giving Emily to them to enjoy was actually a form of torture for them. This made Han Shoa feel like he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Han, I think it's time for you to get down to business. Trunks smiled faintly as he looked at Han Shoa and opened his mouth. Nodding, Han Shoa said, bring all the spoils of this time back to the tribe. Gag this woman's mouth and bring her back to the tribe to be well protected, but don't touch her for now. When the old priest heard that he didn't need to endure torture, he immediately called out to the forest troll and had them collect all the spoils of war in the surroundings according to Han Shoa's orders. Han Shoa left the little skull at Emily's side to watch over, ready to give Emily a strong blow at any moment. Han Shoa gestured to Trunks and the two left the area. After avoiding the forest troll and finding a quiet place, Han Shoa finally stopped and explained everything to Trunks. Of course, Han Shoa didn't tell Trunks everything about the cemetery of death and the refinement of the little skull. He only told Trunks what he could say. When Han Shoa had finished speaking, Trunks stared blankly for a while before looking at Han Shoa in confusion, so you're saying that you're a necromancer as well? Nodding, Han Shoa smiled, of course, I'm a bona fide necromancer. It's just that the skeletal warrior I summoned was a bit odd, which was why the forest troll mistook it for their great god Dad era. Although these forest troll are loathsome and greedy, since they're now under my control, then rather than letting them do as they please, it's better to control them to rob people that they should rob. So I've temporarily kept them. If you can make use of them appropriately, these forest troll will be a great help. I hadn't thought that you'd be a necromancer as well. Ha, you have so many wondrous things on you, just how many more things are you hiding from me? Not too much. Everyone has their own secrets. Haven't you never mentioned anything about yourself? Alright, then I won't ask any more. Continue with your matters, I need to train in the depths of the dark forest. Remember what you promised me, I'll have you help me when I feel the time is right. I think we'll have many more chances to meet in the future. When I've finished taking care of the matters on hand, I'll also train in the depths of the dark forest. I'll think of a way to find you then. By now, the two of them had truly treated each other as friends. However, everyone had their own secrets. Han Shua's current base of operations was the Cemetery of Death, and he still had necromancy magic to study. In addition, he needed to report to the Dark Mantle organization from the Empire, and he also needed to prepare the dwarves' rations. He couldn't go to the depths of the dark forest for the time being. There wasn't too much sadness in parting ways with Trunks. After Han Shua sensed the location of the original demon and the little skull, he walked in the direction of the forest troll. He met up with the forest troll and returned to the forest troll clan together. This time, the forest troll had mobilized 500 to 600 people, each of them carrying a sack specifically for looting. After everyone had set off, they brought all the spoils of war back to the forest troll clan in one go. The McGrady merchant caravan had transported luxurious silks, soft and comfortable carpets, and other luxuries enjoyed by nobles. Apart from that, there were also some enormous chariots and siege equipment. The luxuries were still manageable, but the chariots and siege equipment could cause great trouble if they weren't being supplied to the Empire's military when they were transported to the Empire. Han Shua had learned from Phoebe that the McGrady merchant caravan was involved in smuggling. It looked like those things weren't being supplied to the Empire's military. It looked like the McGrady merchant caravan was quite bold indeed. The luxuries were usually stored in the space rings of the dead merchants. The enormous chariots and siege equipment couldn't be stored in space rings, so they were transported by Earth dragons. After returning to the Forest Troll clan, Han Shua made an inventory of the resources. The Forest Troll had filled 2 warehouses full of luxuries, and 3 warehouses full of warhorses and siege equipment. Looking at the 5 warehouses full of resources, Han Shua didn't know what to do with them. The space ring on his hand was already filled with some gemstones and gold from the Forest Troll's holy land, and there was no way for it to hold any more things. Staring at the Forest Troll's warehouses full of resources, Han Shua couldn't help but smile wryly. Right, how do you usually deal with the things you've looted? The Forest Troll weren't a race with high intelligence that knew how to enjoy life, so Han Shua wanted to ask the Forest Troll what they'd done in the past when he saw these items. Someone will come specifically and use food, weapons, and daily necessities to trade for these resources with us. The things we have no use for, but others need them dearly. This much is enough for us to trade for a whole winter's worth of food and necessities. Many thanks to the great goddess Dadara's grace. It was the great goddess Dadara who pointed us in the right direction. The old priest explained to Han Shua. Nodding, Han Shua thought that this was indeed the case. The merchants who traded with the Forest Troll must have obtained the Forest Troll's trust and brought the food and necessities they needed, including weapons, to trade for these priceless items. The value of food and necessities wasn't high within the Empire. If they were transported here to trade for the expensive items the Forest Troll had plundered, the merchants would surely be able to earn an eye-watering profit. It was no wonder that so many merchants would still rush into the dark forest with no regard for their lives, despite the dangers lurking everywhere. The dark forest would be very cold when winter arrived, and many magical creatures wouldn't appear then. Some merchants and adventurers wouldn't easily enter the dark forest during the winter when the roads were blocked by snow. Therefore, every race had to prepare food and necessities for the winter as early as possible. Otherwise, it would be very difficult when winter arrived. This was why the dwarves were worried, and why the Forest Troll had to plunder and replenish their supplies for the winter. Don't trade these items with anyone in the future. Keep them all in the storehouse. As the emissary of the great goddess Dadara, I will help you trade these items for enough food and necessities for you to enjoy, including weapons. Do you understand? Don't let the goodies flow out to outsiders. Han Shua felt a pang of heartache when he thought of the unscrupulous merchants using crude rations to trade for large amounts of good stuff from the foolish Forest Troll. Therefore, he used Dadara's name to give the old priest another order. The old priest started and nodded to indicate that he understood Han Shua's orders. He seemed to feel that Han Shua's orders were a bit baffling, but the old priest was used to obedience and didn't ask any further questions. Don't move out again in this period of time. The great goddess Dad-Era and I will take a look around. When we find a better target, we'll notify you to move out. The next time I come, I'll bring some rations and necessities for you to use. Don't worry. Han Shuo said to the old priest after thinking for a bit. Emissary, what should we do with that ugly woman? The old priest nodded in agreement and asked about the thorny matter of Emily. Han Shuo also felt a bit of a headache when he asked this. He thought for a bit and said, I'll take her away. Han Shuo only removed Emily's blindfold and mouth when they arrived at a pool a few miles away from the forest troll's territory. 2 zombie warriors carried Emily in the net along the way, and Han Shuo completely ignored her whimpers along the way. The location of the forest troll's territory couldn't be exposed no matter what. Therefore, Han Shuo had no choice but to use this method. When they arrived at the side of the pool and the bindings on her eyes and mouth were removed, Emily cursed at Han Shuo. Han Shuo turned a blind eye to Emily's incantations and unbuttoned his clothes to reveal a well-proportioned and robust body. Contrary to Han Shuo's expectations, a bit of panic appeared in Emily's eyes when she saw Han Shuo take off his clothes without saying a word. She hurriedly said, What are you doing? Han Shuo had only wanted to go into the pool to take a bath, but when he saw the panic in Emily's eyes, a plan formed in his mind. A lewd smile immediately appeared at the corners of his lips and he chuckled oddly as he approached Emily step by step. His eyes wandered wantonly over Emily's mature and well-rounded body as he asked in return, What do you think I'm doing? Ahaha. Chapter 120. Emily's body was lithe and graceful, her twin peaks full. Her mature body's curves were revealed after the net was tightened, possessing a fatal allure to men. The panic in Emily's eyes increased this allure even further. Han Shuo had originally only intended to intimidate Emily, but as he slowly approached, an uncontrollable desire suddenly burst forth from the bottom of his heart. It was as hard to control as a landslide. The speed at which the magical yuan circulated was much faster than usual. Panting heavily, Han Shuo's mind suddenly became muddled, and his mind slowly became muddled. No, please let me go, I'll help you remove the curse. Emily was truly panicking now. She could no longer suppress the fear in her heart as she watched Han Shuo pounce towards her like a wild beast. She began to cry out in panic. Unfortunately, the only response she got was a low growl from Han Shuo. Han Shuo had already rushed in front of her in the next moment, violently picking up another rag and gagging her crimson lips. With her hands and feet bound by ropes, Emily could only emit panicked whimpers after her lips were gagged. What followed the whimpers was the falling of the net that bound her body, as well as the sound of her gorgeous clothes being roughly torn apart. Han Shuo, with his well-proportioned muscles, had eyes as red as a wolf's as he exerted force with his hands, causing Emily's undergarments to fly off piece by piece, revealing Emily's heavy, white, and full breasts. After being injured, Han Shuo's mind was the hardest to control in the molded spirit realm. Under such strong allure, he finally lost control of his mind and pounced forward. Emily, with her hands and feet bound by ropes, was caught in Han Shuo's arms and pushed against a nearby tree. One of his hands started to rub Emily's voluptuous breasts without any restraint. He couldn't even grasp them with one hand. Emily's left breast kept changing shape in his hand, and her right breast bounced up and down beautifully. His other hand violently tore at Emily's lower body's clothing. When her perky buttocks were exposed to the air, Emily knew that her undergarments had also been torn. She shook her head even more frantically and began to struggle fiercely in Han Shuo's tight hold. Unfortunately, a mage was still a mage, even if she had reached the level of a magister. Even an archmage like her was far inferior to Han Shuo's. Emily's struggles were extremely powerless, and her breasts rammed against Han Shuo's chest as she struggled. Her firm and slender thighs were also entangled with Han Shuo's legs due to her twisting. Her powerless struggles actually encouraged Han Shua's ruthlessness. Her gorgeous satin undergarments were torn into strips, hanging on her white skin. Most of her heavy, plump breasts and smooth buttocks were already exposed in front of Han Shua. With a soft ripping sound, Han Shua's clothes were also torn apart by himself. Immediately after, Han Shua, who was tightly pressed against Emily, used his knees to forcefully separate Emily's thighs, and fiercely thrust his vicious-looking object inside. A woo-woo sound mixed with intense pain once again came out of Emily's mouth. Tears instantly filled Emily's eyes, and 2 lines of sparkling tears flowed down her cheeks and into her neck. Han Shua, who had already sunk into madness, didn't have the slightest bit of tenderness for the fairer sex. His body, which had been repeatedly forged by demonic magic, had unimaginable stamina and capital. Amidst Emily's woo-woo sounds, Han Shua released his boundless stamina to his heart's content, venting the energy he had accumulated over the years on Emily's mature and wonderful body. After a long, long time, his mind gradually became clear. Han Shua seemed to have experienced a great battle, and his entire body was filled with indescribable joy and comfort. Many red handprints appeared on Emily's naked body as she was tightly held against the tree. It was obvious that she had been clawed. Although there were 2 lines of tear stains on her beautiful face, they were an intoxicating bright red. She was unconscious with an extremely satisfied expression. Han Shua slowly recalled everything that had happened. At this moment, his lower body was still in the warm, smooth, and soft hole. Han Shua maintained this position and thought for a while. He pulled his lower body away from Emily's private area, and silently took out a loose robe from his space ring to cover Emily's naked body. When he got up and walked to the side of the pool, Han Shua suddenly felt refreshed. The heavy injuries he had suffered a few days ago seemed to have suddenly recovered. When he walked into the pool to wash his body, Han Shua suddenly noticed that there were actually red bloodstains on his lower body and legs. Immediately startled, Han Shua's gaze fell on the fainted Emily's body. Emily, who had a well-developed, mature, and graceful figure, looked like a beautiful woman. Her behavior also seemed to be a bit dissolute. Originally, Han Shua thought that she must have been on the battlefield for a long time, but he didn't expect that it was actually her first time. This was really too unimaginable. No wonder Emily's eyes appeared to be so flustered when she saw him reveal his obscene expression at the beginning. No wonder Emily would whimper in pain at the beginning, and only let out involuntary moans later on. In the end, Emily was also in a delirious state and constantly responded to him. If this Emily's body was already dirty, Han Shua wouldn't have too much of a burden. A mature woman shouldn't care too much about this. But now, Emily's physical condition clearly proved that Han Shua was actually her first man. This immediately made the nature of this matter a bit different. Han Shua, who was washing his body, had a terrible headache thinking about how to deal with it. For a moment, his mind was in a mess, and he couldn't find a suitable way to deal with this matter no matter what. Just like this, Han Shua unconsciously washed his body in the pool. It wasn't until a low moan sounded that Han Shua suddenly woke up. On the opposite side, both of Emily's hands were tied, and her mouth was still stuffed with a bundle of rags. She seemed to have just woken up, and at this moment, she was looking at Han Shua with a terrifying gaze. Emily's bright eyes were filled with hatred, grief, and hesitation. She stared coldly at Han Shua in the water without blinking. Scratching his head awkwardly, Han Shua felt his scalp go a bit numb. He hesitated and hesitated again and again, and finally walked out of the pool. He took out a new set of clothes from his space ring and put them on. He smiled sheepishly at Emily and said, "I didn't do it on purpose, it was just an accident." Emily was still looking at Han Shua with that terrifying gaze. When Han Shua arrived in front of her, he suddenly remembered that her mouth was still stuffed, and she probably couldn't speak. Taking a deep breath, he first summoned the little skull, and then Han Shua removed the bundle of rags from Emily's mouth. As expected, when the rags were removed from Emily's mouth, a string of angry curses shot out from Emily's mouth like cannonballs. With a choked-up voice, Emily used all sorts of vicious words to curse Han Shuo for being shameless and worse than a beast. She cursed for half an hour and only stopped when she couldn't take it anymore. She then sobbed softly and said a few words that Han Shuo couldn't hear clearly. Seeing that Emily's out-of-control emotions were slowly calming down, Han Shuo's drooping head finally opened his mouth and said awkwardly, "We're all adults, and it was my first time as well. You didn't lose out anyway, so let's just let it go. Let go of me, let go of me. You damned brat, I'll kill you." Emily had finally managed to control herself, but when she heard Han Shuo's words, she struggled as if she wanted to fight to the death with Han Shuo. His scalp tingling as he took a step back, Han Shuo smiled wryly and spread out his hands. He asked Emily, "How did I know it was your first time? Now that it's happened, what do you think I should do? You brat who's worse than a beast, you shamelessly raped me, what do you think I should do?" Emily's eyes looked like they were about to spit fire as she glared at Han Shuo and yelled angrily. "Although you were in a bit of pain at first, I saw that you were quite comfortable later on. It was my first time anyways, so you didn't lose out too much. If worst comes to worst, I'll let you go, and then we'll go our separate ways and pretend we don't know each other." Han Shuo furrowed his brow and thought carefully for a moment before suggesting to Emily. "Shut up!" Emily yelled out, giving Han Shuo a fright. Emily was silent for a moment, first showing a weak expression of resignation. She then stared directly into Han Shuo's eyes and said with a calm expression, "If you don't give me an explanation, I'll immediately commit suicide. As soon as I die, the curse will take effect and you'll be hard-pressed to escape death." Scratching his head out of habit, Han Shuo smiled wryly and walked towards Emily. He took out the demon's lair edge and helped Emily cut off the restraints on her hands and feet. He said gently, "Wash up first, we'll talk in a bit." Han Shuo raised his vigilance as he spoke, inwardly guarding against Emily's sudden outburst of violence and harm him. However, Emily didn't make any abnormal movements after the restraints on her body were removed. Her eyes only continuously roamed over Han Shuo's body, seeming to want to see Han Shuo clearly. Emily nodded her head apathetically after staring at Han Shuo for a while. She tightened the robes around her body and walked towards the pool. Emily's body stumbled halfway and she almost fell to the ground. Her face flushed red and she cursed lowly before slowing down her steps. When she walked into the pool, she threw the robes around her body far away in front of Han Shuo, revealing her graceful, mature body. She began to wash up without any reservations. Looking fiercely at Emily's mature body, Han Shuo, who'd just experienced the pleasure of intimacy, felt his heart run wild again. However, he said with a deadpan expression, "Hey, I'm still here. It won't be good for you to take off all your clothes and wash up, will it?" Suddenly turning around, Emily's towering twin peaks, smooth abdomen, and a smear of dark skin between her legs were completely exposed to Han Shuo. Glaring fiercely at Han Shuo, Emily said, "You've seen and touched, and now you're pretending to be proper in front of me. You really aren't just ordinarily shameless. Humph, if I go too far away, who knows if you'll take the opportunity to escape. I'll watch you closely." Originally, Han Shuo really did plan on taking the opportunity to escape, but when he heard her say this, he smiled awkwardly and said, "I'm not that kind of irresponsible person. Heh, take your time washing up, I'll keep watch for you." After a while, under Han Shuo's visual enjoyment, Emily, who'd washed herself clean and changed into a new set of gorgeous magic robes, walked up to Han Shuo with her radiant beauty. She first looked at the little skull holding the bone knife next to her with surprise, then stared at Han Shuo and asked, after thinking for so long, "Do you know how to explain yourself to me?" Han Shuo, who'd been watching for a long time, pulled Emily into his arms and fiercely kissed Emily's rosy lips. His large hands began to roam unceremoniously all over Emily's voluptuous body. An intoxicating and wonderful feeling slowly spread in Han Shua's heart as their tongues intertwined and rubbed. Emily struggled fiercely at first, but even though the restraints on her hands and feet were removed, Emily still couldn't break free from Han Shua's embrace. Under the effects of Han Shua's long kiss, her body actually slowly softened and her struggles became more and more powerless. In the end, her tongue actually took the initiative to entangle in Han Shua's mouth like a little snake. After a while, when the two felt that it was difficult to breathe, they finally separated while panting heavily. Then, Han Shua nibbled on the sensitive tip of Emily's red ear and said softly, "Then, you're my woman." When these words were spoken, Emily's body first stiffened, and then she wrapped around Han Shua like a snake. She also bit on the tip of Han Shua's ear and said, "Humph, shameless brat, at least you know what's good for you." Laughing wildly and complacently, Han Shua grabbed Emily by the waist and picked her up. Amidst Emily's unrelenting cries, he gave her another round of fierce conquest, only stopping when Emily was about to faint. 3 days later, Han Shua and Emily appeared on the road to the cemetery of death. The two had originally been hostile, but after 3 days of entanglement and intimacy, they suddenly seemed incomparably close. During this process, Han Shua's strong physique made Emily feel as if she wanted to die. For the first 2 days, Emily walked unsteadily, and Emily's initial extreme satisfaction turned into fear and trepidation. She had no choice but to beg Han Shua to let go in the end to recover. Having tasted the sweetness, Han Shua finally knew that the taste of a woman was indeed indescribably wonderful. These 2 days of conquest made Han Shua feel that he had lived his life in vain. He had completely indulged himself in depravity. As they got closer and closer to the cemetery of death, Han Shua suddenly had a preposterous feeling as he looked at the beautiful Emily beside him. Neither of the two had taken the initiative to reveal their identities, and neither had asked the other. Therefore, even now, Han Shua didn't know Emily's identity. At this time, the only thing that Han Shua felt was inappropriate was that he didn't know how to face Fanny in the future. Han Shua had true feelings for Fanny. This Emily had only come together because of the absurd situation. He didn't know how to deal with her in the future, so he could only take one step at a time. However, as they got closer to the cemetery of death, Han Shua couldn't help but worry. The cemetery of death was Han Shua's greatest secret. The fastest way to the empire was through the transportation matrix in the cemetery of death. However, Emily had made it clear that she wanted to pester him. Now that he didn't know anything about Emily's identity, Han Shua didn't dare to take the risk of telling her this secret. Therefore, he appeared to be in a difficult position. "Don't worry, the curse technique that I cast on you was only a lie. You don't need to be so worried. That kind of strong curse technique requires the medium of your body. If I really were to cast it, it wouldn't be as simple as a light kiss. I would have to pay a great price myself." Emily saw that Han Shua had been frowning the entire way and thought that Han Shua was worried about this. She couldn't help but smile and speak comfortingly. Han Shua started. Although he wasn't worried about this matter, he still felt a bit glad when he heard that the curse technique was fake. He then thought of the strange feeling in his body after Emily had kissed him. He furrowed his brow and looked suspiciously at Emily. He asked, "But I clearly felt a strange energy enter my body at that time. What's going on?" Heh, that's a low-level disease spell that I cast to purposely give you a misconception." Emily looked proudly at Han Shua and explained with a smile. Pausing, Emily suddenly thought of something and stared oddly at Han Shua. "Speaking of this disease spell, I forgot that you should have been sick a long time ago. You're just a little necromancer. How is it that not only are you completely fine now, but you even have endless stamina when you're doing that bad thing? What's going on?" Ordinary disease spells naturally wouldn't have much of an effect on his abnormal body. The repeated forging of magical yuan had created an extraordinarily strong physique for Han Shua. Add to that the fact that Emily had always thought that Han Shua was only a necromancer, it was no wonder that she would be so baffled. However, Han Shuo didn't explain and only chuckled oddly without saying anything. Secretive little brat. Emily didn't mind either as she rolled her eyes at Han Shuo and rebuked. Suddenly, Han Shuo creased his brow. One of the original demons patrolling the surroundings had detected people that shouldn't be here, Wind Archmage Duke and Senior Swordsman Eric. Last time at the Empire's Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, Han Shuo had gone to the Dark Mantle to report on his work. Since then, Old Witch Camilla had disappeared without a trace. Duke and Eric had also hastily returned to the Kasi Empire. Han Shuo hadn't thought that he would run into the two again after only 20 days. Someone saw the Cemetery of Death in the vicinity, but that person suddenly died a violent death very soon after. Eric brandished his long sword and parted the lush shrubbery in the surroundings, speaking as he opened up a path in front of them. It looks like the Cemetery of Death should be nearby. The dark mantle of the Lancelot Empire is indeed very frightening. I don't know how Camilla's identity was exposed, but she was killed that very night. It's a good thing we were smart enough to leave immediately, otherwise we would have been hard-pressed to escape death if we'd stayed any longer. Old Mage Duke creased his brow and spoke in a low voice, revealing some information to Han Shuo. It looked like Camilla had indeed been disposed of by the Dark Mantle. Hey, hey, hey! A shout that grew louder and louder abruptly rang out from Emily's mouth. When Han Shuo came back to his senses, Emily gently rubbed Han Shuo's face and asked merrily, "My adorable little brat, what evil thoughts are you thinking of that made you so engrossed in your thoughts?" There's a sound from the south, let's go take a look. Duke, who was walking over unhurriedly, suddenly made a shushing gesture at Eric and then spoke softly. He immediately used a levitation spell to fly up and quickly approached Han Shuo and Emily. "Someone's coming, let's hurry and hide." Han Shuo had been about to respond when he sensed Duke's movements and hastily called out to Emily. He used the observation of the other original demon to grab Emily's waist and run towards a large tree on the left. When they arrived, Han Shuo said lowly, "Use a levitation spell to climb up the tree and stay with me." Han Shuo agilely climbed up the tree after he'd spoken. He landed in a large patch of dense foliage in the blink of an eye and waved his hand at Emily, who was already floating in the middle of the tree. "Why didn't I hear anything? Aren't you making too much of a fuss over nothing?" Emily asked softly, puzzled, but obediently made her way into the dense foliage and leaned comfortably against Han Shuo, twisting her snake-like body. "Shoo!" Han Shuo made a shushing gesture and then took a deep breath. His heartbeat and breathing immediately calmed down. Emily had originally thought that Han Shuo was making a fuss over nothing and was about to tease Han Shuo again when she suddenly frowned and also felt movement. Emily chanted a magical incantation in a low voice and a cloud of grey mist appeared out of thin air, enveloping the two's position. As an archmage as well, Emily naturally had sensitive hearing. However, because a wind archmage trained in the wind element, her hearing was indeed a bit more sensitive than the average archmage's. Otherwise, Duke wouldn't have been able to hear Emily's shout at all. "It's Duke of Kasi Empire." Emily's eyes suddenly revealed a murderous intent when Duke appeared and she exclaimed lowly. Han Shuo was shocked when he heard these words and looked at Emily with great astonishment. He never would have thought that Emily would know Duke. You're tuning into the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.